The entire Blast Premier circuit has been leading up to this, and this is a glorious trophy our 4 remaining teams will be fighting tooth and nail to lift. We welcome you to the final Tier 1 stage of the year, as we also welcome you to the Blast Premier World Finals in Abu Dhabi. My name is Freya. Joining me, as always, Jacob and Matthew up here on the desk. Gentlemen, I am so excited to kick off what is going to be the culmination of 2022 here in the arena.
It sounds kind of funny, right, to think this is the end of an entire year of Counter-Strike, the culmination of all this season we've been going through, and now we only have 4 teams left here in the at.GST arena.
They're really going to be fighting, as I said, tooth and nail to be lifting the final trophy. That is the final one they could potentially be putting in their cabinets back.
Yeah, and a very important one, right? Imagine to go out on a note where you win the tournament or you get into the finals. You can go on a holiday. You can head to Christmas feeling rejuvenated, feeling happy, feeling fresh for the new season. It's very, very important for these 4 teams.
500K for Christmas gifts or travel.
It's good for the family. Good for the family.
Pretty good for the family.
Not a tiny, weeny chunk of change, is it, gentlemen? And obviously, being able to play on the stage as well, some of these teams, they've been fighting. I'm thinking of OG as well. The fact that, you know, we haven't seen them gracing 2 million land stage in 2022. This is going to be a big occasion for them.
That's a good point, right? For a lot of these teams, this year has been very challenging, right? We came out of COVID, we came back into the LAN area where all the tournaments were, once again, all over the world. You had to travel, you had to fly all over the place. You have spent very little time at home, especially if you're Team Liquid from NA. So coming into this tournament, finishing off on a good note is severely important to pretty much all teams, but especially for OG, as you said, but also Liquid, who spent more time in Europe than at home this year.
I mean, I think the conclusion is pretty simple. Outside from FaZe, none of the teams remaining are used to the stage in 2022. None of the teams are actually finishing off in big moments like this. Sure, we've had G2 in Katowice in the grand final, and Liquid were in the final of Pro League, but that's about it. It's kind of a new environment. It's the best way to close the year as well.
Well, just in case you guys missed out on any of the action yesterday, let's have a quick recap of exactly what went down in those quarterfinals.
Quarter-final day in Abu Dhabi and a last chance to reach the stage in the Etihad Arena. Na'Vi versus Liquid was the first game of the day, with Na'Vi's pick of Overpass up first. Despite looking good early on, Yakinda and Elise were too strong for Na'Vi. Liquid's pick Ancient was up next, and they had the 2-0 in their hands with an 11-4 lead, but Bit was too much to handle and saved the Na'Vi Nation as they took it to a third and final map. This time, no one could save them, and Liquid conquered in style to head into the semi-finals. G2 versus Vitality was up next. It started off on Nuke as Swift 16-3 after a phenomenal T-side saw G2 score first. Next up was Vertigo, where G2 got to 15 first, but Vitality clawed their way back and won it in overtime. The final map of Anubis would decide their tournament lives. Hunter, Munacy, JKS, and even Hooksy put up numbers to send Vitality home in style.
Finally! 2 games that turned into an absolute marathons of series, and rightly so, because the 2 winners obviously making it onto the grand stage here inside the Etihad Arena. And yeah, the fact that unfortunately in that last game for Vitality, they did manage to push it to that third and final decider. Things got incredibly close on the grounds of Anubis, but G2, they were the ones to outlast.
You saw how much it meant to Hooksy. You heard him yell, finally, right? It's been such a rough year for G2 throughout the entirety of the time. You see it once here more. He was so happy, and for many reasons, of course, Hooksy was celebrating with the rest of G2. It's been a rough year, it's been a shaky year for them. It's been a year where every single time we've seen them at a tournament, we always attach a question mark towards them. Finally, it seemed like they're coming together, and finally they're on a big stage.
I think it's been beautiful to watch them play. I mean, we obviously know the circumstances around G2 right now, and Hooksy particularly, but seeing them come together really, and anytime they talk about it in interviews, you can feel how they're communing right now. They're just as one, a big unit trying to be here for each other, and it's great to see these emotions. We have been lucky enough to be in the concourse, in the match area for all these group stage and then quarterfinals, and we could just taste it. We could taste the tension, we could taste the emotions from G2, and this was very intense.
I think also an incredible culmination for Munacy as well. We were talking about him in terms of a potential Merce MVP contender coming into the end of the tournament. The fact that we saw him entering his first Tier 1 team at the beginning of the year, we said, we want to see consistency. He has delivered that in spades.
Yeah, for sure. He's been the big revolution of this year, I would argue. He's coming in, he was young, he was expensive. There was a lot of strings attached to the move into G2 as well. Could he thrive from the get-go? Would he crumble under the pressure on the big stage? I think we got that answer in Katowice straight away that he wouldn't. He was doing well. And throughout the entire year, that was the next step. Consistency. Deliver at a consistently high level, and so he has done. Right now, I would argue that it's going to be him, Simple, and Saivu for the next year, contesting for the best player in the world if he continues the progress he's shown.
Yeah, he's already established his position in the hierarchy of Counter-Strike. I don't think there's anything we can debate about it. What is also relatively underrated or underspoken is the fact that we haven't seen Nico Beast mode at all right now. He's been relatively pedestrian for his own standards. efforts. And that is extremely good news for G2 because I don't expect this man to miss the mark when it comes to big stage tournament, when it comes to playoffs. I know he's going to show up. So that's good for G2 to have a bit more in the tank coming up.
And when we're revisiting the Liquid Na'Vi game as well, that was one that kind of took turns left, right and center throughout the entirety of the series. Obviously, we do have the caveat of Na'Vi, you know, restarting that 6-man roster project, which hasn't paid off for them quite yet. But for Liquid, mental fortitude was kind of the theme for them in that game.
It was the theme because on the second map, they were up 14-3, CT side on Ancient. That's a non-negotiable situation, right? You already won the game at that point. Somehow, some way, Na'Vi fought their way back into it. So you can argue that Na'Vi as well had some mental fortitude going their way yesterday. It was a little bit disappointing to see Liquid lose the second map, but the fact that they fought back on the third deciding one, again, leaving no doubt that they were the better team yesterday, to me, it's a great sign. I said it coming into the tournament. It feels like they're trending upwards. It feels like they're getting better and better. Yakin are getting more and more integrated into the lineup. I'm excited to see Liquid play, and I haven't said that for a time.
Yeah, it's a return to grace for Liquid, honestly. If you scroll back to prior to Cologne, I feel like they had kind of deserted the playoffs area. We wouldn't even talk about it. We wouldn't really discuss them anymore. They tried a couple of different swaps in terms of players. I mean, even Moses was in there for a while trying to figure out the pieces and see how this was working. And it seems like they have finally left this sort of desert where, you know, nothing is happening and we don't know where to go. Now they have a direction. I think Yakin has been providing exactly what he was needed to or he was supposed to. He had a quiet start to the tournament, but then he showed up massively. He wasn't very much there in that series versus Na'Vi. And this is now a Liquid that we have to consider favorite for the Grand Final.
Even Moses, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I like Moses. Shout out to my man Moses.
Me too.
Yeah. One time.
Well, you don't like Moses? Anything you want to say about Moses?
I don't want to say anything about Moses.
Be careful,
Should we
that's my
make a
friend.
death segment about Moses?
We could.
What he's brought to Counter-Strike as well. Not much mini-golf ability, unfortunately. Did manage to best him.
Always go back to mini-golf.
I'm always going to bring that back. I mean, any other highlights, any other surprises for you kind of over the entire duration of this tournament as well? Anybody, I mean, any names that maybe you were hoping to see make it on this grand stage?
I would have hoped to see outsiders play better Counter-Strike than what we saw. The fact that they went out in last place, sure, it can happen in a strong field of teams, but the fashion they lost to G2, losing the very final map at the tournament 16-1 without showing anything whatsoever. That's disappointing when you a couple of months ago won the major highly surprisingly. So yes, I've been a little bit left disappointed by outsiders. I would have loved to see more from them. I think the 2 games they had against G2 and Liquid were overall disappointing, and I think that's a bad way of going on a holiday, right? You win the major, you come into this tournament, finally you have expectations attached to you, and you don't deliver whatsoever.
It's just that they played bad Counter-Strike. They played bad Counter-Strike. There was a poor showing from outsiders. And we're not going to play the comparison game saying, oh, you know, this must have been more important here than the major. Of course not. No one is thinking that at all. You won the major, and this is exactly what any team wishes to do in Counter-Strike. But still, I think with the run they had in Rio and how much talk there were surrounding that result, they had a golden opportunity here to make a statement, to go up against better team, more prestigious team, and say, hey, we can cope with anybody. We can fight with anybody. The problem is they didn't. They fell flat, and what they did is they nourished all these kind of toxic narratives about outsiders not really deserving to lift the trophy.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, you gave the people what they were looking for because you didn't show up and you didn't play a good Counter-Strike. So hoping 23 brings a different flavor to outsiders.
Yeah, definitely. Well, there has been a hell of a lot of Counter-Strike action going down over the course of the last 3 days. And I do want to check in with our CS Money play of the day for day number 3. What have we coming in as the third best play, Jake?
Well, we got the man who's no longer part of the tournament, Saivu, pulling off a fantastic 1v2 clutch at a crucial moment in the game. He almost saved Vitality. They ended up winning the game in overtime. Unfortunately, it wasn't enough for Saivu, wasn't enough for Vitality, but he had a great tournament once again.
Beautiful clutch from Saivu. Second place, we have Bit from Na'Vi doing his antiques with the Deagle, one of the deadliest weapon you can possibly see him with in that great clutch. 2 kills, even though he loses the last duel. The difference has been made, the time is running out, and that's a point for Na'Vi.
One thing is playing bottle flip in a green room, another one is doing it in Counter-Strike. We got Verticone coming in for you. We have a Nate hitting a Verticone right here, and look at this beautiful little spin that's gonna make. It's absolutely amazing. It's never seen before, and he pulled it off. Verticone, rightfully the winner of Play of the Day.
My favorite thing.
It was so clean as well. He wasn't even taking on his edge. He knew exactly what he was aiming for.
How many
Perfectly
tries do you think we would need to replicate that clip?
How many did we need to actually flip a bottle in the green room? Maybe
472.
close, yeah, to 400, I would imagine. Anyway, at least you don't have to watch us doing some bottle flipping action because we do have plenty of Counter-Strike ready to grace your screens. Of course, FaZe taking on G2 in our second game of the day, but not before Liquid face off against OG.
Welcome to the round table of in-game leaders. I've assembled some of the greatest minds. I've got Nitro, Nexa, and Karakan to discuss all the things around being a fantastic IGL when it comes to Counter-Strike.
This kind of discussion I want to start off with is becoming an IGL. Now, I know for you, Nitro, as an example, you just kind of fell into it. You know, you went from being one of the star players into this. But how does it come into it? How do you just start becoming an IGL? How did it work for you, for example, Carrigan?
I think already in a young age, when I played 1.6, I kind of was always a secondary caller in that sense. Okay. I was a star player back in the days. People might not know from CSGO, judging. Yeah. So yeah, I played under great in-game leaders back then in the Danish scene, but also GoB was like kind of the last big IGL I had before. I kind of took it myself up. So yeah, it kind of came natural when I was 16 that I had like a strong voice and a vision for the game and how it should be played. But I waited until the right moment, so I was mature enough to kind of lead bigger teams.
I mean, for me, I never really wanted to be the IGL, right? I was always the secondary caller, and I guess the thing for me is I never really played with any like top tier in-game leader, you know. So I don't really know how others do it. I just know that like I was always a secondary caller, and people kind of like looked up to me, and they said, "Yeah, bro, you should do this. Like, you know, you have what it takes. You should be the in-game leader. You know, you can do it." So I always went into that path. Like I tried to stop being an in-game leader like 3 or 4 times, but it like it just like, you know, I was like, I think I'm better as a secondary caller, you know, like I can help my actual in-game leader, you know, and then just somehow I just kept coming back into it, you know, and then I decided to take the responsibility and you know, see where it can take me.
For you, Nick?
I think like 2016 I first tried, and I was really bad because I was really skilled on my team, and like I was like the second voice. I think the second voice in the team is like the best because you can kind of do what you want and like also be playing your own game, right?
Yeah, it's the best job in the world, I think, in the CSGO.
2017 is when I first took over and just went from there, and it was not something that I wanted to do when I was younger.
The at Arena setting the stage not only for the culmination of the Blast 2022 circuit, but the final Tier 1 event of the year. Maniac, you said something very poignant back in Copenhagen. It is not a birthright to be able to play in front of a crowd on a stage on LAN.
It never is and never will be. And also, Freya, I think these are the most significant moments in the career of a player. I think these are the moments in posterity where you go and look back and you say, okay, what was your value? What did you show to us when you were put under these spotlights? OG, it's going to be only the second time that they grace the stage. Now, in these very high pressure moments, some players rise up for the occasion. They show something we hadn't expected, and some completely crumble and disappear.
It's what you live for. It's what you play for. It's what you practice for. There's a lot of hours you don't see behind the scenes when people are practicing, when they're putting in hours in the deathmatch server, and it's all culminating when you go into that stage. You forget all the hard work, you forget all the trouble sometimes, you forget all the arguments with your teammates, with your parents, with everything, and you just live the moment when you're on the stage. This is why you play Counter-Strike. This is why it matters to us, and this is why the players are putting in so many hours to get up there and sit and play.
This is exactly what you've poured everything into. The fact that you can see the trophy teasing you in front of the stage as well, that's going to be, you know, incredibly hungry for some of the teams who haven't lifted the trophy in 2022 as well.
I know, and there's a paradox because you are at the same time so close from the trophy, but also so far away. When you don't have that experience, and you have a semi-final to win and a grand final to win, and you have these 16 rounds to go look for each and every single time, and when you make a mistake, you get punished for it. That's why we say experience helps, because it is quite a unique environment to be playing in.
Yeah, definitely indeed. Well, let's kick this show on the road. It's time for the Blast Premier World Finals to be kicking off.
Welcome, Your Excellencies, dignitaries, and Counter-Strike fans from around the world. This is the Blast Premier World Finals 2022, and we're here in Abu Dhabi to celebrate the last event of the year in Counter-Strike. It has been a crazy year. We've seen multiple teams win from around the world, and we have 8 of the best that took place to fight for this trophy that stands in front of me. 4 remain. We are at the semi-final point, and we've got some of the best teams that made their way here fighting tooth and nail to try and lift the trophy tomorrow. We also have an opportunity to see which team can end the year on a high and see if they can carry that through to next year, because Counter-Strike never stops. Counter-Strike never sleeps, and we love this beautiful game. Are you guys ready for the semi-finals? Let's get it.
Was questioned whether they should even be at the World Finals, but now they enter the semi-finals here in Abu Dhabi.
Viku, oh, that's triumphant through the smoke with 3 out of nowhere.
OC fixated on him for the first couple of maps.
He has the ability to play at a high level. When it happens, it is worth its own gold for Team Liquid.
The spam is clean, that transfer lands, and OC is the man.
Liquid certainly ready to flood the arena after fending off the tumultuous tides of the group stage. Yet another stage ready to grace, and to mark the occasion, a clash versus OG. Undoubtedly the dark horse is Pimp of their group. As James Banks was just saying, hardly anybody expected to see them on this very stage, particularly as when we look back throughout 2022, it's been a bit of a rarity to see them actually on a LAN stage.
Yeah, it's been a rarity. They haven't really played up to the expectation. I would argue they're currently ranked number 18 in the world, so the fact that they're part of a top 4 like this at the World Finals is highly impressive. You look at some of the players, you look at some of the individual capabilities they have, and you'd argue that they should be a little bit better. What we've seen so far this tournament for OG has been excellent. They played some high-level Counter-Strike. A couple of the individuals that we'd love to see in FlameC and Dexter have really done a great job, so it's good to see them finally coming together.
I mean, I think I slightly disagree in the sense that they've done exactly what the expectations were. I don't think we had expectations of seeing OG in the playoffs. I don't think they're a top 8 team at all. I think they are completely bluffing everybody. Shit, there were articles on why they should not be at this tournament. This is the stage that we are. We have to be honest. There were people out there making analysis on why OG at the World Final should not happen. They should not be a top 8 team. And what they've been doing, they've been proving everybody wrong. They've been winning. They made their way to the semi-final, only losing 1 map. So if you're OG, you had the entire world against you. No one was believing what you were doing, but Nexa didn't care. He just did what he had to do.
And literally, Nexa said in an interview, his only goal coming into this was to end their losing streak. They did that in literally the first game of the tournament. Now they get to go up against another team on the stage, against the crowd as well. I absolutely love that.
To be fair, right, the team themselves, as you said, they came into the tournament saying that we're on a losing streak. I think FlameC in the very first interview we did with him as well said that we have no expectations. We don't expect anything from this tournament, and we play with no pressure whatsoever, and rightfully so, right? Because as we discussed, being number 18 in the world, being part of this circuit, being part of the World Finals was a bit of a surprise for many reasons. I will say that what we've seen so far from OG on the server has been nothing but excellent. The way they won their games has been very convincing. The level of Counter-Strike they've played has been at a high level, and I would argue that's the best we've seen from this iteration of OG ever.
Talk to me about who's been maybe the standout performer for your Money Match, because obviously back at the Major we didn't see them even managing to battle out of that Challenger stage. I think we all were kind of desiring more from basically every individual on the side.
I feel like I'm about to spin the table and cue the usual. Well, FlameC is actually delivering, because every now and then in a tournament, this song comes back around in the jukebox, and this is what's happening in Abu Dhabi. Dexter is always delivering. Dexter is consistent, and he's excellent. But Flames has actually been delivering some solid Counter-Strike in here for OG, specifically in a meta that is so CT-centric, although the update might have touched that a little bit. He's been doing work on the T side. He's been opening, he's been fragging, multi-killing left, right, and center. So if anyone's got to have the prestige on him right now, it'd be Flames.
It's the team for me, right? It's the team of OG, because I agree with you. Dexter, individually speaking, been great. FlameC, been great. The rest of the team, Nexa, Neofrag, and Fiku, all of them are around 1 rating. All of them are contributing. All of them have had moments in games where they've taken over, where they've done their job. So the support cast next to Dexter and Flamesy have done a tremendous job. You see it right here, a 1.04 rating on both Neofrag and Fico, and then Nexa, of course, as well, being the in-game leader. A little bit lower, but he's been calling some great T-sides overall. This is the first time I'm saying on a desk that OG as a team is actually impressive.
In that same interview with Nexa, actually, he said something quite interesting in terms of how he's commanding the team. He was saying, you know what, hands up, I am guilty of giving these players too much freedom to kind of try and play their own styles. Do you feel like we've seen a more well-drilled approach from OG, or has it just been a case of individuals finding their form when they need to?
I don't think we've seen a strikingly different OG. I think, again, once in a while, just a red moon in the sky, and this happens once again. I take you back, guys, to Lisbon. We were together on this desk talking about them moving into semi-final. We were all absolutely flabbergasted by, you know, Dexter joining them on a standing position, beating Na'Vi in the group stage, demolishing Ents, making their way to the semi-final, and we were thinking, oh my god, this is it, that's the recipe. But it just turns out that with the brand of Counter-Strike they play, when you have the players showing up, yes, it then works. You give a lot of freedom, you give a lot of responsibility to players, you play a flexible, kind of sometimes hard Counter-Strike to anticipate, and when it clicks, it's hard to play against.
I am happy he came to the realization that they need to have a more team aspect approach to the game. They need to be elevating each other. Sure, Dexter, give him a little bit of freedom. Sure, Flamesy, give him the freedom to flourish as the flower he is. But at the end of the day, you got to win as a team, because if you take the players pound for pound, I would argue OG by far are the worst team, individually speaking, at the tournament. So your only way of winning is not by giving freedom to all these players, because sure, they're good when you compare them to me and Maniac, but when you compare them to the rest of the teams at this tournament, you suck. But compared to the rest of the teammates, right, you are not up there. You cannot give them freedom and expect to win. So the fact that they're having a more like, I would argue, a heroic approach where everyone has to chime in, everyone has to contribute, I like that a lot coming out of next.
And when we're talking about the AWPing side of the equation as well, obviously you were saying, you know, Dex has been looking great throughout this tournament. We do have to compare him to the other side of the equation, which is OC, which we kind of always say time and time again, a bit more to be desired from him.
Definitely a 1v1 that we have to discuss here. I agree with Jacob, the pound for pound favors Liquid, but this might just be the one department when OG have absolutely nothing to be shy, nothing to be timid about. You can look at the numbers, Dexter is obviously outshining OC, but if we move on to the next one and we talk about the CT side specifically, this is where the magic happens. Some of these numbers from Dexter are completely gobsmacking. First of all, 1.44 rating on the CT side. As of now, that's the third highest in the tournament. But just look up just a little bit and it is 2.1 entry rating on the CT side for Dexter. 92% success rate. I just want to lay it in easy words for the layman out there. If you cross Dexter's path at the beginning of a round, you are dead. Mathematically, you are dead. There's literally 1 round out of 10 where you're not going to lose this duel. And this is in itself a mind-blowing number. And Nexa has to use that. He has to move Dexter around and make sure he gives them 5v4s.
A Dexter with confidence is a very dangerous player, and a player that can dictate the game. I like to use that word. Few players have the ability to take over the game by himself. And as you said, if he's in your crosser, you will die when he's on that CT side. And it's amazing to see that he's finding such an amount of success, you know, consistently speaking, because not even Simple and Saivu can post those numbers.
Well, let's see if that confidence is reflecting into words in an interview with Mats.
We could see it on your performances. You have been a top 5 performer alongside Flames. You guys have been doing very well. What has been the secret?
Actually, there is no secrets. We just try to do something with our game. We was not happy that we are losing also, and we always work. So we just change the plan, and it shows up for us on this tournament, and we are happy with it.
And last time you guys were in the playoffs was at Lisbon, a blast tournament, of course. And it didn't really go your way. What will you do differently this time?
First of all, in Lisbon I was standing, and right now I am in the team. So I think there should be a difference between both of these matches. But we will see in the match what make a difference in the game.
And you mentioned it yourself, you were a stand-in back then, but now you're a permanent member. This has been your first full year for 2022 as an OG member. How does it feel, and what does it mean to you being here at the World Finals?
I feel great, actually, and what it means for me, it means everything. I put a lot of hours on this game. I sacrifice a lot of things in my life to be here, and right now I am super happy that we are here. We are in semis, and we have chance to go to grand final. I'm very happy right now.
And just looking at this match right now, what will you guys do to take down Liquid and go into the grand final?
First of all, we need to play as a team, and we need to show our energy for the whole stage. That's what I want from us. So let's go, boys.
You know what I'm happy about, Dexter? We potentially get to see Anubis if this does go to a third and final decider. But I do want to throw some other names under the spotlight in this one, because obviously you were talking a lot about FlameZ, his impact on the side of OG. We have to put him up versus Yakinda coming into this series, though, because the explosivity is going to be paying off.
Yeah, and it's a perfect segue. We just painted a picture of Dexter being that guaranteed entry kill. Well, who do you think he's going to have in his crosshair most of the time? Yakinda. And that in itself is going to be a duel that we have to keep an eye on during the entirety of the game, because Yakinda is the one that takes space and take risks for Liquid. Whenever he's working, whenever he's having a good game, you can see these numbers right here. He's going to just make the sun shine for Liquid. But if Dexter can shut it down, then we have Yakinda that's silent, and I think we have debate.
The numbers you see on your screen right now speaks volume to how good of a tournament FlameZ is having, because he's actually outmatching Yakinda, right? The best entry fragger in the entire world. We've been praising him for that time and time again. The man on the screen right here, he's been doing it for years and years, but in this specific tournament, FlameZ can match and even overdo Yakinda on some of those numbers. It is highly, highly important that the man right here will find some sort of success when he's going up against Team Liquid, because Maniac said it pretty well. When you look at the AWP department, sure, Dexter is a better player than OC, but if FlameZ can match Yakinda, all of a sudden we have a game that could potentially go 50-50.
And if we play this game of chicken, of like an AWP against an entry, well, I think that having OC in front of you instead of Dexter is a really good shot for FlameZ as well. That also means he's going to have a little bit more liberty to move around and take risks. OC is not as assertive, as Dexter is. He takes a bit more passive positions. He's more of a punisher type. So if you're OG and if you're Nexa, you want to play that loose style, do it. I think you might have a chance. Just go ahead.
An interesting number that you actually pointed out as well, Jacob, is, obviously OG have had an incredible tournament so far, and it comes off the back of actually not that many great starts to maps too.
Yeah, that's crazy, right? Usually when you have an underdog doing well at a tournament, you'd argue that they win a lot of their pistols or they get a lot of good starts to the game. They only won 3 out of 10 pistol rounds so far in this game and only converted 1 of those, which means they've been the worst team in the entire tournament outside of outsiders who were horrendous at actually starting out the games, which also suggests that in the clear buy rounds, when you actually have guns in your hands, OG have been the best playing team in the tournament so far, and that speaks again volumes to how well they're playing. No one would have anticipated that, and usually as an underdog, you need a good start to take down the big dogs. OG, they haven't needed it.
Yeah, that is kind of nuts, but when they're coming up against Liquid, sure, we were weighing this up and saying, pound for pound, surely Liquid are the ones coming out on top in this.
Yeah, they have to be. I mean, listen, I know that the current stats for OG are quite top-heavy with Dexter and FlameZ, but the truth is the belly of the beast for Liquid is very solid. If you tell me that Naf and Nilige aren't even your highest-rated players, to me that means that you have depth in your roster. And they also have players who I feel like have very complementary kind of profiles. We know we have the aggression from Yakinda, we know he's going to open up, but then you have the lurks coming out of Naf, and he's going to be very clever about it. And then you have the multi-kill mid-round situation from Nilige. I just think that in the card deck, Nitro has so many trump cards he can use with this roster right now.
Even Nitro has played well. That was I was looking at, right? Nitro has found impact, especially on the T side with his calling, but also individually speaking, he's above 1 rating as of right now, and he's been below 1 rating throughout the entirety of the season ever since he came back from Relevant. So the fact that Nitro is adding layers to his level as well means that Liquid have no weak link, and that's been an issue for them. I feel sometimes you can look at this guy on your screen right here, and if you were an opponent, you could target him. We've seen that over and over again on the CT side. I don't think Nitro is playing at a level right now where you can allow yourself to target him.
No, he's been great individually. I don't know what you think about it, Jacob. I just thought if you're Nexa and your go-to kind of your protocol is to be a bit more free-flowing and play more default-based, duel-based, I think this is the bread and butter of Liquid. I think they love it. I think Liquid love a team that's going to just try to clash head-on with them and have a whole lot of duels and don't play that late game, execute-based, which is drawing you out and making you tired. I think Elige is more than happy to take a multi-kill. I think Yakinda is more than happy to fight. So I just don't know if, strategically speaking, Nexa is just going headstrong into a wall right now.
I love that you bring up the point about Elige as well, because finally we got to see that two-pronged attack that we were hyping up so much of, obviously Yakinda by his side as well versus Na'Vi yesterday, and that pure multi-kill ability from both of them. It was so instrumental in that victory.
Especially when they're both firing on all cylinders. That's when you have this magic combo of Elige coming in with Yakinda, a hyper-aggressive Yakinda with a more, I would say, valued and balanced Elige behind him. That's a deadly duo. The thing with Elige is I think we can expect more from him. Sure, he's had a decent tournament so far, but I think he's one of the most talented and skilled players we have in Counter-Strike. And to be completely honest, this season for him hasn't been that great. Tournament here, sure, he's been decent, but I think there's more to be decided for Elige.
Well, let's check in with another veteran of the Liquid squad, because we do have a Naf with a few words.
We've been talking in the green room a little bit about your role on the team and role swapping a little bit with Nitro to make him feel a little bit more comfortable on the server. Can you comment a little bit on that?
Yeah, I mean, I believe with our team, Yakinda is a very vocal player. Obviously, straight out the jump, when we came to him, he reminds me of a lot of like Stewie. He has a lot of input. He wants to be more in the entry roles and take control and get those entries and kind of determine how the map is going to be played. And, you know, Elige, I know he's a player that wants to be comfortable, and when he's comfortable, he's fragging, and he's one of the biggest, you know, superstars in the game for a long time. So, and OC, you know, he's the opper. Oppers are very important in the games nowadays. So as long as those three are popping off and I'm doing my job as an anchor, kind of just holding our sights. Same with Nitro. Yesterday, Nitro versus Navi, he was playing phenomenal. He had a lot of impact kills. So if Nitro and I are doing our jobs on the extremities, then everything should be falling in our hands. So we'll just have to wait and see.
And since this is the last event of the year, let's roll back the time a little bit to last year, around this time. You guys were at the fall final and kind of looked like a dead Team Liquid, but now you guys have been alive and kicking in 2022. What has been the difference maker throughout this process here?
I think just during the start of the year, we were just like a little bit shaky. I think with our roster with the Shocks was just like, I loved playing with him. It was just more about just like, just role-wise, there seems to be some sort of overlap and just some misunderstandings on like how the game wanted to be played. And once we got Yakinder in the team, we saw that he's more of a player that we need in our system. He's more of that entry guy, and everybody on paper seems to have all their roles like distinctly in place. So I think just like with this lineup, we're more confident in it, and on paper, it's the right lineup. We just need to make sure when the time comes that we actually just show up and we play great Counter-Strike.
Now, speaking about the importance of the individual showing up, and to be fair to him, he's been looking great this tournament.
Yes, if you talk about important pieces for Liquid, he's the man that you have to think about. I believe the job he's been able to accomplish mostly on the T side has been stellar with Liquid this whole event. If you go back to their game against Navi, what's the story? It's Yakinder in the Liege trying to get trades, trying to get skirmishy a little bit, and then when Naf feels like he has the timing, then he takes that 1v1, he creates that space, he punishes the rotation, and he gives you the side. And he's going to do it again. If you talk experience, which has a lot more than the whole OG roster being put together, I guarantee you Naf is going to be in all the right places, in all the right timings, punishing rotations, basically giving rounds to Nitro.
To me, he's Mr. Consistent. I would love to have a player like Naf on my team. He's not set up to be a star player. He's not set up to be a guy that takes a lot of space away from your star players. As you said, he's going to be in the right moments at the right times, and he's going to deliver. His overall rating for 2022, 1.14. His overall rating for 21, 1.14. His overall rating for 2020, 1.13. He is so consistent in the way he delivers at all times that you can always count on Naf when he's on a stage.
And that's the thing, I feel like we kind of underrate him because he was just alluding to his own style himself. He's the one that has to be the kind of backup coming into things. He's not, you know, necessarily flashy, necessarily got that star style, but he's always consistent, always reliable.
Look, if you want a team to be winning and to be functional, you need to have individuals doing different work. That is the basic principle. It's like in football, not everybody can be an attacker or midfielder or whatever. You need to have different players in different positions. I think Naf understands very well what is required from him in that kind of pattern they have now and what he needs to do. And he said it. Listen, I get it. I'm going to be anchoring on the B side. I'm going to be lurking on the T side. I'm going to give these guys the space they need. But I know I can do my job within these conditions.
Well, we do need to check in with our Betway predictions as well to see exactly who is putting on the table to be winning this one. And Pimp, you actually went with OG.
Taking risks.
Rather than making, you know, stellar points about Liquid being the better individuals, actually you're going with the inverse. Why?
I'm going with OG because what I've seen from OG so far has been the absolute best I've ever seen them play.
Bullshit.
I will argue though that there's maybe a little bit of bias in the sense that I would love to see your face when I win this competition, so I took a bit of a gamble. But I really, really do believe that the way OG has been playing so far, they have a realistic shot at Liquid. Sure, Liquid are the favorites, but don't count them out.
Well, Pimp does take this prediction game very seriously when it comes into it, so it's time to see exactly what is going to be going down in our first semi-final of the day. When we get back, it is time to welcome our teams onto this grand stage. It's Liquid taking on OG.
It's me, Launders, you know me, the aim god, top 10 player usually in the year, versus Nico, actually my biggest rival, okay? And we're gonna be playing Betway 1v1 versus each other for all the pride. Nico, are you ready for this, man?
I don't know, man. You're warmed up.
Yeah.
Your resolution is here, so I don't know, we'll see.
I do have a res advantage, yes. I also have a brains advantage.
That's true. Game sense, like everything, like all the dungeons that you can.
No one's watched more Redline demos than me, okay? So, all right, let's get into it.
All right,
good luck, brother.
Good luck, man.
All right.
Oh, look at him jump. What? Wait, how many rounds are you playing?
First aid.
Look at him jiggle over there. He knows the map, man.
That's my favorite spot. So don't aim up there. Okay, I can't go there anymore.
Okay.
It's gonna be a dream come true, Nico. Sometimes it's about who wants it more, you know?
That's true.
Let's make it happen. Keep your crosshairs low and your dreams high, okay? That's what I always say. And keep your crosshairs small as well. Oh. Even a blind squirrel finds a nut every once in a while. That's what I always say. Yes, sir.
There's too many body shots, man.
Every time I hit you, I feel good, so. Oh, okay, all right. I'm not nervous at all. I'm not nervous at all.
Just confident.
Yeah, I close games.
Okay, what they're trying to say there.
Yes, sir. All right, here, last 2 rounds.
Like, it's so hard to hit the headshot, I don't know why.
Yeah, your head's like a watermelon for me, actually, so. Come on, man, no one gets me out of this spot. Yeah. Even if it was the 16, you know, best of 3 to 16, it wouldn't matter. Let's go. Let's go. All right. Oh, there it is, baby. Okay, we've done it. Nico, good game, man.
Yeah.
What'd you think of my performance?
I guess it went as expected, yeah.
Yeah. That's it. I'm the better player.
You are.
That's what we just proved. That's it.
Proven.
Guys, thank you. I just want to say, I always knew it was going to happen.
Thank you, and that was easy, bro.
No,
what?
No. Whoa, well, actually, it's not going to be me who's playing. It's going to be this guy right here, okay, to play against Nico. You going to bring the pain?
I'm gonna break him.
We're going to break him. Let's go.
Oh, okay. Oh, really?
Teamwork, baby.
Teamwork.
All right.
Holy shit, okay, you guys got me.
I skipped that part.
OG versus Liquid. It's taken an entire year to see this clash go down, and now for the ultimate prize of a spot in the grand final. So let's welcome the teams onto the stage. Talk about resilience from the side of Team Liquid. Incredible fortitude.
Yeah, I think what's one of the most powerful T-side hits, the split between Long B and Cave. And Elige decides to just lock it in. Nice headshot onto Kicker.
Nitro with the transfer and 3 kills in the blink of an eye from the captain.
But it felt like Liquid were in control from start to finish. Felt like they had the players and the mental fortitude to get it done. Nitro, and then of course OC as well, and Yekindar is always playing well, and that's enough.
OC unfortunately won't be in a position to get it, but the spam is clean. That transfer lands. Team Liquid take down Na'Vi, and they're going to the semi-finals.
Liquid have shown us that their recent performances as a team have not been a fluke, and they can perform against the best and rise once again. NAF, evolving, growing, developing, always reliable, always consistent, changing his role and lurking in the shadows for success. Yekindar, the fiery Latvian, a new system, a new culture. He's been the key reason with his unwavering aggression that the team is finding success again. Nitro, the captain, a true leader, the American hero. He came back to our beautiful game and now wants to prove that he is still capable of leading his men to titles. Elige, looking at every detail, constantly working on himself to find a way to improve, even if it's just by 1%, always demanding the best from those around him. And OC, handling the pressure that comes with being a North American AWPer. If he can unlock his potential, he could be the difference maker for the squad. Etihad Arena, make some noise for Team Liquid! OG have beaten the odds and done what many thought was not possible. It was questioned whether they should even be at the World Finals, but now they enter the semi-finals here in Abu Dhabi. And you've got to say, they did it with no easy route for sure.
They don't know about Flames into the back of the site, but his first teammate's dead. Oh, a missed shot from that AWP. Flames at the bench, sends Heroic packing. Fiku, oh, that's triumphant through the smoke with 3 out of nowhere. That one just blindsides Vitality. It blindsided me and I have a mini-map.
Neofrag's got another opening.
One by one, everyone's starting to come alive for OG, right as Vitality fall asleep at the wheel. Neofrag, 4 in the round, on for the ace, and he's gonna get it. OG, they're going to the semi-final.
OG came in with clouds above their heads. It was questioned whether they deserved to be here, but they came in and cruised to the semi-finals in style. Dexter, a heavy slap that sent ripples throughout the team when he joined, changing how they played, and now he sits as the star of the squad. Flames, a spark ignited the fire that showed us his hidden powers. Never scared of even the most veteran players, always confident, always ready. Nexa, the experienced one, taking the young talents to new heights and proving to the world that he can be a great in-game leader, now with his men believing in what he says. Neofrag, he has sinned and sinned again. He's taken time to adapt to the new system within the team, but he's rediscovered himself and is getting to where we expected him to be. And Fiku, a capable rifle, a promising talent, an innocent smile that you don't want to get on the wrong side of. When you least expect it, Fiku will step up and give them exactly what they need. Let me hear you give it up for OG Esports!
In one corner of the ring, we have Liquid. In the other, enters the force of OG. Two teams hungry to be putting a 2022 trophy inside their cabinet. And for two different reasons. Matthew, we were prefacing OG only the second time this year they've actually entered a big LAN stage.
And if they want to go a step further, I think they will have to show us something that we haven't seen before. I think there's going to have to be a depth that we were unsuspecting in a way. We can just start by talking about the first map. It's going to be Overpass, and I think we've seen a very powerful Liquid against Navi. I think they've showcased a whole lot of mastery on the T side. Naf with the lurks, Elysian, Yakin, they're kind of punishing the space on A. And I was keeping an eye on the stats for OG. Dexter has only played Overpass 3 times with this roster on LAN, and I think Liquid are hoping that there is some disconnect in that defense.
I disagree in the sense that I think what OG have shown us in the tournament so far is going to be enough to potentially take down Liquid. I think the first 2 games they played here has been the best we've ever seen from OG. I will agree, first map coming in to be Overpass, I have Liquids as favorites in that one. As you said, OG doesn't have that many big results on it. They haven't played it for quite some time either. So I expect Liquid to take Overpass, but in terms of OG and the way they've delivered so far, spot on.
Well, it certainly does all come down to this. Overpass, the pick of Liquid, coming in as the first map on this best of 3 semi-final, and it's time for Harry and Jason to guide us through it.
Thank you very much. Yeah, we're here in the Etihad Arena. This is best seats in the house, I would say, for us, Jason. We're kind of blessed up here, right?
Yeah, we got a verticality. We got to look down on all the action, and absolutely, it's going to be a lot of action today. OG, Liquid, 2 different styles, very in-your-face from OG. Liquid was throwing out trickery yesterday. It was a little more strategic, but this is going to be a clash.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to this AWPA head-to-head, right? I think the kind of bout between OC and Dexter is really going to be one to keep an eye on when you look at the path that OC's got to face. He's had AWPAs that haven't really been in their stride, in their element, and the same cannot be said for Dexter on the OG side of things. He's having a hell of a tournament right now.
Yeah, they outlined it on the desk very, very well, especially on the CT side. He's good for one. He's going to get you, and that's going to be a very tough one, and that's production exactly that OC hasn't been able to match throughout this tournament. But that slack has been picked up, right? We've had Elige shown some good games. This Elige-Yakinder combo that we've had throughout the event has been so devastating to their opposition, so that is a great strength for Team Liquid. Nitro's been playing very, very well, so down the board of Team Liquid, you have a lot of very, very strong players.
Yeah, you know, coming into this, obviously there were a lot of eyes on OG, right? A lot of folks kind of wondering, did they deserve the placing here in the World Finals? And they've shown up in a very big way. They're trying to prove to everyone that they have what it takes to compete on the big stages. And within the Blast circuit, they've had a pretty good time of things, right?
Yeah.
When we look at OG, here, I think, you know, coming in, they kind of said, yeah, we don't really know where the expectations are, don't really have any, we're just going to play. Well, now you've made it all the way to the semifinals. Now that kind of objective, that feeling has to have changed.
And while they've done good in the Blast circuit especially, it's the playoffs where they've met most of their woes. This is still a relatively new lineup, and a lineup that's trying to find exactly how they want to play and how they're going to come together in these more high-pressure situations on the stage when they're getting deep into events. And I mean, look, the way they played this event, you still have to be scared. You still have to be a little bit intimidated and just say, okay, Flames is playing really well. Dexter's obviously playing really well. Nexus calling some good Counter-Strike also. They've got tools, they've got weapons, and they can certainly cause another upset here. And especially this is what, like this is the last event of the year for both these teams. This could be the very last game they play, so it's time to leave it all out into the server. Fist bumps going out. You can see Dexter there, his classic high five, and here we go. Semifinals, Abu Dhabi, Team Liquid OG at the Blast World Finals. Winner here moves on to the Grand Finals tomorrow afternoon. We got shots from Yakinder, or excuse me, from Neofrag early on. Elige, way far back engagement. He's stuck in it, stuck in the open with the P250, but nobody goes down. A stalemate is called.
Yeah, Liquid, they've got all this connector control. They could look to pincer this water side, and that would leave OG in a bit of a rough way, but for the time being, these two players that are pushed up for OG, gonna go undetected, gonna go unnoticed. Team Liquid have got their eyes set on this A side of the map.
Yesterday on Overpass, they were very, very slow. And remember, they worked Na'Vi. A lot of that was Naf over towards the B bomb site on the T side, able to find lurks, able to find good timings. Here it's Neofrag with what appears to be an advantage, and he's got the first headshot. First kill comes out. Liquid playing from a deficit, but still progressing forward towards the A bomb site.
He's still fighting for this long control, and so what was meant to have kind of two components to it, it's really just this short push. They finally get past him over at long, and someone's going to break them away into this site. Nitro's trying his best to do it. The Glock claims 2 lives up inside of A, and that's allowed the plant to come through. Liquid, no time to get comfortable, no time to get set up. This long wrap from Nexa immediately applies pressure, so Nitro has to do it all alone. Call him Captain America. He's using the Glock instead of the shield for this one. Just trying to play the time on this. Nexa can't take forever. He's on the clock, and Nitro doing a great job of slowing this down. There's the last shot. And my word, 4 to open up from Nitro. That's a statement pistol round out of Liquid.
Yeah, and all the questions around him swirling across the entire year of 2022. Here down the stretch, he has been delivering impact when they've needed it. The entries to get into the bomb, so you could see here on Flames and Fiku, and a 1 versus 2 to win it at the end of the day. Liquid snatched that from the claws of defeat, and it's 1-0.
Feels like a good omen for Liquid. Nitro was actually a very key piece of the puzzle in yesterday's matchup versus Na'Vi. Felt like he was always down to get involved early, right? Me and you even went away from that game and kind of had a little talk about it. It was very interesting how they were playing, right? It was like, in the rounds where it was a little more pacey, it was a little more speedy. Nitro was that
A little bit
point
more
man.
execute style. Yeah, Nitro's the guy going out, but when it's a little bit slow and calculated, you have that pairing of Elysian, Yakinder working things out. We're going to have a little bit of a break in the action. A tech pauses. We work out a couple bells and whistles, get them going for the rest of the game.
I just wasn't expecting that.
No.
You know.
I don't think
As good
OG
as
was
Nitro's
either, to
been.
be fair. I don't think
Yeah.
OG expected it whatsoever. They had all the advantages. They did that very, very well, and for Nitro to win it out is massive. That one hurts a little bit. They'll see if they can move past it. So what's up, Abu Dhabi? How's everyone feeling? It's lovely to be here. My friend Harry here was competed in a Medal of Honor tournament here just a few years back. I don't know, you might have seen him on stage.
Yeah, it's a little while ago now, Jason. We don't talk about it. It was a great experience, though, and the crowd there was lovely. Jason, I'd love to hear your thoughts on the map pool we got coming down the pipeline here, right? Bit of overpass to open Inferno, and then should we need it? That Anubis combination.
That Anubis.
Right?
I just want to get to Anubis. That's my only thought on it, really. That would be. I've had so much fun watching that map. Either way, we're back into the action. Round number 2. Liquid obviously going to be buying up out of the victory. OG going to be challenging Deagles, a scout as well. A couple of scouts. Neofrag and Dexter grab those. So looking to do some chip damage early and allow the pistols to clean up some frags as the round goes on.
Neofrag, that is a lovely opener. Elige attempts to run it up through middle, and Neofrag says no. With one of these scouts already finding success, this Force Buy has some good legs on it now for OG. Still don't know about this second scout on Dexter, so if they try to find any safe passage over towards long, they're going to be in for a world of hurt. Both these kind of long sight lines on A being held down by the double scout setup.
Second round in a row that OG is going to have an advantage of 5-on-4. Couldn't convert it in the pistol. And with the man down, I think Liquid's a little bit, just a little bit scared to kind of move forward across the map. Still very, very far back. Yakinder has control of short over towards the B bomb site, and now they're going to realign. Will be a B execute coming in. Nexa and Fiku to defend. Flames is there as well at Graffiti a little bit further back, and even Dexter shifting over now. They're saying we haven't seen anyone today. If Liquid was coming here, we would have noticed something at this point. So a good read for the defense, and Liquid is going to have another tough task.
They shot for Nexa to open, but Fiku lies in wait. Ooh dear. That's a TK in the mix. Hero of the pistol round, Nitro. Stabbed in the back. Fly moving in, trying to make up for it, but with Yakinder dead, this one is starting to spiral. It's starting to get out of hand. They're wrestling with it, trying to regain control. They battled back into the 2v2, but low on health. That sets up these scouts lovely. They both hit like Orps. Fly with a plant. Swinging out, Dexter will find him, and the scouts come up big for OG.
3 kills from those scouts, one of them the opening, but really it's the information that OG was able to grab. So many players, so many defenders there. Liquid couldn't handle it. Flashbang doesn't quite land as clean. This is a great kill from Nexa to take away one part of the attack.
Yeah, that one's going to hurt for Liquid as well. They try to go for one of these kind of like slow defaults early. They kind of showed us on overpass, and actually on a lot of their T-sides, they're down to really slow that pacing down, right? And under usual circumstances, that would have worked fine, but it's the fact that that scout opened the round up with an immediate 5v4, right? You can't play slow anymore. You're having to be the ones to go out and seek those gunfights, seek that equalizer.
And that's the stylistic difference that we'll see when these two teams switch side. OG a little bit more aggressive. They're going to be much more in your face. They want to get involved. They want to play the trade game. As we've seen throughout the group stage here at Blast, and Nitro's going to be looking towards blue door. Neofrag to challenge. He's got an AK-47. Yakinder looking to bait that initial contact, at least trade the kill.
Oh, not going to have a chance though. Neofrag looking pretty down in the connector. Even though Elige is going to try and, duel with him from this top mid fight. Not an easy one. We even have Naf starting to take up rain down in Con. And this is where NeoFrag just makes that call. I'm just going to back up. I don't want to hang around here. Don't have the info as to what's going on. And, you know, picking up that AK in some sort of like 2-for-1 trade, it's still a tantalizing offer for Liquid. So this is a nice reposition. They've had to waste a lot of time clearing dead angles down in connector.
AK-47 to Elige with armor, as NAF doesn't have any. They'd love to do some damage, even if they do end up losing it, but OG is just playing this smart, back into the bomb sites, letting Liquid take the first step, saying, you're gonna have to overextend to find a fight against us right now. We want you to commit to the bomb site. We're not gonna lose anyone too early. 22 seconds left on the clock as NAF starts to move up. Elige is still very far away. He's planning on saving the AK-47, so that's just gonna sit back and Elige, or excuse me, NAF and OC, let's see what you can do.
You would absolutely love the plant, but that is so far from certain with this double setup. And yeah, NeoFrag, he would have been on for the ace if Elige hadn't have called the save a long, long time ago. Lovely second round out of NeoFrag. An AK saved forward, but with that does come some complications for Liquid. It's going to put the money kind of offset in this first rifle round.
Well, now just the one AK-47. Elige has plenty of teammates to send forward to take some space for him, take some attention away to get that AK-47 in the right position. NeoFrag gonna be aggressive. Good start to the game for him. 6 kills in the opening 3 rounds, and that is a beefy grenade. So much HP taken away from Liquid right at the get-go.
Chances of accomplishing much here, made kind of hellish by the early utility damage. Elige moving back over towards B, the bomb in tow on OC. It looks like they kind of have their mind made up as to how they want to play this one. You do have Yakindar looking to make some contact here. Could have found that timing. NeoFrag just looked away, and Yakindar didn't commit to it either. On a knife's edge, this fight over at long, however, Flames might be about to ruin it all.
Ooh, he goes away as well. But yeah, Yakindar timing on that is going to be everything. He might be waiting for someone to make a move over towards the B bomb site. Still, Liquid content with just the map control they have. NeoFrag content to move up and grab another kill. That's Elige to fall. That's the AK-47 now past the Nitro, 31 HP and no armor. Tags from NAF, and there's a good trade. A second AK-47 salvaged.
Nitro's backing out of this one in a similar fashion. Looks like they kind of just want to keep both AKs afloat. Gonna send OC in, see if he'll survive. Spots this AWP now. He would love to remove that, but would have needed a clean Deeg shot, and Dexter, not a man who misses twice. That's a third for OG with this double AK save out of Team Liquid, heading into their first rifle round.
2 rounds that stall out though. AK-47's not able to get anything done. So up in the hands of Dexter, and that was a big talking point on the desk, especially on the CT side as he is. A 2.1 rating in opening kills for Dexter. If you appear on his crosshair in the early stages of the round, chances are he's taking you down. That'll be an issue for Team Liquid across this entire series, and let's see how it begins here on Overpass.
Yeah, it's almost the sort of pressure, as mentioned, coming into this that OC really hasn't faced yet in this event either, right? The AWPers he's kind of gone up against, even though they're huge names, have had fairly quiet matches whenever they've played Liquid.
Yeah, some struggles. Yeah, not today, though.
Over a middle, NeoFrag receiving end of Elige, and that is a big scalp to find. This guy's just kind of been free roaming all over the map. So you put a stop to him, you alleviate a bit of that pressure. Flames wins that first battle, and the follow-up falling into the connector. Hope and a prayer, and it goes his way. Elige and Nafly wondering how this went so wrong. They started this 5v4, and it's so quickly gone back the other way.
What a double from Flames. Yakindar's got to be so confused how that kill actually doesn't turn in his favor. 19 HP left. Elige finds the timing as the smoke clears. Brought it into a 2v3, but with low HP and only 1 set of utility on NAF, this is still difficulty. And Dexter is so far back with the AWP. He's got very deep lines of sight. 45 seconds for NAF and Elige to put together a game plan.
mean, getting past this AWP, it can be hard enough on these A plays in moments like this. That's before you take into account the guy wielding it. Nexa hits a really good timing on this con flank, and it's bad to worse for Team Liquid. Only Nafly left at the very end of it all. And with this info from Fiku down at B, they kind of know the areas of the map he can occupy. He's about to go walking into this AWP sightline. Missed shot for Dexter, and Nafly will run him down. That's opened up a route to a CT plant here. There's not really a lot that Nexa can do. Tries to close the gap, tries to move in, and will win that immediate head-to-head. Doesn't really feel like it because he wins it, but that's a pretty risky fight for Nexa to end up taking, right? That could have been the 1v1 into a doable round for Naf.
Yeah, the possibility was there, but that's so much pressure put on Naf as soon as the bomb gets planted. So hard for him to get comfortable in that fight. Bomb going to be defused. They're waiting for the AWP to be salvaged by Fiku. And then Nexa will stick that and ensure that they recover the AWP. What a double from Flames. The turning point into the round. It was a 5-on-4 up to that point, and obviously Nexa and Fiku eventually just get bored. Start pushing in towards short, start closing the map and making it smaller, and a timeout is taken. This one obviously from Liquid as they want to discuss things early on, the game plan not working.
Yeah, it wasn't really till that matchup yesterday that we saw Liquid show a really good overpass, right? And I almost wonder if that's what like tempted them into picking it today. But we haven't really seen a T-side that's felt too similar, right? And already I'm seeing some procedures from OG taken to try and limit some of the impact that guys like Nafly were having down towards B. We haven't really seen him lurking there just yet. But one thing I've already noted is that OG are very, very keen to take away this short water control to try and pressure Monster. That round there was a very good example. We had Fiku sat in the short tunnel, an area that Naf frequents, just to make sure that he's not lurking around in the backlines trying to keep that back door open down towards B.
One thing we still haven't seen from Liquid that was part of the reason why they were powered on so much yesterday against Na'Vi is Yakinder and Elige working together out towards long. They did a great job hip to hip. Dexter doesn't get the kill, but he's got the tag onto OC. 21 HP left. And that'll slow things down, that op ringing out and doing damage. Dexter's gonna stay out towards long. Neofrag starting to back off of bathrooms as well.
Does it to open up. Start to take a bit of long control now. Ikindar and Elige both pressuring middle while Nitro clears out the connector. You've also got this, lurk down towards B out of Nafly. This is a more standard Liquid T-side round. With that con control and a bit of presence outside of B, it would have left the option open to go back. But we do see Naf has kind of up and left it. So at this point, you lose all info down towards that B side of the map, and that is going to leave you with a bit of an A commit on your plate here. As a result, you would have loved that first fight instead. Neofrag back with a vengeance after last round. He's in with the first.
Another 5v4 for OG. Dexter with the op. At the A bomb site, still ready and waiting. Neofrag, smoke clears, he goes down for free. Another equalizer found for Elige, but now the op steps up to the plate next. Dexter can deliver some stunning shots. He needs to be Molotov, but there's no more utility for Liquid, and there's some disaster striking. Trade from Naf, and Flames has to stand tall. He needs more time. Fiku's here, and he's got them both.
Beautiful little claps into that A site for OG, right? It went from feeling like you were just fighting Dexter to suddenly the whole team being there, reinforcing him in the blink of an eye. Gotta say as well, this is a terrifying form for Neofrag to have come into this game on, right? He's had a couple of quiet moments in the OG games, but hasn't been a particularly quiet player. He just sometimes would go absent for a handful of rounds. It normally kind of took a big moment to bring him into games. Well,
not
he's
today.
hit the ground running here, hasn't he?
Which is a huge benefit to have. The two names you talk about on this OG team are Flames, are Dexter. You add Neofrag into that, and oh, what a great little trio they have to be dangerous.
It's how oppressive he's being as well. Like, you never know where you're going to face him in this game, right? He's kind of free roaming all across mid, long, even down in connector early on. It's a real guessing game. And Liquid, they keep picking wrong.
And I mean, with Neofrag being this aggressive, as you mentioned, he's able to keep track of exactly where Liquid is and how far they've progressed. At the moment, he's calling out, nobody's here. So Dexter with the AWP is going to be positioned at the B bomb site in his mobility, finding ways to be at the point of attack. And that's coming any second.
All right, here he is with the AWP around the pillar. Dexter, there's one. Only 5 bullets in it. Everyone has to count. Third shot sails past, but he's lived up his side of the bargain. Dexter, the guardian of this B site, 3 in the round. No love for the low buy round for Liquid. It is blowing out the water.
Nobody even got close to Dexter. No chance to fire back for either Naf or Nitro. I think OC gets maybe 1 shot off, but Dexter's got no problems. All right, trying to get Liquid up. Trying to get them into the game. They win the pistol, and they've lost 6 in a row now. A disastrous start to the series and to the semifinals. But OC's finally got the AWP in hand. It might be able to turn the tides. Neofrag takes a little bit of damage from the Molotov, and the sound cue might give Nitro the inclination, or the indication, that someone's present at the top of the stairs.
Liquid don't really react to that info. Didn't have anyone else nearby to assist Nitro, so it didn't feel worth it in that moment. Instead, just taking the connector control, run boost. Gonna get you some safe passage over here towards long.
Okay, well here that is. That's Elysian Yakinder. We've touched on that a couple of times. This devastated Navi's defense yesterday. And for the things that haven't worked so far for Team Liquid, you hope this is gonna be a recipe to get you back on the board and stop the streak. Neofrag maintaining this aggression. So much confidence. OC, oh, he unscoped, I believe, but thankfully Naf is there for the trade.
Even onto the AWP as well, and he can wield it. Dexter, oh, you've given him a jiggle. You're trying to bait the shot. Oh, he's unwavering, but that baits him into the flash. Lovely little double out of Elige. Finally have a bit of that opening power. And that should net Liquid a second round with Nexa and Fiku just so far removed. With those kills coming in so quickly, you're not in a position to retake this.
Really good like baiting jiggles to keep Dexter out in the open, to keep him paused and holding the angle, to keep him there for the flashbang to be completely effective. And Flames in support was just lined up, unfortunately. So 6-2 in the favor of OG. Yeah, it looked like OC had that angle. I'm not sure what he changed. It was Elige baiting him out. Oh, good transfer. They didn't even line up, excuse me. That's just plain raw mechanics from Elige.
They're even hunting. Thankfully, they showed a bit of mercy, and so OG get out with those 2 guns when all is said and done. Liquid with that second round. They want to start picking up some steam now. They need to start chaining together a couple of these rounds. The resilience has been a bit of a pitfall for Liquid. We saw that yesterday. They did have it in them to pull it back on the 3rd map versus Na'Vi.
That 3rd map, I mean, that was Mirage, right? And that's one of the questions you asked about the map pool earlier. That's one of the maps Liquid could have gone to. They've got a phenomenal winning rate on it.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, you know, this kind of felt like a mixture of confidence from yesterday's win on this map, combined with the fact it's kind of a middle ground map for OG, so trying to punish pick it.
Not working so far.
With something unexpected, right? But OG are looking right at home here.
Neofrag pushing up long. And once again, with his kind of aggressive stance at his information gathering, OG is content and confident to put 4 players parked at the B bomb site. They feel it's going to be a hit other side of the map. Very possible. Naf and OC are keeping the option open, looking for pushes through Monster and Short. They're keeping the potential for a B hit available to Team Liquid.
Using all this util to take this A side control, and it looks like they do want to commit. They want to make use of this ground that they've gained. Oh, hello, I say that. Naf had completely up and left B. Something's changed his mind here.
They're going to come back into it, it looks like. And they're going to have to contend with Dexter with the AWP over towards Sandbags. Okay, this is a fake. Dexter's pulled away. Fiku's pulled forward. And Naf, oh, he lost the fight. That's one of the ones he was great at yesterday. Liquid going to try and stream in another one for Fiku. And that's disaster. That's the bomb down. They have to save. There's no time anymore.
That is brutal. I love that from Fiku as well. When you see Naf there back at the barrels, that's a real telegraph with him getting activated on the lurk that this is going to come back into B. As the time runs out for Liquid, I would love to see a bit of a pace change. I think one of the big problems they're running into right now is that OG are allowed to play this one-man A setup, because right now it is just NeoFrag playing back within the site, and he's saying, guys, they're not hitting anything till there's 30 seconds left on the clock. They're wasting all this time clearing mid because I've been harassing them there early on, that I don't even have to play it anymore. The ghost of NeoFrag is essentially putting that fear in Liquid in its own right.
Yeah, I mean, they played a very strategic trickery style yesterday against Na'Vi, but that counts on them getting opening kills. Good on OC to shut down NeoFrag. That might help. 5 on 4, and now you can start working the map. Now these fakes are going to be a little bit more effective, a little bit stronger. And you can apply some pressure to this defense. Elige is going to start hustling up towards long with NeoFrag down. The aggressive player in bathrooms no longer available to OG.
You could definitely make the argument the one guy you don't want to run into right now is Dexter with that AWP, right? If he's just on a long sightline posted, that could be their route to the equalizer. And oftentimes there's very little you can do to trade that back. Flash out towards Monster. Naf starts to make a move. This doesn't look like the B commit. That bomb's up and left. Set up with a flash. Naf knocks 2 out of the round and forces this rotate away from A. That's opened the door up for Liquid.
Yeah, and gives Elige the confidence to start peeking into the bomb site before his teammates arrive. Dexter and Nexta on the wrong side of the map. This should be a free win for Team Liquid. They're going to end up saving these weapons. I think Dexter just now realizing the A bomb site is lost. He's got no time to rotate back to even attempt at stopping this, so no point in going at it. Liquid's going to get within 4. And this time with the man advantage, you can activate Naf like that. You can give up your chance to peek into the B bomb site to go through Monster and see what he's going to find. That's a brilliant double kill to get with the Galil.
This round as well also just goes to show how important these opening fights have been, right? First time in a while we've had one for Liquid just go untraded. Looking like they want to try and hunt down these guns as well, but Liquid aren't exactly flush with money themselves. They will just keep 5 alive. 3-7, still within the realms of recovery here for Team Liquid. Their way back in is going to hinge on starting to break some of this money down. And with the saving coming through in these last couple for OG, they've kept these bank accounts relatively healthy for the time being.
Well, that can all disappear pretty quickly, but Liquid, I mean, you hope they found a little bit of a winning recipe with that kind of a victory. Dexter and NeoFrag. Aggressive at first, but flashed off the angles.
Oh, a boost up. OC was not ready for that. Flames playing it tucked, coming up late, and now NeoFrag fighting for this con control. Been pretty passive in the last few rounds, pretty measured. Wasn't until the long push, now something a little different down in Connector, but Yakinda is able to equalize this out into a 4v4.
And again, once he goes down, Elige has all the confidence in the world to move up long. And towards bathrooms we go. Flashbang from Nitro to force Dexter off the angle with the AWP. He comes back for more. The jiggle, and Nitro wants to take the gamble. Picked off. Yakinder's up next.
Will he be able to succeed? His captain fell short. He wants no part in it, and I can't say I blame him. Elige left in the bathrooms, has dealt with Flames. The Toilet's now back in the ownership of Liquid, trying to cut off this info. Down on the B side of the map, there is just one man here, Fiku.
And Elige has no utility to throw any kind of a fake, so it's going to be on Naf on this entrance and Yakinder coming in second. Naf's got the AWP. Kinder's gonna turn the corner. Fiku looked the other direction. Gave Naf all the advantages, but there's Dexter, that's a Tech 9. Used like an op, wielded like an op, and an immediate headshot. Post plant 2v2, and OG will go for this.
Dexter's still a ways away. Next to the man, trying to broker this deal to get them in for the retake, and with Yakinder dead, it's left to Nafly. Scavenged this AWP earlier on, well now he's got to put it to use. Dexter's throwing his away. They're playing 2 rifles in this retake. Naf on the angle. Tap on the bomb, hoping this baits a peek, and it will. He can't find the shot. Dexter's run him down. And so OG successfully break away back into that one.
A very quiet retake. Yakinder had no indication it was coming. Absolutely brutal. OG are just not letting Team Liquid get anything going. They have not been able to string 2 rounds together yet. Nice easy shot from Dexter. I thought Nitro would have seen him on the jiggle. Still tries to run the route. But this one right here, the double peek with the jump from Nexa, and Naf can't handle it. That round was Yakinder's first kill into this game, so you want to talk about some woes. He's been such a force for this team, especially with taking map control, especially with taking space, especially with opening kills, and they're not having that benefit today, which is part of the reason why these struggles are this rough to watch at the moment.
Yeah, I think it's why, you know, a lot of these rounds have felt very, very kind of slow to open as well. You're more kind of hinging on OG making the error early as opposed to relying on these usual openers for Liquid. Run boost over on the long side. OC's posted now with that AWP, but it's not an angle that OG are really looking to own in this round.
No, I mean, they've done such a good job here. I think they're assuming Liquid's going to go away from it. 4 defenders at this B bomb site early on. Naf and Fiku exchange damage pretty evenly. And OG's going to keep Neofrag at the A bomb site all on his own. Long smoke to give Liquid the cover to start moving forward, start moving closer.
Always got to bear in mind that with Nafly still activated down towards that B side of the map, the option is there to change your mind very late in this round. Util going over.
Still no one moving from OG. They're completely stacked elsewhere.
Gonna leave them worlds apart, left in this 5v5 retake, right? Neofrag would love someone to get a little overzealous here, right? To maybe get aggressive and tip the scales in favor of OG, but he's just missed that timing.
Are they thinking of going for this? No, there's no way. When Neofrag and Fiku are here, they're going to start moving in. I think they are, maybe at least Neofrag's going to try and a little bit of a ninja, perhaps, looking for any kind of a kill, but the rest of his team isn't budging.
He doesn't have a kit. So just hoping he can bait peaks by tapping the bomb. Not quite a unicorn round, not quite the 10 alive. Naf dead down in the connector, but that one is just a combat-averse round from Liquid. They managed to win it on the back of the positioning of OG alone.
And it's a round where enough players from OG are starting to run out of money, where they're content to save just to preserve their economy moving forward, not wanting to ever kind of get devastated and that money taken away. They've had no economic problems this whole map, ever since they win the second round.
Yeah, which is crazy because, you know, we have seen an uptick in these CT sides kind of having rounds streaked against them on the back of what feels like the M4 change, right? I mean, yeah. Think of kind of Navi's run in this tournament. We saw so many FAMASes, even T-side Galils, but you know, a lot of FAMAS rounds, a lot of like weird SMG, pistol, shotgun sort of buys on these CT halves. It's nice to see Nexa really prioritizing keeping this money in check and going for like the longevity in this first half of play.
4-round lead. 3 rounds left in this first half that Liquid have to play with to try and close this gap. Thankfully, with 4 players surviving in that round, they get some money going in their favor finally. Round number 13. OG's been trying to read this switch over to the B bomb site, right? They've been trying to place that 4th player there a couple of times. Hasn't really panned out fully quite yet. I think it was 1 round where they found a good timing for a rotation. And once again, they're going to do a 4-man stack at B. But OC's going to take the early peek. Eats a nade for his troubles, down to 60.
Biku holds on, man. I thought Nexa was going to get hung out to dry. It's this little double swing, and Nexa's just that third man in the middle of the sandwich here. Swinging out, Nafly has found him, but NeoFrag still putting up numbers, and there's Biku with that trade. A really nice, staggered, layered defense out of OG. And quite critically there, it's like Liquid, they haven't really gone for anything super fast, super early out of spawn, right? They haven't known about these kind of heavy B leans for OG on this CT side. Well, now they've learned about it, and at a very inopportune time as well.
Yeah, that one was so easy for OG, despite all the presence there, despite Liquid actually challenging it. That was, to a certain extent, a change of pace. It's not any kind of fast-paced hit, but it's an early challenge for Team Liquid from what we've seen through most of this half, and OG was so well prepared for it.
Dexter actually got Team Flash there over in mid, and might be a Team Flash that saved his life, honestly. Wouldn't have been ready for OC to commit through those Molotovs in middle.
OG is dictating everything on this map from the CT side. NeoFrag's aggression has been so impactful. And critically too, even the rounds he's gotten picked off haven't dissuaded him from changing his game plan, from changing his style. Flash into the sky, absolutely perfect. Another one for NeoFrag. He continues to challenge and tear Liquid apart, and that opens up the opportunity for Dexter.
Oh, he's even ready for that shot! OC just deleted as soon as that smoke even gets the tiniest bit transparent. He's gone. Now Flight, what are you going to do here, bud? In situations like this, Liquid have often just kind of leaned on saving, but you really don't want to make that call here with so much time left. Fortunately, it might be all he has. And I mean, it has to be said, with NeoFrag and Dexter both looking this good, the A side of the map is really, really scary to go to if you are this Team Liquid squad.
Yeah, well, you've already found that out plenty of times. It's just, there's no more rounds to play with. 10-14, one final round, and Liquid have peanuts. Low on cash, they're gonna have to scrape together whatever they can, but great flashbang work to get NeoFrag the opening 2 kills of the round. And then Dexter chimes in. Just disgusting, and OC can't see him through the fading smoke. OG's gonna at least have double digits in the second half.
Matchup in which OG just looked at as underdogs coming in, but they've been phenomenal all tournament long, and that pressure for Liquid as the favorites might be getting to them. Yakinda caught on the cross by the second AWP of NeoFrag. Haven't had to say that yet, but my God, it's making an impression in its first appearance, isn't it? Elige also gone. OC's going to attempt the trade. Oh my God, how does he win that? 1 HP the difference. That is devastating. Insane that he goes back in the second time around. A lot of AWPers would have just counted their lucky stars that they're still alive and gotten out of there, but not this guy. Even at 1 point of health, he's still taking fights.
Yeah, him and Dexter have been so phenomenal. They've been so good that the P defenders just have to do their job. They don't need to rise above. Yeah, they don't have to deliver anything special. NeoFrag's doing everything for them. 17 kills, 13 on Dexter as the 2 A defenders. And because there's been no success from Liquid, we've seen all the stacks towards the B bomb site. No one's been concerned about bringing an extra player over to A. NeoFrag's certainly gonna go down as he misses the shot. But there's so much space and time for OG to make plays across the map. Naf, the final one in a 1v4, no HP, no chance. And OG outclasses Liquid in the first half. It's 11-4.
Welcome everybody to Skin Riders. We are here with Blast in Abu Dhabi. And to my left, there's this piece. Twist will do us the pleasure of being in it and going around the laps. What he's gonna do is draw skins, in fact, and then we're gonna have 3 players guess which skins these are.
Why is the painting so bad, guys? They don't want me to succeed.
This right here is like something that a child would draw.
We need some art classes, so we help people start doing like normal human beings, and right now it's a complete mess.
I just see some people trolling me. A player or an animal do this. I think a player, probably not a good one, but a player. Yeah, I would just say USP 0.
I think the skin is USP kill confirmed. Either kill confirmed or Cyrex, but I'm not sure if there is even a Cyrex USP.
I think the skin is kill confirmed, even though it's black and scribbled and stuff. I can't think of anything else that looks kind of similar.
Dualies. How can I know Dualies' skins?
Whoa. All I can think of is like they were blindfolded or something. They're like coloring outside of the lines and it's like just scribbles, and because I would be pretty impressed if they were actually trying to draw the gun properly.
Bro, it ran down. I think the drawing is actually really bad. The guy who drew it is so lazy, but it looks pretty weird. Like he made scrambled eggs on a drawing. Like who do it needs to work on his painting skills. I think I would go with Diggle Cobalt Disruption. I think the skin is pretty nice. I think so many pros use it.
It starts with A and then the last word's metal, I think, but I could be completely wrong.
It's hard to guess the skin because I don't know Dualies' skin's name. I have zero clue.
Yeah, obviously, like you cannot go wrong with the skin, I think.
Let's smoke toilet. Can you smoke monster somehow, please?
We don't have.
Okay.
Just play process. I don't see one.
Toilets two. Rotate. Let's over-rotate.
I'm leaving, yeah.
Going outstairs. Out toilets, I think.
Yeah, going.
Yeah,
banana rushing.
Right.
Two more.
I got it. Long one.
Fight match against that.
One left side goes.
Close left side.
Nice!
AVP behind side.
Good job!
AVP behind side.
I have.
Well, we came into this semi-final expecting to have to keep an eye on Flames and Dexter, but I tell you, he's been looking so damn good. Neofrag, that man on your screen right there, and right here as well. He's been all over the map. He's been omnipresent, it feels like, for OG and Liquid. They're always looking over their shoulder when this guy is still in the server. It teed up OG for a stellar first half of play on that CT side.
Yeah, I mean, he was really lights out throughout the entire half, but you saw the stat as well, 8 opening kills. Talking about having an impact in the early stages and really dictating what Liquid is and isn't allowed to do on the map to open things up. So just a disgusting performance, and what a time forward at the semifinals. Liquid's got a huge comeback to make, a big job to do. Now, they did win the pistol round in the first half. They're going to obviously really want a second one to get things started on the right foot. Alicia's going to be aggressive, just seeing if he can find any information, but he's got to be careful. Almost found a bullet from Dexter.
Mid-control taken, but it was only one guy spotted fighting, so it's not that like flow of info that you're hoping for on the back of that mid-peak.
And look at, this is what I mentioned, the stylistic difference. Instead of playing it slow and being spread across the map, look at how OG is just grouped up, fastly moving up towards long, and if Alicia doesn't spot this information soon, remember, he's the only defender here. OC and Naf are just going to arrive at the moment, but Alicia still has no concept this is coming. He's going to be shocked, but he's got the first and second. Now he knows, and what a deliverance from Alicia.
Big double to find, thinning the herd on this long push. Alige going back for even more. We'll eventually decide to write this one off. Leave it to these rotators. Nafly on the angle at Bank. Starting to get pressured now. OG needs someone to step up and get some of these openers. Nexa and Flames showing they can do it. Alige, low on health, still fighting from Bank as the captain spammed out a dumpster. Nexa gone from that quick wrap for you. Kindar. That's his second kill in this map so far, but it at least comes with a good bit of impact. Liquid get the pistol.
Yeah, they needed Elige to step up there because everyone else, all of his support coming over, went down essentially for free. Elige with a triple kill, the opening two, and obviously salvaging the situation at the end. And this is him moving into a new position right at the perfect moment. Just blind luck as his teammates shift over and the defense is going to change with more players. Elige is able to spot it out and grab two.
Full eco for OG. They want to bring the guns out as fast as they possibly can. So using them all this time, have a bit of a discussion as to how you want to approach that first round. Also, the longer you take, the more util you get out of Team Liquid. Really, you know, with how punishing the CT money has been at times, I think, you know, this is a very, very sound call to make.
Oh, for sure. Nice kill from Nitro to keep things open. This shouldn't be too dangerous. OG have no armor. It's the next round in which they're going to buy the AK-47s and the Galils. They'll have the rifles to play with. Probably an advantage in terms of weaponry in that third round of this second half. But for now, it's all about Liquid farming up some money, not losing a whole lot of players, not taking any damage. Good double from Elige. He will fall. They'll be able to salvage the M4 regardless. And that's all Fiku and OG are going to get. 11-6. Liquid getting started on the right foot, and how much can they build upon it? Despite all the struggles, this is still a manageable comeback. This is not too far gone for Team Liquid.
Yeah, you know, I think even before you kind of take like the map and the side that they find themselves on, I think even just looking at the kind of experience on the Liquid squad, right, should, you hope, give them an edge in pulling like games like this versus the kind of lesser experienced squad on OG. Should give them a bit of an edge there if they're able to get this ball rolling. As a result, you're really hoping that they can find some success to open up this second half.
Aggression from OC and Naf. It's Neofrag on the other side of it. Let's see if he can continue his tear. OC would take contact. Naf would swing off of it. OC just looks away. It's all down to timing. Now he's spotted one, but can't find the kill. Naf hasn't turned the corner, and he's holding straight on, hearing the footsteps, calling out information.
Timing's going to be everything on this swing, but OG really aren't considering it. I mean, who can blame them? We didn't really even get a very aggressive T side out of Liquid. The fact that Naf's willing to make a play and a gamble like this to just float around over at long, something they're not going to be ready for, but they might never encounter it. They've ducked down through the connector.
The timing should come, though, for Naf to start pushing forward for information. 40 seconds on the clock, and he now hears nothing. Elige is kept over at dice boxes at the A bomb site. Yakinder and Nitro have everything to do. Naf just now turning the corner and seeing it's clear. Elige is hustling to B.
The right pieces in the right place here for Liquid, but you still got to win these fights. Yakinder, bit of damage downrange off the MP9, but it's this con flank from Nafly. Good look to do damage. Nitro with two, and Yakinder topples the boost. Naf's barely even needed. He's just the cleanup crew. And so Liquid, not only do they turn around that 4v5, but they keep it clean once that first body hits the floor.
Yeah, fantastic utility work. That Molotov slows down OG entirely. The smoke on top of it was a complete disaster as well. They make all the right decisions at the perfect moment with Naf's push. The rotation over helps that Yakinder gets this kill, but Nitro again. Just impactful double kills that he's been doing throughout this entire tournament. He gets another one in Monster.
When you go look at the numbers, this has been a very good event for Nitro, right? It's not just one where we're kind of feeling it as a result of watching the games. It's backed up in the stats as well. OC and Yakinder open this round up against the Pistols. So OG, chance of getting away with much, might have just gone out the window. Elige even floating around in the connector just lets him be very involved on both sides of the map. That's a nice kill for Flames to have found.
Yeah, a little piece of aggression from Nitro that gets punished, but they don't have the weapon really to make up for it. Wild spray from the AK-47, not controlled by Elige. And Dexter's gonna back away. Fiku's alone with the bomb creeping towards Monster Tunnel. 2v4 though with just these Deagles. And these guys are pretty tagged up. This should be an 8th round for Team Liquid. OC and Elige on defense.
No one's looking at Monster right now. Finally gonna get back on it. OC will start to give it some attention. God, they were both looking at short. There was definitely a window there. Thankfully, it's not cracked open by OG. No weirdness on the D ground. And very, very quickly, Jason. Oh, how this scoreline has started to close up.
Yeah, 4 in a row for Team Liquid, and a very good-looking 4-0. They've only lost 3 players in the last 3 rounds, so money's going to start growing. You have a little bit of confidence that you can sustain some losses. Still a few rounds to make up. 3 rounds back, Team Liquid. And the best buy that OG has had yet. The first full gun round in this game. Utility out. Neofrag's going to cross over to Playground. OC's here with the AWP. We mentioned how he's going to have to match the production of Dexter. It's going to be a really tough thing to do, and ooh, missed a shot. Missed an opportunity as Neofrag showed on a very slim gap.
Ooh, Nitro might have been Mr. Multi-kill for Team Liquid in this tournament, but this is going to be a hard fight for him to find much from.
Sees a shadow.
Hello, he does. He has that info to go off of Flames. Having a tuck, having a rise up into that corner to stay alive. That's where the swing from Yakindar comes as a nasty surprise. A man down now for OG. Yakindar starting to build back into this game, swinging out, helping Nitro for another. And even though he's brought down low, he's kind of lived up to his side of the bargain down on this B site. OG starting to get run through. Down to just Dexter and Fiku, they're worlds apart. Not on the same page here. Dexter creeping over towards short. Looks like it's been called for this bomb to come back.
Yeah, and there's some low HP players on this. One of them is Elige, and with that low HP, he's taking some risks and moving up towards long, and he's calling it clear, trying to find as much intel as he possibly can. The other one is Yakinder, who's the initial defense at this B bomb site. Gonna take a glance. That's against the ult. Sees it, backs away. 25 seconds. Fiku's committed out Monster. I don't think they saw him cross. Naf is just looking to see him actually progress towards the bomb site.
Oh yeah, Yakindar's free. They had no idea Fiku was here. Maybe there's a chance. This orb still waits in heaven. OC will have an opportunity, but one by one, this is starting to fall apart. OC at least wins that fight to Dexter, but the plant is still coming in. Fiku, 3 in the round. He would need the ace in this clutch to win it. Elige, low from earlier, wrapping Monster, and Fiku's not considering it. Not considering it at all, but a missed spray gave him a shot at redemption. He can't realize that though. And so Liquid do get it back under control. It certainly got a little worrisome there, considering that was the 4v2.
That's a clenching moment when Elige misses that initial salvo. The flank comes to fruition. The push up towards long earlier to set it up. 9-11, just 2 rounds back. And OG's called for a tech. No conversations at this point, and you could see the coach there, Rugga, gesturing for a tactical timeout after this to really actually get involved in the action. Round 21. Liquid's defense has looked solid. 5 rounds straight. That one got a little bit dicey. It wasn't a 4-on-2. It was a very strong opening. It was clawed back, but recovered and maintained. And OG's T side, their offense now struggling a little bit to put some production on the board.
You kind of have to address almost, you know, the elephant in the room here, and that's that OG had the good graces of feeling like they were playing a 5v4 to open up, right? 1 kill from Yakindar in that whole first half of play. He's already managed to get himself up to kind of level pegging with OC in this one. 7 kills already on the CT side in the first 5 rounds. So it's safe to say he's starting to get switched back on.
Yeah, you can obviously see in the way which his impact actually really helps Team Liquid put rounds on the board. It's good to have him alive in this second half if they're going to make the comeback work, if they're going to complete it. Round 21. Another buy for OG. Out of money after this. Flames is up quick. 4 players for OG outside the B bomb site. The timing of this is everything, and it's right now. Nitro, that's a big kill first. Can't find the second. And Yakinder's taken control of short. OC's gone down in support with the AWP, but they still haven't seen Yakinder.
Dexter is creeping through the short tunnel. This is a bit scary because they don't know what's happening at short nor in the connector, but he somehow finds this gap. He finds this timing, and oh, Yakindar spotted moving up on a short. Dexter will get him, and it's an immediate trade, just a whirlwind of trades on the short side.
A quarter of a second longer, and Elige would have been able to put a stop to that. But a round for OG, a contact play through Monster on timing, and they've got 12. First round in the second half. Liquid still have money though, because of how strong it's been. This 5-round streak, they've got plenty of cash to rebuy into this, so Naf gonna try and take some AK-47s away on the exit, which is likely not gonna happen. And Team Liquid will have to get right back into the fight. OG just 4 rounds away from a map 1 victory, taking away Liquid's pick. There's one. Neofrag with the AWP is gonna lose it as well. And the bomb explodes. Victory for OG, but it's painful, it's costly.
Lovely bit of impact to find at the end, right? If you're ever gonna lose a round, that's sort of the fashion you want to lose it in. At least make it so you both come out of that fight a little beat up, a little worse for wear.
And timeout called. In back-to-back rounds, this one for Team Liquid as they talk things over, they chew into their economy. And they want to make sure they get right back into winning and not let OG build up any momentum towards the end of this map. 4 M4s and an AWP. For OG, all those losses is going to take away a few nades. It's going to put a Galil in the hands of Nexa.
Yeah, with such a kind of sound first half out of OG, the one problem Liquid were always going to have, it's like they can take 1 or maybe 2 stumbles before this one's out of their hands. They can't completely have it trip and fall down here and now, right? And that's why we see this tag pause coming out. They kind of know the importance of this round here and now.
Into round 22. Elige and OC to defend the A bomb site with the AWP towards long. The only success OG have had is that swarming massive hit towards the B bomb site in the previous round. This time they gained control of short very quickly, already at sandbags. Flames had an opportunity, but at least information there's an aggressive monster stance from Liquid's defense. Quite a bit of pressure applied, although no one's gonna budge from the A defense.
Nitro's been a bit of a rock over here towards Monster. Him and Yakindar at least, right? Playing that in tandem has been a very productive thing for this Liquid side. And with 4 players here, 2 more in support of it, the answers might not be found by OG down here in the realms of B. Yakindar looking like he wants to get aggressive, wants something, a bit of info from this stack maybe. He's got OC backing up behind him, set up with the flashbang. It's a nice opener. Trying to take it further, the silencer nearly comes off, and OC had to get loud to get involved there, swings it with the AWP. Great spot for Liquid to find themselves in. They've taken away this short control. They've hamstrung OG to commit to the monster push, but they have gotten out into the site, and right now Liquid do not have that info.
No, but they've got really strong positions. OC with the AWP, Nitro playing behind the bomb site. Nice kill. Footsteps gave it away. That's Naf from above, and all of a sudden Dexter's got to back away. No chance, no access for OG. They're shut down yet again, and Team Liquid get to double digits. They get to 10. Just 2 rounds away from tying up the score. Very defensive struggle going on overpass, and Dexter won't be able to save, or will he? This shot from Yakinder means he's going to get away safely.
So that's a great way to return back to victory for Liquid, right? You factor in the fact they get out of that with 4 alive. Well, suddenly, you know, they've built up, they've padded those bank accounts a little bit more, and then on the other side of things for OG, you remember, you know, they try to go hunting for Naf at the end. Well, they don't even try to go hunting. They try to just leave the site. And with Naf taking as many out of the round as he has, Liquid have teed themselves up nicely. They've kind of future-proofed themselves a little bit here. This is going to get closer before OG have another shot at a round here. Dexter would have to go huge on this hero AK.
Looked for an initial fight, didn't find it. Gonna back off and try a new angle. Elige pushing up towards long. OC in support with the AWP to cover this push towards Rock. How much further does Elige want to go? Parks himself along the wall. OG's just readdressing across the map, coming back over. We still haven't seen them really kind of challenge a whole lot towards the A-bomb side, I feel. Not too frequently. We haven't seen those engagements in bathrooms whatsoever. And Elige now starting to investigate. OC's gonna grab one. Shouts out presence of another Molotov to cover his retreat. Elige is gonna have an opportunity. He sees three. The transfer over is there! Triple kill! Shuts him down from behind, and Team Liquid is within one.
Love that for Elige. Also an important learning experience for OG here, right? You said it coming into that round. Haven't given a lot of love over towards this A side of the map, and this double kind of, long setup, a little staggered with one man going aggressive is something that Liquid have been doing in a lot of these CT rounds, right? It was Nafly earlier on. That round it's Elige, but they've been going back to it time and time again. And so now OG know that Liquid have been getting that info. Something they're not afraid to do.
Brought the crowd alive. A re-smoking monster. Nitro spams through. Yakinder's there if anyone was to challenge afterwards. Flames and Nexo waiting on each side of the tunnel.
Oh, Yakinder on the smoke fade is dead. Nitro's burning them alive, and Fiku tries to find a way to deal with those flames and Monster, but that's not what you wanted. Still Liquid a man down in spite of that molly.
Oh, they've actually called a jump ahead. This is interesting. OC and Naf are assuming they're going to fall back to the A bomb site. Even though Fiku got the kill outside of B, they assume there's going to be a reposition that's not coming in just yet. Fiku, Dexter, and Neofrag rejoin each other and start walking forward. And OC and Naf are completely out of position. They may just choose to save these weapons because the bomb site is lost. They have the money if they want to go for it, if they want to get frisky, if they want to get aggressive and actually try and make this work.
If they try to duck down the connector and give this any sort of a look in, Neofrag is there and he's super low, but they never even go that far. It's not control, not real estate that they have, so this one's just decided on the back of that reposition. They try to get ahead of it, right? They say, look, either they go A and we're 2v3 and we have a really good chance because they don't expect it, or we do exactly this. We save these guns. We play the long game.
Sketchy fight with Yakinder getting aggressive inside the monster smoke as well, pre-aiming into the corner. Obviously, completely different angle. And Nitro stuck in an impossible scenario, tucked into the corner after the fact. So, the only two rounds that OG have won in this second half on their offensive side have been these plays through Monster. A contact earlier. This one, they were going to attack Monster, but a gift is given to them by Yakinder's aggression. But they still haven't found a consistent recipe for putting rounds on the board. Even with the Fiku team kill while blind, it doesn't really matter. Yeah, the face of disgust.
There's been a few of those moments in this one so far. It does make it grimace. Right. Tag timeout called in for Liquid. Daps getting involved. And there's still that inescapable feeling if you're Liquid, even though you're on this comeback, even though, you've grinded your way back in from a very dismal scoreline at the half, being down 4-11. They're still the ones playing catch-up, right? They're still the ones having to make up that ground.
OG's always able to just keep it one or two steps ahead of you. I would say there's a similar feeling for OG, though, is even though you're scraping around together and maintaining that lead just barely, this Liquid defense has still been strong, has still been very strong. You probably can't help but feel if you're OG like the comeback is still underway, but you haven't quite put it down yet. OC aggressive out towards long, looking for an opening kill. Not swinging too deep just yet. Now, getting a little frisky.
Oh, that's nice. Lovely little opener out of OC, and we've seen him getting involved like that a lot more in this CT half.
Oh, that sounded horrible, but very little damage done.
The super grouped back over towards CT, almost like they kind of wanted to play like the man advantage into a retake down here at lower, but now they start to move back into this side of the map, trying to occupy this space all over again. They've decided they want to fight for it, and at the perfect moment as well. It's right as OG are looking to come through the monster tunnel. Nitro, won't make first contact. Instead, that honor, that pleasure goes to Yakinda. Flames and Dexter delete the double hold mid-air for Flames. This fire's climbing walls. Now OC in the heavens looking down. These long old sight lines blocked off by the smoke, struggling to get involved. Plant available. OC can't do a thing about it. Fiku gonna dispatch him from the heavens. Nafly and Elige, they're here. They want to give this a look in, but if this fight doesn't go Elige's way, that will seal the fate of the round. Naf is out of there, and OG rise to the occasion again.
Again through Monster, again at the B bomb site, and this time it's a passive defense. But the attack comes in with the utility. They're turning the corner as the flashbang pops. Nitro pulling out utility, had no chance to take that fight, and Naf goes down at the end of the day. 14-11, OG, just as you said, just maintaining that lead. Every time Liquid get close, one more step ahead for OG.
And what's so scary now, right, is that up until this moment, Liquid have always had the certainty of, well, if we lose that round, you know, we can run it back. We can give it another go. OG have been looking for that one round to really set them up, the one round to break that money and just leapfrog ahead. And that round could arrive as OG hit 15. If they win this rifle, Liquid are in hot water. No attention down towards that B side of the map this time. Not from the get-go. Instead, looking to really take middle. They've dedicated all their resources here.
They haven't won a round in this fashion yet. Everything has been towards B, all their success. Naf shifts over to support OC with the AWP, who's going to be playing inside the site. Elige down by blue door. Still no indication of what's coming. OG's very quiet. Shuffling some nades in utility. There's a flashbang. That's going to give the information over. A jump almost gets OC killed. He's got to be careful. Deep smoke to give him some mobility. It pulls Naf back. Yakinda are starting to walk and shift over. But Naf and OC, one of them might want to make a play into the bomb site itself as Yakinda comes in. They need to get someone actually challenging inside of the site, and it's going to be Yakinda with the SMG.
This third man lets them have a little more pressure to actually stop this take of the A site, offer up some resistance. Yakinda does exactly that. Just the one kill and everything else starts to come up in favor of OG. They catch Elige moving through in the back line. A man down for Liquid. It's all teetering on the edge now. If you attempt this retake and come up short, you're already a man down. You are broke and up against 15. Do they want to give it a go? Oh, that's a lovely shot from Dexter. Naf caught jumping. Was hoping that would be bait enough, but nope. And now NeoFrag tries to commit to a bit of a hunt. That one kill will not entice Liquid to go for this, and so OG up onto map point on Team Liquid's map pick.
Yeah, this is where the money that you mentioned at the start of the round comes into effect. Liquid not wanting to risk everything they had. It's already going to be a very sketchy buy, but they want this off. They want that weaponry. Bomb goes off. And nobody else falls after the time. 15-11, 4 chances for OG to complete this map. Complete the steal of Liquid's pick. And a timeout taken. The final one for Team Liquid to talk things over.
Here's what makes it all the more impressive, right, is that early on, when OG were just dominating Liquid, I think it would have been very easy to look down the scoreboard and say, look, the stars just aren't performing. They came into this slow and they never picked it up. But as we've had this resurgence, as we had Liquid get rounds, it required OG to raise the bar all over again. And that can sometimes be even harder than pulling the comeback off in the first place, right? So you really have to recognize the job that they've done to start to run away with this all over again.
Liquid's got to rattle off 4 in a row. They started this half by winning 5 straight. But that's a portion of the half in which OG is bouncing back between low buys and half buys and maybe 1 or 2 full buys. This one's gonna have to be in hard mode. And OG's now started to pick up pace. 3 rounds straight, and now they've won a round at the A-bomb site as well. So now all of a sudden the map feels much bigger if you're Team Liquid. Elish down towards stairs as well, towards blue door, is gonna back off real quickly. The sole A defender, Elish, with no utility and a FAMAS.
Yeah, we saw OG doing this a lot in the first half, but they can get away with these solo stacks because of how slow Liquid are playing. One thing that OG have kind of maintained on this T side is that ability to switch up the pace very, very quickly, right? You talked about the stylistic differences between these teams, and OG have certainly got that ability to just go straight for face, right? To go for the throat, as it were. And so you can't maintain this heavy B lean forever. Maybe even overcompensate here. They completely up and leave that B side of the map, leaving just one man there. OC, there's an opener. The AWPs clash, and OC comes out ahead.
Yeah, a rare head-to-head duel between those two players when they both have the AWP. OC's got the kill. That's a massive benefit to find. Elish just holding the off angle. Neofrag's gonna be waiting. Yakinder pushing out now as well. He might be following up, so Elish is gonna get aggressive. He's not gonna clear hard left just yet. Now he will, but he still loses it, thankfully. Yakinder with low HP gets the trade, and Nap steps up as well. OC misses an opportunity. Nexa and Fiku push forward.
With each missed shot, they're only gonna get closer. He's going through the motions on the AWP, back into bank. They know about Yakindar over at long, and he's low on health, so he can't be the point man. He can't be the one to get activated. Instead, that's gonna have to be Nitro. Or OC, they need to draw this attention away from long. Nexa and Fiku play this one side by side. Inches apart as they take this control away. They want to go hunting for some of these 1v1s. Fiku with some serious real estate here. Still has to care the bank, does Nexa, and Fiku does run the risk of running right into this AWP. The passive play from OC tees him up for a freebie, and now the man at the helm of OG's got to do it solo, getting wrapped from everywhere. Yakindar with the trade, and so Liquid, they'll stay afloat for now. 12 rounds as they scrape that one past OG.
Yeah, phenomenal round from OC and Yakinder. Double kill for each of them, including that shot onto Dexter earlier from OC. Well managed. This is huge from Yakinder. He was low HP at the time. Neofrag could have easily taken that down. And what a smart choice from OC. Realizing his 2 players, the communication, they're flanking, they're coming from bathrooms. All he has to do is stay alive, go passive. And he's rewarded with a 2nd kill. 3 more rounds for Team Liquid if they want overtime. In the 3rd timeout used from OG. They've still got rounds to play with, just taking a breath, having a quick conversation. Nexa trying to put this one together. He's called a pretty solid T-side so far. He needs one more good call to shut down Liquid on overpass.
I mean, that would just tee them up so nicely in this series, right? Stealing away your opponent's map pick. Going to Inferno next. One that OG have looked good on, has been a stable map for them.
Yeah, it really has some impressive performances on it. Even to get to this point, their victory over Vitality, 16-14, it was a close affair, but some really solid individual efforts. Elish makes contact and backs away. OC's at connector, at divider. Elish is gonna wrap all the way back around. Heavy presence towards long.
Elish and OC are in position to kind of get a beat on this, get this info. Dexter clashed with OC last round, and OC got the better of him, so he wants his shot at revenge. Boosted on this angle. Ooh, Neofrag was caught by Elish, but there's that trade. Still a lot of damage downrange from the M4. Nexa dons the AWP and puts it to use. OC was hoping that would have been the cheeky swing that really tips the scales in favor of Liquid. Instead, it's Nexa turning up the volume. Now the 4-on-3. And OG go all the way back.
And Fiku has enough utility, smoke flash out at long to where he can drop a lurk smoke, he can drop any kind of a smoke towards headshot right now toward the stairs choke point. These flashes, it's gonna keep 2 players here. Actually, it pulls Nitro back as well. Liquid's and Frayed, they're desperate, they're worried, they're a man down, and it pulls Nitro away from the B bomb site. Oh, Nexa, we said he needed one more call, and this might have been it. They're gonna get a free bomb site. Nitro up on top has gotta do everything.
Bad way to start it. Neofrag out of the round. Molly to displace Nexa from the bomb site does make his life a little harder. He's got to hang out in this smoke. 3-on-3. Nitro has given Liquid a path back in, but now it's down to them to realize that potential. Flames holding for the bridge cross. Nexa's got to keep his eyes forward. Flames wins that first fight. Yakindar ready to swing this. And, oh, Nitro from the heavens lends a helping hand. Double short side set up here. They can try and play off of one another. Oh, Flames knocks him out. Yakindar in the 1v1, but time is not his friend. Gonna come down to this for the defuse. Fiku doesn't give him the fight. Holds his ground. Yakindar wins that fight, but it's so close. Oh, not enough time. And OG take it. Fiku plays the timing game, and OG go a map up in the semi-final. My, oh my, what a way to do it. On Liquid's map pick as well.
It's so unbelievable. All set up in the first half. Look at Dexter giving Neofrag all the props in the world. He set the tone for overpass, and OG never relinquished it. Liquid have got to be shocked. This has got to be a conversation to snap them back into the series. It's Inferno up next, and as we mentioned, OG looked great on it. And they're firing on all cylinders at the moment. A solid T side. After the initial struggles, they figured it out, and we've got Banks ready.
Thank you very much, guys. Rugger, what a performance here. An incredible first half, and then you managed to take it over the line. But I just got to ask, did you learn much from Liquid's last bout on overpass against Na'Vi?
Not so much. I trust our own city sides very much, and we also knew Liquid had problems in the past playing this T side, so we knew we just need to get the ball rolling.
And talk to me about Neofrag, because this guy has seemed to come back into his element again, mate.
He loves playing second stage. Like, he's a wild dog, and every time we play here, he just goes full ham, so yeah, it's nice.
Now, Inferno, it's your pick going into it, but it seems to me like it could be quite a close affair. Are you confident in your own game with this, and what advantage do you think you have over them?
I think our Inferno is probably among the best right now, but obviously it's still Inferno, it's still a puggy map, a lot of things can happen, but I trust it. We've also beaten better opponents on Inferno lately, so I'm pretty confident.
I like the confidence, I'm looking forward to seeing it. Thank you, Rugger.
To stay persistent and to stay in contention to be one of the best players out there and perhaps getting the MVPs, you have to redefine yourself and you have to re-innovate yourself as you go along.
Well, the beautiful part about Counter-Strike is that even though there are these roles that we've defined in the game and everybody is aware of them, but once you're on the battlefield, you have to be willing to use anything in order to win. And to beat the best, you have to do that at the elite level in all of these different roles.
There's been plenty of players who's had a great year or a great couple of years, but they failed the task of re-innovating themselves and getting up and catching up with the meta in some sense. So you gotta be constantly able to follow the meta, re-innovate yourself, and stay on top of the game. The way you do that is very simple. You play a lot, and then you study the game a lot. If you put in an effort to understand where the game is at a certain point, where the meta is at a certain point, and you have the skill set and the, I guess, natural talent as well to pull it off, there's a great likelihood and a great chance that you'll be in contention, not only for winning the tournaments, but of course also for winning the MVPs.
I'm looking down.
I'm stuck on default.
No, you can hold the water.
Give me sound. 1 CT, 2 CT. Out. Water.
I'm picking water on you.
He knows I'm here.
That one. I'm picking water on next time.
Heaven and water. Heaven and water.
I'm playing it on. I'm hiding.
Friends, you can bait. Wait, yeah.
Better. Hide. 2v1. Side.
Nice!
Mampo.
Got it?
Yes.
You got it. Nice.
Overpass the pick of Liquid, but it's OG the ones to turn the tides. An absolutely bolstered defense that forbids Liquid from stringing 2 rounds back-to-back in the first half causes Nitro's men to limp into that second. And Pimp, it really was the story of that first half that dictated the pure pace for OG in this one.
That was a beautiful first half coming in from OG. We were expecting them to struggle a little bit on overpass, but we also do know that the T side for a team like Liquid, as Rucker said just after the game, they have also been struggling a little bit in with that regard. So OG came in, turned it around from the beginning, and had a strong start to the game.
They absolutely shut down Liquid. I don't know, personally, I thought that the offensive Liquid that showed up against Na'Vi would just eat the defense from OG alive. I thought it would be an 8-round minimum for Liquid on the T side, and then OG just completely shut them down, and then they played with that advantage very carefully with a lot of mastery as well. You could see on the second half they were in control. What the hell is going on? Are we barreling towards an upset? Is that what's happening right now?
And we talk about the pace and control coming out of OG, and that came out basically from the very beginning. In true OG style, don't manage to win the pistol, but do manage to stop the conversion.
Yeah, stop the conversion. We have an eco play for you guys we can show you, where OG once again do what they do best. They scouted up a little bit. Neofrag, who had a fantastic game, is going to get a nice kill here in middle to begin with, and that completely derails what Liquid wants to do in this round. They end up pressuring themselves in towards the B bomb side, and as you can see, the positions from the OG players are strong. Next to the way, Deagle setting it up for Fico, and a little bit trading back and forth there. Nafly helping out OG a little bit, always helps, and then Nexa getting the job done. At this point, it's very tough for Liquid to fight their way back into the game. They get 2 kills, but the time is of the essence. The smoke on the side is going to disappear now, and Liquid feel trapped on this B bomb side. Can't get anything done. Once again, the scout strike from heaven, and all of a sudden, OG's in control, winning this round. As we spoke about, they don't win pistols, but when they win rounds like this, it doesn't matter.
This was a perfect way to kickstart a campaign if you're OG. Of course, you lose the pistol, and then you reset the economy of the Ts, and then you know you can play forward on the map. And man, did Neofrag do that? I mean, he is the hero of that first map for me. It's non-negotiable. It's undebatable. The work he's been able to do on the front side of A, the amount of time he's shut down the offense, it was magistral out of Neofrag. And I didn't expect him to be the name that would be mentioned.
I think he's probably the least expected player that we thought to be showing up on this very stage. Rugger was saying, you know, he loves it playing up on these grand stages. He's literally only been on one once before in Lisbon. And the fact that he can pull off performances like this, such proactive playstyle from him as well, great to see.
You say proactive playstyle, right? He was involved in 13 opening duels in this game, winning 9 of those. That was fantastic from Neofrag. As you said, non-negotiable. He was dictating the game with the rifle. He was in the face of the players of Liquid, and he did it so well. We're going to see it right here. All his opening kills in the game, had a fantastic show.
It was stellar, honestly, and let me just put some context to it. The way Liquid won against Na'Vi was by shutting down Bit, the client, the headshot machine, and Neofrag just made it seem so smooth and so easy. None of these kills are, or not all of these kills are fast forward. He also sometimes just took it easy, very clever. You see, he plays a couple of half angles here, and I felt like his team play with Dexter, Flames he's on a flash hit right there, was just perfect. Liquid were completely derailed. I think they went into this game with the idea of grabbing map control on A, and then Neofrag just stomped on them, forced them to change direction.
Also some great showing from Dexter, as Maniac just alluded to as well.
We saw that in the first half. Dexter with the AWP, you said it yourself, he hasn't played that much overpass with the OG. Didn't have I would say, an incredible strong performance, but it was enough to derail and enough to win the duel against OC, I would argue. The scout kills, of course, coming in, we saw it in the eco play. That was a very high impact from Dexter with the AWP as well. Sometimes it's not about getting the kills, but it's about installing a certain fear in the opponents, and you know Dexter will do that. Once he's going aggressive, Liquid will have to respect that and maybe alter their play style or alter the idea from the beginning of the round to do something else, because they don't run into Dexter, and he did that beautifully well in this game.
You know what the defense OG also managed to do, which is not small feat? It's shut down Yekinder. Yekinder was absolutely nowhere to be found in this first half. We painted him as a win conditions on the offense. We talked about his role on the T side. This is the scoreboard. That's the global scoreboard. But after the first half, Yekinder had 1 kill.
That's insane.
A single kill.
That's literally, you never see that coming out of you.
1 in 10.
I was so surprised that, yeah, he wasn't able to put up anything versus OG.
15 ADR. On average, 15 ADR. That is not a lot. I don't want to do quick math right, but that's below 200 damage, I think. Maybe a little bit more. I didn't do
I'll let you do that one on the math.
Okay,
You can
exactly.
just have a good time.
Anyhow, for a guy like Yakinda, we highlighted him. We poised him being the best entry fragger in the world. He needs to find more impact, of course. That was a bad showing for Yakinda. He came back in the second half a little bit, so credit for that, but wasn't enough.
Yeah, it's like once in a blue moon performance that you don't see Yakinda showing up on the server. And then we come into that second half, and you had, I guess, the final nail in the coffin moment for OG to be closing this.
I feel the same could be said about Flamesy. We poised it, right? Flamesy against Yakinda, it was the duel between the two, but actually Flamesy didn't have a great game either until this moment you're going to see right now. I would call it a game-winning moment where Flamesy is coming in from Monster. You're in a 4v5 pressure right now, 13 to 11, double entry, and look at this kill. Maybe a little bit lucky. In the air, removing Nitro, and you can hear the crowd behind going crazy as well. That was so important for OG to once again distance themselves just a little bit from Team Liquid. Flamesy, as you can see on the scoreboard at this point, didn't necessarily have the best of the best game. Before this round, he was at 8 kills, but the fact that you can step up when it matters the most, well, he did what Yakinda wasn't able to do.
Yeah, huge stuff from Flamesy coming into that one. Of course, from OG, it is moving on into their map pick of Inferno, as Jason and Harry were prefacing a great ground for them as of late. So, Danny, what should we be looking out for from OG?
We should be looking out for this B tactic that they have, and something that Pimp mentioned as well was that they play a lot more together, a lot more strats are involved. So I want to break down one of them, and it kind of highlights their trust in each other. So right here, we're going to see they're all grouped up outside B, and one of the most difficult things to deal with when you come towards this B bomb site is whenever CTs drop the smoke here, because they can constantly cycle it, make it difficult for you to pass through the choke point. But they got a strat to deal with this, so you're going to see that despite that smoke going through, they're going to challenge it anyways. They're going to make their way, both Nexa and Neofrag, they're going to go into the smoke here, and their goal here, when they go into the smoke, both left and the right side, is to try to get as close as they can past the smoke as they can. They want to get to this point here so that they have a teammate throw a flash over into the site to allow them to pop through the choke point. You can see that's exactly what happens. You'll see that Dexter is going to throw this flash right here, pops right here, allows these players to pass through the smoke, and what this flash really does is it pops right about here so that it blinds all the common angles for people who might be spotting the smoke. This ultimately gives them a pathway to go through the smoke and enter the site. And you'll see that for Apex's point of view, he gets blinded, so he gets pushed off the angle, allowing Nexa, who's the first entry person in, to actually take that fight towards site before getting traded. And after here, you can see that everybody from OG has passed through the smoke, so now Apex is in a really difficult spot where he just gets traded and he has no chance at all here. So right here, this is something that we should be expecting from OG. The real question is whether Liquid will actually give this banana control up to allow him to do this.
I love that look that Danny was breaking down. As he said that we've seen a plethora of really good looks from OG coming onto this particular ground. I don't know about you, Matthew. Does this smell like a 2-0 for them?
No. I still think Liquid can do it. I still think that we can move to a map number 3. I don't believe Inferno is a map where OG has such an advantage, but still, I think the first few rounds will kind of dictate the pace of what's going to happen. I think Nexa can quicken up his pace when he feels like he's got an opening. That's the case right now, but we're going to a 3 map. I have confidence in Liquid and reaction.
I have full faith in OG. I think Rocket said it pretty well. They are one of the best teams in the world on Inferno right now, severely underrated. They played it 8 times on lane the past 3 months and won it 7 times. The only loss they have is against Heroic, but they were also able to beat Heroic at this tournament. They beat Vitality twice, who we also know to be a very good Inferno team. OG right now, they're making waves.
Well, let's see if OG can prove the hype coming onto this ground of Inferno. The last chance saloon for Liquid to potentially push this to a 3rd, and it all comes down to the flames on Inferno. Welcome everybody to the World Team of the Year 2022.
I have 5 great names on this list.
That's a real mix.
The only player who would have been in top 5.
Like determined to just try and win a game on his own, and he does it.
It's either he's got the ball rolling or he's just another domino.
Number 1 player on the team stats, entering with a rifle.
Destructure a bomb site, go in and take the duel and win it.
Easy choice before
Yeah,
break.
yeah.
That's the crazy part.
I won an event with him.
You won an event with him?
No.
His consistency in that realm, you really can't be an accident.
Maniac, you're the official Zywoo expert here.
I do. Where are the trophies?
Yeah.
That bothers me. Like, why is he not winning?
Come on, man. Open your eyes.
Doesn't matter if you like him or not. You gotta respect. You gotta respect what he's doing. You know? It's like, I'm really hoping that this was just a first step.
It's going to be really cool for me. First time going to Paris.
It's a city of love.
I actually learned French. Je m'appelle Sacha.
For me, the major is always going to be the most important thing in Counter-Strike.
There's like a different pressure. You want to do great because you know it's like it means a lot more.
Winning this is the dream of every CSGO player.
The French community has been part of CSGO from the beginning with big teams.
Vitality will have a great support.
If I won this, yeah, it's gonna be one of the best moments in my life.
Do you want to be the first 2 people to have tickets to
the Blast.TV major?
The Blast.TV major.
Blast.TV major.
The Blast.TV major.
On the back of OG stealing away Team Liquid's map pick, we now move to Inferno. This is one where, you know, at this point, it feels like everything's in motion for OG. You know, with the plans really coming together here.
Yeah.
They're eyeing up a grand final, and they've got a shot at the 2-0. Jason, I'd love to know, you know, how are you kind of faring their chances here? How are you finding it?
I mean, with the way it's been playing, just by pure eye test, you got to give him a really good shot at it. That was an incredible. I mean, not just just individually, even OG seemed to outclass Team Liquid in a lot of rounds there on Overpass, and that can be devastating. However, we know Liquid have this tendency sometimes to come out flat in series and drop that first map. But one of the stories that we've had around them is this increased resiliency, this increased mental game to be able to bounce back from losses like this, just like we saw yesterday against Na'Vi. They bounce back, and here we go, map 2. Inferno. If Liquid want to survive, they've got to win here against OG, who feels supremely confident on the map.
Yeah, Nex has got a lot of ideas for how he wants to approach this one. A lot of tricks up his sleeve. Liquid, have they done their research? Were they ready for this to come through the pipeline a day? Nitro teeing up a nade early. Dual Berettas on OC. Perfect spot for him. Oh, but they're deleted immediately. Yakindar's going to try and regain some control here. And a quick double tap down through Banana. That's the advantage for Liquid. OG want to keep the pacing high on this pistol. Deny time for these rotates. That's a bit of an awkward flash there, lobbed in. You know, Frag loses the bomb. It gets away from OG. Liquid feeling like this pistol's as good as theirs, and there's the kills to make it happen. 3 from Yakindar, already looking like a very different man to the one that we had back on Overpass.
Yeah, huge frags for Yakindar, but also, I mean, OG's trying to put that smoke at the front of the bomb site so they can kind of wrap around it, and when they don't get that access early on, when they lose too many players, then all of a sudden you're exposed to the players who have rotated over. You're exposed to Nitro, you're exposed to Elige on the cross. 1-0. That's all 3 pistols now won by Team Liquid in this series so far.
As is often the case as well, OG just taking the full eco, right? Wanting to waste no time bringing those guns out.
Without a plant as well. Not feeling like it's really likely, so once again, armored, unarmored pistols, Glocks all across the board for OG, so this should be nice and easy. And I think that's got to be the conversation for Liquid, is keep showing that resiliency. All the interviews they've been giving is there's no quit in this team. They've been telling us, they've been telling the world that they're changing that aspect of their game, that they're changing that aspect of the team, and now it's time to show it once again. In the semifinals, Nap's going to spray down 2 with the FAMAS before being dropped. Fiku's going to go pick it up off the body and just back away.
Good timing on that swing, right as the util comes out. Bit of money made for OC. And there's the cleanup. It never gets any more out of hand than that one kill in the apartments.
Yeah. And they don't recover the FAMAS, unfortunately, so it can't be dropped over to NAF, but they'll be able to drop him an M4, pick one up. OC's got 4,500, plenty of cash to drop a rifle if he'd like to. Buy is coming out. 5 AKs across the board for OG. These banana fights throughout this entire half are going to be so critical to both of these teams. We saw Mahone kind of outline OG popping through his smoke there. But if the defense down banana is strong, they might not have a whole lot of opportunities or the HP to even make that kind of a style work. Yakinder, the point man at the moment, as Elise shifts back to the A bomb site.
OG don't mind going for these quick pops though into top middle. And that there is Nexus securing the ground. Oh, doing all the legwork to try and set them up for an A play. Nexus leads by example on this one. Head on a swivel to turn around and find Yakinder, and well, it's a done deal, isn't it? Nitro so far removed, that sole B defender gonna be left saving the MP9. As OG, what a way to open up, right? Your first rifle round call is just a contact play out into top mid, one flash that pops you in, and they managed to find success from it.
An immediate headshot, but that's going to be a run I think is going to play very differently as this half goes on, because that feels very much like a call that's meant to take advantage of the fact you know there's a lot of SMGs on the board. You know you have the weaponry advantage with the AK-47. So yeah, more than confident to move up and get involved in the fight. Later on in the half, we're going to see OC on the CT side. Might even be next round. He's going to have the AWP out on the board. We're going to have more M4s. There might be more utility in that mid choke point. So that's going to be a lot tougher to execute and probably not as clean. 2-1. OG gets around quick.
That's something I got to say. You know, I really feel like Nexus is trying to make himself like someone who's really trying to take advantage of, you know, the new meta, and they're very subtle, but there's still apparent economy changes that have come in, right? I think on Overpass, he made a series of calls, like within the CT side, not afraid to like bow out and just go for an immediate 4v5 save if you go a man down early. Here, you know, whenever we've seen them kind of run out of money or not with these pistols, they prioritize bringing out the guns fast as possible to try and like punish that CT economy and not let it build up on the back of having, you know, 3 rounds at the start, instead just giving them 2. It's been really nice to see, and it feels very, you know, money-focused calling for Nexa.
Yeah, I mean, that's a conversation he had when this lineup came together. A lot more focused on just the raw skill and the headshot angle and just finding frags versus anything crazy complicated. However, with, hold the thought, OC with the AWP is rotated over after the opening kill. A lot of presence up middle towards brackets. 3 players here. Oh, what a shot. That's a banger from Nexa. It's gonna pull Yakinder back to play towards Arches, but he's smoked off. Ooh. And Nexa is able to provide Dexter with an AWP.
And he's oh, full blinded. Yakinder still dealt with on the swing. 2 players left inside of the site, and OG, look at how annoying they're being. They know they don't even have to commit to this with so much time left. It's Liquid feeling the pressure to get involved. Elige will over on the long side, and with that comes a kind of treasure trove of info that this side of the map is clear.
And Naf was smoked off. He doesn't know they've evacuated. It's only Nitro to hold this. Smoke and Molotov to delay as long as possible.
And P9's got to do it. Elige starting to make its way around now as well. Boost going to get employed. This has got to be the result giver. Up on the boost, Elige topples one and lives to tell the tale. Bomb makes it into the site. Flames and Fiku left standing, and Fiku is a very clutch player for OG. Definitely one of the names you want in moments like this. Out with the swing, Fiku nails Nitro. Lovely way to bring this into an even kill. 2v2 up through Banana. Nafly is going to struggle to get involved on this MP9, and with Elige so low, your chances to win this round are dwindling. Liquid have just got to save again. Running out of this one, it's OG with a second to their name, tying us up right away.
Absolutely wonderful. That kill on Nitro is huge. That was the only M4 in play for Team Liquid, the only rifle, and once again, the SMGs get exposed. Nafa's picked up the AWP, but he's not going to get away for free. He's going to be hunted down at the end of the day by Flames. 2-2. What a shot from Dexter. Timing on the flashbang as Yakinder rotates over. and a great call. And this is what I was mentioning. Nexa's calling. He wants to focus on letting the skill of his teammates shine, of guys like Flames, of guys like Dexter and Neofrag who have started stepping up. But then all of a sudden when you get that production, you can get a lot more creative in the mid-round where you see him shuffling between the bomb sites, parking Dexter on ramp so that it can flank. He's able to flex that kind of mid-round muscle. And that's what's starting to make OG extremely dangerous.
OG love these B hits. Like we clearly know that. They've lent strong over towards this side of just the pistol round, but they don't have a lot to try and put a stop to a B play here. One of the things that's so scary, right? That video from Mahone kind of showed it. That top banana smoke that's so often a real safety net actually gets used against you by OG in some of these B plays. So you don't even have the certainty of dropping this in. OG have got a response to this smoke play. Don't imagine we're going to see it in this round, right? They know the money's low. They kind of have more to lose to get than gain from going through. They're just going to wait, more than content, giving it, the extra 10 seconds for this smoke to fade, and then they'll hit the go button.
Yeah, but Liquid have a good stack here. Problem is the weapons. And OG's going to avert disaster. Back towards A. Elige spotted, boosted up. Now that position might make things a little worrying for OG, but with the weapons, I don't think they're going to be too concerned about it. And everyone's here, so you might as well push forward. The flank is coming in down banana for Team Liquid. How many can Elige get with the P250? It better be at least 2 if they want a chance. And oh, he almost got it. He almost found Neofrag as well. But Dexter can handle the flank. And now the opportunity for Team Liquid is gone.
Yeah, it just becomes a kind of damage dealing mission, really. Dexter, they try to run him down together over at short, but he doesn't want to part ways with the AK. OG are moving up into the lead early on to open up their T side. Even hunting Nitro down at the very end. It's clean. I like this. Nexa calling a very mobile game right now.
Gun's gonna come back out for Liquid on defense. No AWP for OC this time. That was ripped out of his hands quickly. Had one chance with it. There's one on Dexter, as we know, and obviously that can be salvaged, but Team Liquid need to manage winning the round first. Utility is a bit dicey for some of the players on defense. No kits picked up either, so retakes will have to be fast.
Start to the round out of OG, taking away this apartment's control, trying to work banana. No fight from Liquid for this banana control.
Look like Flames and Fiku over towards Halls. They could just end up just clearing this out and falling back. However, they could also go on like a little two-man micro-aggression to try and find a pick. As Fiku moves up, Naf is going to be on the balcony on the other side. OC over towards Moto Pit, but again, without the AWP can be tough. He's got plenty of utility. And OG just taking standard control of apartments, taking standard control of banana, and now they can start working up mid.
This triple B lean for Liquid still employed, still in play.
Naf does have a smoke, and OC hasn't used his yet either, so they can actually stall this out, depending on the timing of when Naf decides to deploy it over towards Halls, because it's looking like it's going to be a Halls pop as soon as Neofrag gets here.
You feel like he's got to drop it in soon, right? With so little time left, but it feels like that window's closed. Oh, they drop it in the pit together, and Nafly wins that head-to-head. Doesn't want to get caught with nades out, so won't be deploying the smoke. Instead, he drops the bomb up in the apartments now. This crossfire between pit and site is probably just too strong to deal with. Yep. You gave it a bit of a look, and you gave it your best go, but you've got to back out if you're OG.
Oh, this is huge. If Dexter can find if Yakinder can find Dexter with the AWP, that would be massive. Dexter not falling all the way back, and Yakinder's going to press forward. There's no reason for Dexter to consider this. Good win from Elige, and the AWP is going to go down certainly at some point. Yakinder just looking for him to fall back. Oh, no! Oh, Dexter pulls out the Tech 9 and considers it. That is a massive frag to get, to keep the AWP alive and to keep it out of the hands of Team Liquid.
He loves the Tech 9, doesn't he?
What a huge, that's just an awkward timing for Naf to fall down. That's got to be frustrating for Flames, but OC comes alive and unblind at the perfect moment to grab the second player out of Halls to really make that a stronghold. Ykinder having a frustrating day so far. Slow start on overpass. A decreased impact from what we're used to him. He got 3 kills in the pistol on here on Inferno, but he's got nothing since.
Liquid are running this triple B again. It's clear, you know, they're aware of OG's tendency to lean towards this side of the map. Been waiting, hoping that they're dealt this B play soon. Oh, that shot just sails on by, but Nitro is actually the one to claim the first kill of the round. Neofrag gets spammed out. And that's nice. That's going to force a little more respect out of OG, and even gives you a path to kind of dismantle this triple lean eventually.
They're going to come right back into this B hit in a man disadvantage in a 4-on-5. There's so many nades here, though. Ykinder still has smoke, Molotov. Nitro still has a smoke as well. They can actually stall this round out entirely, so it's going to have to be the tactic that Mahone outlined, the deep flashbang to pop through this smoke. They don't realize how much utility Liquid still has, although Nitro's going to use his smoke defensively, so it won't be there to stall them out.
They are popping through. Leading the charge here is Nexa, first man of ball, Elige up on the boost. Good job done, and Ykinder runs the smoke. Fiku, this was not meant to be his round, and yet he's making it feel doable. A lot of damage done, but he can't quite get a beat on either of those final 2 kills. A damn good attempt, and I tell you what, Fiku in moments like that, that's where he's at his most scary, right? I think it's very, very easy when you look at this OG team to focus on a couple of key pieces, right? Really, you end up looking like Dexter and Flames as 2 big stars, but Fiku at this event has an 80% success rate in clutches. Up until that moment there, I guess we'll say.
If he had killed Nitro through the smoke, all of a sudden it's on. That was real close. That was dangerous. Good double kill from Elige, boosted up. And now we get a more standard defense as Team Liquid understand the economy. OG just can't continue buying into it, although Dexter does have a hero AK-47. So a little bit of danger to take some guns out of the hands of Team Liquid. Or even more if he gets a nice shot here. First contest is OC, blinded and missed the timing. And now gonna challenge, but Naf stands tall.
Swimming around alongside this shot, not one he could have afforded. The TK's going to help out, and Ykinder goes the extra mile, keeping them under wraps in mid. Fiku 1v3.
Well, you said he was clutch. This would be a good moment to have it happen. It'd be unlikely as hell. That'd be incredible. Nitro pushing down the T ramp. Ykinder still holding on to mid. Not a whole lot of options for Fiku, and caught from behind. Liquid take a 2-round lead. 3 in a row as well. Timeout taken. OG want to have a conversation because outside of the rounds where they've had weapons advantage, they had 2 rounds built upon the fact that they had AKs contesting against SMGs. Now that the more powerful weapons have been out for Team Liquid, the defense has been able to hold strong. First a Halls pop that is shut down, and then a B play that's shut down as well. Rugga getting involved in the conversation, coach of OG mentioning hitting your timings, missing some opportunities he thinks over these past couple losses.
He didn't really have a spawn for anything, so he might have to be a little more passive in this round with the AWP. Nexa, passive, doesn't know the meaning of the word, wants to get involved over here towards Banana. The nades will kind of tempt him out of it for the time being, but that exchange, that's going to do enough to keep the attention of Liquid fixated on this B side of the map. The rest of them setting up over in top mid. This was how they opened up this game, right? One of these kind of creeps out into middle, a single flash to get them in. But this time from the boost. And from all sides, the kills come through. It's a far better crossfire here for Team Liquid. They're a lot more ready for it this time around. But NeoFrag has slipped the net. Moving up. There is this reposition from OC. He's aware of this gap. He's aware that this timing could have been hit, and Yakindar, that would have been the golden opportunity to find a way into this round. Now Fiku in the 1 versus 4, 50 seconds, boxed in, stuck in this fight. First kill found, but still a ways to go. Elige moves in to bolster the A-side defense. Spot for Fiku, he saw something. He's seen Elige playing the Moto angle, and he's ready for that AWP. Gives it his damnedest. He had the read on both those players, but OC lands the shot he had to hit.
This is the difference. I mentioned this hit was going to go a lot differently once the rifles are out. First kill goes the way of Team Liquid. That pop-up middle that worked so good against the SMGs and the MP9s just falls flat against 2 M4s or 2 rifles and an AWP. 3-round lead now for Liquid. And still the op in the hands of OC. Little bit of armor behind these upgraded pistols. Not a whole lot of utility though, so hoping the Deagles can provide you some initial kills, some kind of a 1-deek, some kind of a pick, and bullets just whizzing past flames.
Oh. Good spam there for Yakindar, putting a bit of respect on his name, dealing with that pesky NeoFrag who was just being such a nuisance in that last map.
OC just saw a little bit of elbow, so he should be prepared for this fight, for this shot. He's missed a couple timings on the cross with those small gaps in middle. This time, not at all. And Elige grabs his second.
Yeah, Liquid are kind of giving OG a taste of their own medicine here, right? With these very pushed up mid holds, you know, having players hiding in cubbies, playing the bait and switch angles. It's something that we saw OG open this whole tournament with in that heroic matchup.
Yeah. Well, now it's OG who's put on the back foot, much like the T side of Liquid on Overpass on their map pick. It's getting stumped right now, and OG burned a second timeout back-to-back pretty quickly. Not finding a whole lot of success or production anywhere, so it's kind of hard to call tactics based off that. You haven't been able to establish that you can take Banana consistently. The mid pop obviously didn't work. The Halls pop didn't work at all. Liquid's defense shutting down everything OG want to do. It's shut down plants A and B, and now it's time to move on to C for OG. That was the whole alphabet.
Rattled off impressively fast, right? OC has a good spawn in this round. Good spawn for B. Looks like he wants to use it.
OC's not the kind of opera on the defensive side you see get too aggressive too often. We don't see him go for some of those mid peaks or these peaks really deep down Banana all that frequently.
Util to force the respect out of Liquid. It gives OG all this Banana control. OC still lies in wait as this secret third man leaning B early with the AWP. I'm gonna try and jiggle this. Jiggle it dry, missed shot from OC's AWP, but oh man, OG, they are moving in. They recognize the opportunity once that shot sails past you. They try to move, and they get into the site now. OC at 34 points of health, tagged up, trapped in by a molly, forced to fight, and fights he didn't want to take. OG have got the B site control. Elige dead in the water, Flames lights them up. 3 kills in the round, a big hat trick to find. It's all the openers that OG desperately needed.
And they switch things up. That's not a full-blown execute. You can see part of the reason Yakinder goes down, he's expecting flashes to be raining over. He's playing anti-flash, but he turns for the fight that he's not quite prepared for. OG going in with very little utility being spent. Fourth round. But money to rebuy for Team Liquid, money to keep investing and keep fighting.
I'll tell you what, a game that's been so dominated by good utility ever since the Astralis era, really. It's kind of cool to see this very stripped back approach from OG, almost like a minimalist approach to getting you know, still lobbing in effective, good util, but it's very light, you know, and it's very contact-based, I guess you'd say.
Yeah, and what's helped Liquid a lot on those B hits through the other times we've seen it happen is that third player there obviously it's a lot of times it's been Elige who's been boosted up, able to grab one kill, a double kill another time. This time it's OC. As soon as he misses that shot, he's completely locked out.
It's like that was your opportunity. That was the chance
one
to get involved. Can't let one round throw them off the horse though. Liquid get right back on it. Flashes out in the mid. You've seen this one before from OG. But this time they try to take a bit of a foothold over towards the long side. Elige and OC there to play off the back of one another. Flash trying to set up Elige. That smoke's gone far too deep and he can peek ahead of it. Yakindar's even ready to help him out, going the extra mile, coming through the arch side and smoking them off. Liquid now have full control of this bomb.
Oh, Yakindar's so lucky to be alive still, 2 HP. But it's okay because Liquid have a 5-on-3 advantage. Now finds one more from the pit. Dexter is just parked, looking for a mistake. He might have a 1v1. Naf swings out a little bit too wide, overexposed, and that puts a lot of pressure on OC with the AWP. A slim gap, and Dexter's got another, but they still have to get the bomb. It's down on rap side, 35 seconds.
Look at this reposition. They last saw Yakindar all the way over at long. He went right the way back through B. He's now wrapping up through the mid side. This would be a huge turnaround for OG. They've done the hard part. Now they've got to stick the landing. Nitro watches over this bomb.
Time.
15 seconds. They've got to cross now. They've got to get it back into the site. Nitro, that swing could have decided it all. He tries to chase it down, and he does bring us back into a 2v2. Both these players for OG are low. Dexter created everything in this round, and he's going to take it one step further. No longer in the business of creation, it's destruction from this AWP, and Flames is there to take it over the line.
Unreal, a 3-on-5 turned by Dexter. One kill on the NAF and Pit, exposed the entire defense. Nobody was there to recover. Elige, the rotator, was stuck in library, couldn't get out to the bomb site, left OC all on his lonesome. He's looking down, not up. And Dexter is just ruthless. Look what it means to him. 2 in a row now for OG, and that's gonna put a lot of pressure on Team Liquid, once again having to drop down to some weaker weapons. First time out called for the defensive side.
Dude, even if you like really dissect that round, you've got to love everything about it from OG. Like, you're dead on. Like the fact that it's Dexter fighting library. You know, you're so tempted if you're OC that he's going to be the next guy fighting you. He's going to be the next guy swinging you, and it lended so much more room to them with that player still up in apartments in flames. So 5 on the board for OG and a chance to move past this tipping point. Really, if they win this next round, Liquid are broke. At which point OG can move into a spot where they've got full control of this T side.
Well, they're putting a lot of responsibility on OC's shoulders. The only defender at the B bomb site, Molotov'd back from a more aggressive position, and he's got to back away. Yakindar's going to be pulled over because of it. Another flashbang forces OC off the angle, but the main hit is coming in towards middle. Nitro and Elige, they're doubled up. SMG close. M4 far. They're gonna go through their own Molotov, their own smoke, and oh, Nitro gets involved. Over the top of the edge, he gets another. And Naf now it's his turn, but he goes down to Fiku, gets a dink, and a 3-on-2, and this is a man advantage that Liquid cannot drop. They have no money behind this.
The one thing OG have is time. And even that's getting away from them. Dexter going all the way around the world and then possibly back again.
Yeah, but the alarm bells are ringing for Yakindar. He's just turned around right now. He's realized the potential for this kind of a play. Problem is, man, there's no good spot to watch both of these choke points from. And if he goes down, OC's dead too.
Really, it's the time that's the big problem for OG. The round could end up being out of their hands, and it might just be a case where you're left playing for damage here. Dexter has a chance to do a lot of it, but Yakinda ready and raring to go. He felt like something was wrong the whole time. Fiku will get out with the AK at least, but that's an 8th round for Liquid. And once again, it's in these moments where you kind of need a multi-kill out of him. Nitro's able to rise to the occasion.
Yeah, that was massive. And again, just talk about Nitro, just impactful and important double kills. This is a really awkward fight for him, but a good drop down makes it tough for Flames to handle business, especially with the smoke up in his face. Another full buy for OG. Both teams struggling for money with only 2 rounds left in the half.
Puts a lot of weight on this round, doesn't it?
Yeah, this one could be a 2-for-1 in a certain sense. Whichever team loses this can have a much weaker buy, especially if it's Liquid. They've got no losing bonus built up. OG at least have the benefit of the extra money from a 3-round losing bonus. This time for Liquid, perhaps the first time more aggressive since the pistol round.
It's a retake, flash lobbed over. Yakinda tucked at the sandbags. It's a nice safe peek, and Elige plays that trade game. Keeps Liquid looking ship shape. 4-on-3 and a defense split 2-2. Liquid do start to shuffle Elige around.
They just love leaving Nitro alone at this B bomb site at times. Decide against the 3-man stack over at A, split up 2 and 2. This might be another boost, and this was what worked so well on the B defense in the early stages of the half. And the question becomes, does OG have the manpower to dedicate someone to spamming the boost?
Seeing that smoke coming out from CT, you know that someone's here. Wait for that to fade. They're gonna have about 20 seconds left. Nitro, not in the mood to wait, but his spam damage goes a long way. Extends this advantage even further.
There's a massive gap in that smoke. Nitro and Elige can actually double up on this fight.
It's huge, flashing through, it's aggression. Nitro calls for it, 15 seconds. Flames trying to cross on in, but Elige won't let that happen. And so Liquid must win round. They put it up on the board at 9-5. You said this one could hit like a 2-for-1. OG are broke heading into round 15.
They could have really used that plant. They could have really used it. The extra $800 would allow this to be a strong buy for OG. Instead, going to be relegated down to the weaker weapons. Mac 10 on Fiku. Light on utility. Liquid survive a really tough stretch. Those 2 rounds in a row could have broken their back.
More up-tempo, but Liquid are ready with a response. They're all swinging this together. Trades go evenly, either which way. It's a 2v2 retake. This has got some pace behind it, but OG, chance at the plant. The one thing that Liquid have got going their way, because this was so fast, it's a full belt of utility for both players. They've got to put that to good use, and that could cut out this whole banana component for OG.
Neofrag is going for the long flank. He's running all the way around towards middle right now, and the longer this retake takes, the better position he's in. If he can pick one of these guys off, if he gets here in time to drop one as they come in,
this is the last thing you expect as well. In a 2v2,
it's gonna work.
Odds bout, they've got no idea, because why would you? It's a ballsy call, it's a ballsy play, but something heroic had to happen. Flames with the smoke spam, and now Neofrag's just gonna finish what he started. 6 at the end of the half for OG.
Taking.
3, 2, 1.
One against side. Ouch, hold library of the whole only. Short safe.
He's out.
Hold short. Yeah. Hold mini pit guy.
Short dead.
Nice.
Last.
I smoke mini pit. Let me fight. Yeah,
He's out
I
there,
smoke mini
because.
pit. Stay alive, stay alive!
Nice!
Nice! Let's go!
You just
Nice, boys!
Nice, man.
Good fight! You see that, Nexa? Nice! Nice!
Good job, good round, friends.
Alright.
Liquid have given us a little bit of hope on the back of a 9-6 half on their CT side. OG 3 behind. A pistol could close that gap up very, very quickly.
They haven't won one yet in this series. This would be a good time for it if you're OG. For Liquid, it's all about maintaining this lead. Very, very narrow after some back-breaking rounds in the first half. At 3v5, that was the clip we just saw coming into this. And Liquid's gonna open up slow again. Far back, dualies on Neofrag and Dexter. And a 3-man stack at the B-bomb site. They want information. Dexter and Flames gonna start moving forward now with the help of a pop flash. Nobody's home. Yakinder behind the half wall, the only one here.
Oh, wow, okay. Deleted. Couple of bullets bursted down by dual Berettas, and now into more dualies. Nexa from in the pit. Rain's death in from afar, is getting pressured, but diamonds are made here. OC 1v3, first kill found, gotta get the reload off, and Flames won't let it happen. There's that pistol round you were looking for.
Oh, those dualies are just so brutal. Dexter with it, just what, 2 to 3 tap? This is disgusting. No chance for Yakinder. Same with Naf, the first man out holes. What a good hold from OG. Good shooting from everyone across the board. Nexa knows exactly what's coming. 9-7. Showing the calluses from all those high fives. It's Liquid who have to play around with unarmored pistols. Saving up for AKs in the next one.
Okay. Interesting way for it to open. Yakinder tapping out Neofrag, but in the 4-on-4 with Banana already lost and all these SMGs playing the close angles. Going to be hard-pressed to find much more than this, you'd like to think. Oh, gee, even aggroing Nexa into middle just gets the info. The Liquid are taking this real slow on this mid control.
They're going to stay doubled up as well. Aggressive to make sure Liquid can't take over that part of the map.
Yeah, they've even pulled Flames over. Now, it should be fine, right? Fiku armed for the job to defend B, but if he falls, that's a route to a plant. That's a route to a doable spot. OG, they kind of recognize this. They look to get a bit aggressive over towards A. This bomb's still waiting in the corner on OC.
That's a great nade down mid. What a great read from Nexa. Be able to grab OC. Elige not in position for the rebuttal, but now he's going to challenge. Gets a dink, and Dexter's there to mop it all up. Triple kill for Dexter. 13 kills for him, tied with Flames to top the scoreboard for OG. And a 1-round lead now for Liquid as the AKs come on board.
I'd love to see, how Nexa treats a bonus round like this, where you still have a good deal of SMGs in play. Is this one where you want to try and take a bit of space, take some of maybe these deep banana fights early? See that volley of util going out to lock them out of the banana take. But no one aggresses behind it. Instead, it's the apartments that OG look to occupy. 2 players in there. Flames left solely responsible for middle, and Liquid trying to give OG a taste of their own medicine. It's a fast play out into top mid. They're already wrapping up the short side, and Flames is cut out of the round.
They may have to save this, actually. I don't know how you get back into this. Flames would have to come through the smoke. Nex is still alive, but Liquid know he's in halls. They have complete control. This might be a round for OG to just kind of, hold the thought. That needed to be a kill. This might be great for OG to just take guns away, but they're losing everything. Aggressive. Trying to salvage the round, and it's not going to happen. Nexa had to play it passively because his position was revealed, and now they back away to save an AK-47 and a FAMAS, but Liquid on the board early on their T side.
I kind of like how up-tempo that round was from Liquid. It's not something that we've really seen from their T-sides all too often, right?
No, overpass was very slow, very progressive and calculated.
Not always to their benefit. That one there, just a little something out of spawn. Love to see it, and that's found them double digits. You know, even though that was the bonus round for OG, it was more out of necessity than anything else. They're actually just opting to bring out some pistols around these saved guns. So suddenly we're looking at NeoFrag and Nexa as big-time players in this round who would have to step up if OG want to stop that 11 appearing on the board for Team Liquid.
And this is a big round for Team Liquid. They know it, is why they're calling the timeout. They want to string two together. They're saying if these guys force buy, this is a chance to knock their money away. Obviously, we can see on the board that they're not really investing into this. Fiku just with the P250, Dexter as well. He's shaving for the AWP. So OG saying, with this kind of a deficit at the moment, we want to wait until we can get the op out to really start investing everything we've got. Let's put that in Dexter's hands immediately, as fast as possible. And considering the stats that the desk talked about before this series began, that's a very good call. Get the op in his hands, because he wins 90% of his opening fights.
Yeah, he's just been ludicrous with it. And, you know, when you're starting so many rounds in 5v4s, it's no wonder why OG have blazed this trail into this point of the competition anyway. And a big part of it has that AWP. Was something a little different in terms of a faster one for Liquid. This one looks like a return to what we're used to seeing. A little spread out early, taking away some key map control. Spotting this retake, Util getting lined up at Banana is nice for Yakindar. He knows how the kind of flow of info is transpiring across the map right now. And when you see that come in, and you know that OG have just got this information, you can maybe try to read their responses on the back of it.
The danger in this round, as we can see OG going to stack over towards the B bomb site, is that Liquid's playing this like a gun round. They might not be aware that a stack is potential. If you know there's more pistols, if you know it's a save going on, you're more paranoid about a stack being taking place. And if they fall back into any kind of a B hit without investigating, they're in trouble. Because it's a stack, but there's two rifles with it. But the bomb is progressing through apartments towards the A site. Yakinder, he's the one who might have to suss this one out.
Oh, he just throws in that one flash and leaves. And that's going to keep them there. That will be the round. It's out of OG's hands now. Liquid, they read it right. They move in through the apartments. They throw in the fake to the right side of the map. And they're home free, 11 rounds, about to go their way. And maybe even a unicorn round as all 10 look to survive.
Yeah, I don't even mind the call though from OG. I think it's a cool round played from them. Unfortunately, it doesn't pan out with the stack. However, they get to obviously bring these weapons and all their money into the next round. And Nexa's got a lot of cash in the bank. We'll have the op out in the hands of Dexter. Yakinder is about to have a nasty little surprise. Fiku goes down. Two more. Nexa with the AK-47 chimes in. He's going to keep it alive. Oh, another one. A triple kill. Massive frags from Nexa.
He has been looking awfully sharp here to open up. Now, Dexter wants to try and get his hands on one of these guns, but Liquid know that. They've got Nitro here holding the fort, denying the weapon. No. It ends up going both ways. They put a stop to the AK save, but it's very expensive for Liquid when all is said and done. They got out with one man surviving in what could have been a flawless round.
That's going to be so costly. And even though like the offensive economy is going to be easier to manage, that's still painful. That's still painful to take. That's another round of buying that might not be available to him down the road.
Especially when, you know, you dedicate so much to that hunt to take those two guns out, and both of them made it out of the round. So
and now you got to face off against the op.
Yeah, now you've even got Dexter to contend with.
Yakinder going to take Banana. And he cannot have a quiet offensive half the way he did on Overpass. He has to have impact for this team. And if he turns this corner dry, he's in trouble. Yakinder, missed shot from Dexter. Means NeoFrag goes down. They're stalled out in the open. There's a double kill. That's what they needed. The nade takes him down, and Dexter's going to fight to keep this round within grasp of OG.
Yeah, kill's gonna come through soon though. If it doesn't, on numbers alone, you know the outcome of this one. Dexter praying that something connects through these smokes.
Flames hasn't moved. This is gonna be a save call from OG. Naf equally is over here. Oh, okay. That's a bit wild. Goes back for more. Naf's not gonna be able to do anything. Flames hasn't budged off the top of the porch, which Naf is probably gonna be very confused about. However, a 12th round from Team Liquid off the back of a double opening from Yakinder.
I mean, this just was the missing piece on Overpass, right? The Liquid T-side felt very tame, very limited in terms of the options because you didn't have that reliable opening power. If we're getting Yakinder switched online, then this game becomes that much harder for OG.
Fiku wanted to keep the fight up as long as Dexter was trying to re-challenge, as long as there's not a smoke at Coffins. Fiku still felt like he could have had impact there, but unfortunately not the case. Now, because of all the saved weapons previously and because of the stack that went in for OG in the previous round, plenty of money to drop things over, but again, OG's gonna play it conservatively with the economy. 2 Deagle and armor on Neofrag and Fiku. 2 rifles in an op around it. Dexter wants to get aggressive. Oh, he sticks around even longer. He's got it. He's got it, and Elite can't find the trade. He was a little bit late. Advantage provided.
He was feeling the pressure to get involved with the big green. Get involved, he shall. Yakinder's already crossed deep left. Not something OG are aware of. Gonna start to jiggle this rotate around, right? Swapping Dexter out with this B hold, leaving him here alone to his own devices. Yakinder starts to make a move, but it's just to cross back to the safe side of Banana. Elige, meanwhile, has got them some serious real estate over in mid, and there's Nafly giving you a reason to hit this A side of the map. Too strong in the site. Nexa down in pit has this crossfire with Neofrag, needs to put it to use as they're already spilling in. Nexa's been pressured, they've gotten past the site player. Neofrag with a picked up AK, doing everything he can to keep OG in this. Look at the HP for Liquid. Neofrag, 2 shots is all it's gonna take to close this out. 3 to his name right now, and he can't find the 4th. It's this 1v1 that we were denied over at the B site that now decides the fate of this round. Dexter's called his bluff.
Oh, no, Dexter's made the wrong read.
On this. He thinks Yakinder's going to get fancy with it, and that's not the case. This is going to leave him very pressed for time in this 1v1.
He's coming, though. He's going for it. I don't think he realizes how low Yakinder is. Maybe he does. USP out for the moment to manage the angles, and Yakinder's trying to find a little bit of safety with the smoke up, and he sticks around.
One shot is all it's going to take from Dexter. Either gun would do it. The USP would be fine. Yakinder does not have many chances to put this round away, and he makes it work. No health, but he delivers. Liquid with 13, and to stop someone like Neofrag when they're on a tear like that, it's easier said than done. Yakinder makes that 1v2 look easy, like he was in full control the whole time. And that's Liquid onto 13, and now a real chance to start running away with Inferno. They've got OG right where they want them.
Well, maybe not quite yet, because OG's played such a smart economy game. It's another buy round. Oh, and another opening from Dexter. That's Yakinder. He might have lost the clutch, but he's got him here. Elige gives some damage over to Flames. Liquid once again playing in a 4-on-5. They converted in the last round. Can they do it again?
Nitro's forced forward by the molly, but he doesn't mind. He wanted that fight. This is a B hit all of a sudden. Liquid calling this one on the fly. They look to move through after Nitro's success in the entries. And there he is with another. You don't have Yakinder to do it, so Nitro takes his place. And the round is decided on the back of those 2 kills. Liquid doing everything they can to take us to Anubis and then some.
Yeah, this is back-to-back pretty heroic performances, especially from man-down situations. They've both been played 4v5. Last round, obviously, it was Naf to find the kill that really cracked things open and got things started. This time, it's Nitro forced out into the open. but still wins the fights. 14-8. Liquid just 2 rounds away from a third map. Resilience is what Team Liquid has relied upon in this tournament, and it's paying off yet again here in the semifinals. They have put Overpass in the back of their minds, and Inferno is firmly in their control for the moment. Timeout. They forced another one out of OG. Five straight for Team Liquid. 4 of them bomb plants. They're finding access into the bomb site. And the only thing keeping OG alive is how well they're playing the economy game, continually able to challenge, and yet again here. With 3 weapons saved, they can drop and shuffle M4s. So plenty of utility to spend, but they still haven't been able to find the winning recipe to actually put a stop to this offense. Not just the setups, but even able to take advantage of Dexter's openings.
V5s, they've done just fine. Outside of that, Liquid lead the way in opening fights in this map at 16-6. Guys like Yakindar, guys like Elige, they've played a big part of that. Yakindar even looked to get involved early this time around. Missed shot for Dexter and some serious ground gained. Just one man applying a lot of pressure to that B side of the map, while the rest of Liquid poised for what's looking like an Apps pop. Smoke down on the long side. OC making noise in mid. Nexa from the pit needs to give us a big performance, or maybe NeoFrag can do it for him. Holds the apartment dropout. Both Elige and Nitro are offered up, so Yakindar, as that kind of second point man now, needs to come alive, needs to give them a way back into this round. And there it is with that tap on a Dexter. Suddenly a route has opened up. You're in with a chance. Yakindar on the cross gets shut out of it, and that fly can't survive much longer. OG with a good reply to that, considering all the space gained over towards B.
Great defense from OG. This time they put a stop to the Hulls pop. It's NeoFrag from the bomb site. With a nice double kill, a good transfer up, finds a third later on in the round. Two more rounds still for Team Liquid, stuck on 14. Dexter gonna get aggressive with the ult, trying to have a little bit more influence. Gotta pick an ult mid earlier, has a chance for it again here, but the timing is missed, it's gone. Naf backs away from the angle and Dexter has to give it up because he's overexposed to mid. It's wild to think that Liquid went on a 5-round tear. OG just finally put a stop to it, but they actually have the better economy on the CT side. They've been able to manage their money so well.
Yeah, next to trying to steal the title of the accountant away from Jane, perhaps. Boost on up inside of B. Trying to get poised for this eventual B hit that looks like it's going to come through for Liquid. Now, OG don't have a lot of info over in top mid. It's very, very passive within this A site, but the one man who's starting to kind of buck that trend is Dexter, as he aggresses into top mid. Flashes rain out from Naf, and that's going to keep the triple stack over at that A side of the map. Liquid have now completely abandoned it. They are all in on this being a B play, and because of that little bit of util, the rotates are going to be that much later. OG need these site players to hold the line. BQ and NeoFrag have got a lot of responsibility on their shoulders. How will they fare? It's a one and done from the B site hold. Flames tries some chip damage through the smoke, with nothing materializing, nothing coming through. So much is weighted on if he can get a kill right now. With nothing presenting itself, and with Dexter not even budging, this is feeling like OG are writing it off.
They're gonna go for it, I think. Flames might look for one more before they actually call for the save, but this is a lot of money that's gonna be wasted. Now you have to. That kill goes down, you've got no more presence. They wanted to see if Flames could find one. And they're gonna back away OG, which means Liquid's on 15. 6 chances, 6 opportunities to steal the map away. Oh, if Elige gets any of these kills, It would be backbreaking. It would be heartbreaking for this economy that, as well as it's been managed, is laboring at the moment. But he's not going to press the issue. Timeout called from OG as the round ends. Their fourth and final. They've used them all. They're still so far away. And Anubis is looming around the corner.
Dude, here's just the wildest part, right? Like, in that last map, Liquid's big problem, they just didn't have anyone to open up rounds. They didn't have anyone to get around go, get around started. Here, they're dominating in that regard, and that's up against Dexter, someone who, you know, the desk have talked about to no end, we've talked about to no end. He's been phenomenal in these opening fights, and the thing that's been so heartbreaking is even in the few rounds he's found them, he was 1-3 coming into the second half, now 3-3 in those opening duels. Even when he's found the 5v4 for OG, Liquid have still converted on it. Yeah, twice in this half, Liquid have converted 4v5s. Those might have been the opportunities for OG to get into this map, and they've just slipped away. Defense being battered down time and time again. 5 of the 6 round wins for Liquid in this second half have been bomb plants, have been bomb site access. Getting aggressive. He has been a bit of a pig for Liquid over here towards this B side of the map.
Ooh. That's a lot of unnecessary damage taken by Nitro in the Molotov. Yakinder as well. At least he gets a kill for his pain.
Retake a banana. It's nice. It's gonna maybe lead to a slightly earlier timing on the rotate, but you still have to have this a-hole deliver something. Dexter and Nexa will. Lovely little interplay between the two of them there down on the short side. And for Naf, he knows that the bomb getting spotted, everyone falling in that fashion. This rotate's already come through, and there's very little he can do in this moment.
Great opening shot from Dexter, and you can see Liquid's looking for the crossfire. But Nexa grabs a double kill from under porch. Nexa's been great in middle on both sides of the map. He had some phenomenal entries, some phenomenal multi-kills in the first half. Here again, delivering, but Liquid's found so much success towards B. He's kind of been negated in this half. So it's going to be 15-10, 5 more chances. And OG just trying to outlast this barrage until Liquid kind of calms down, cools off a little bit maybe, force him onto a save if you possibly can. That's the best avenue back for OG. And at least for one round, they've withstood the storm.
The job's not over yet. Far from it, in fact. Dexter, at least, holds a bit of promise to give us a look in early. Nice spawn for middle, but he takes the short route around, and so it's going to be something in the apartments, just getting posted with this orb. Standard set up early once again. Neofrag fighting at Banana. He's been having a bit of a mare here, right? Currently sat 1-7 in these opening fights. It's been a real consistency that Liquid have been able to find him to uproot these rounds. Can't afford to hold true now. Bottom performer for OG alongside him in Fiku. That's why this B site, it's feeling very, very vulnerable. Boost up and over. Yakinder now owns this angle.
Might have been spotted by Fiku. Looked like he readjusted his position. Might have spotted a head coming up. Flashbang over. Good shot from OC. Good kill from Yakinder. And Dexter's under pressure. Oh, he goes down as well. Yakinder silences OG.
Oh man, and all across the map, success upon success for Team Liquid. That's more like it. And now we've got Anubis as that third and final deciding map. Jason, this just got very exciting indeed.
Yeah, it did. We'll see you there.
I got Dabs with me here, and well, that was one hell of an inferno coming out from you guys. A nice bounce back on that one. What do you feel, though, was just the mood change in the team? Because it looked like on at least Overpass, you guys were struggling in certain situations, struggling to close out players. This time, you guys came in fired up from the start.
I wouldn't say the mood for us was bad on Overpass. There was just a lot of unfortunate rounds on our T side where we were missing kills. We understood how they were playing on the map, but we were just missing trades and doing some sloppy mistakes.
Okay. Now for Anubis, the new map in, we're still learning a lot about it. You guys have had 2 games on it, a win against Outsiders, a loss versus FaZe. Do you think that gives them more information to play off, or is it still a lot of unknown?
I'd say it's still a lot of unknown for both of us, because at any point we could change how we play the map because the meta is not set yet. So it'll be an interesting match from both sides, and we'll see how it goes.
We'll see how it goes. Is it a 50-50 because of that, or do you think you guys have the edge?
We'll win.
We'll win. I love it. Dabs, good luck, man. Thank you very much. What happened?
Yeah, they're in a good position. Money's with them. Okay, so the fans have voted. And let's see what the result is behind this. This has all happened over on Blast.tv. So just take a look. Oh no, they picked the dream team to get smoked off of best of luck in that booth.
Of course they did.
They had to.
What are you supposed to do with this?
Buckle up. This is going to be very hard to see what's happening inside. Yeah, you can see some of the players further down just disappear in the smoke. So try and play around like this and see what is actually going to be happening. Oh, yeah.
Oh, that's horrifying.
Now, it's a great time if you wanted to fool the admin, because they can't see anything either.
Yeah,
so,
this is when you do it.
Yeah. If you want to do some kind of illegal communication here, then it's time for it. Yeah, this is definitely not going to make it any easier to play. I'm glad they picked the dream team.
Yeah, I like
Denmark needed it.
It just lingers as well, doesn't it? It just sits there.
It stays in there, and it gets in your eyes. Ooh, Dupree, it's Krieg.
It's back. It's back, baby. The Krieg meta.
And they have triple nades in the middle. Have they brought strats to the show match?
We've seen it before.
Yeah, not the first time. Team Denmark hunting for it now. 4 on 5, and all grouped up in the middle. Cade outside of the B-bomb side, the obelisk over on the other side of the map. Ruben gets put into play, makes up a couple of footsteps here, and this tag, yep, ready and waiting. They're cleaning it up right now. Oh, the smoke round completely destroying the dream team. That's great, what a start. That ties it back up again. Team Denmark not letting go of that easily. With a little bit of a thumb on the scale for Team Denmark by the fans, but that's how we designed it. Rez.
He's got this.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, they're going to try knife him.
Auto shotgun. They are trying.
Boom.
Oh, he's picking him up. This is great. Running out, though. Knife comes out. He doesn't know what sucker's right on the other side. Smoke's not going to help you. Oh, great. What a way to get born into this stage. Knifing Rez in front of the home crowd. What a memory.
A topsy-turvy veto as both teams steal away each other's picks. Liquid burn OG out of Inferno, and that means we await the grounds of Anubis to decide the fate of this grand final here at the Blast Premier World Finals. But man, hats off to Liquid. Great fortitude to be bouncing back into this one, and a solid T-side tear at the tail end of this.
It was the T-side that made it convincing for me for Team Liquid. The first half was a little bit back and forth. You could argue that OG were always a little bit behind, but tried to catch on the Liquid train. In the second half, there was no doubt to me that Liquid were the better better team right here. Very strong, very poised, very simple methods to win out that T side, but overall a great performance, and great to see Yekinda coming back having a monstrous performance after a slow overpass.
Yeah, absolutely. I think all of the positive signs that we started to see on overpass materialized once again on Inferno. And you mentioned Yekin there, and he shall appear. He definitely had a way better second map than he started the first. He was obviously at the helm for Liquid. I think Elige also played a very good CT side, although it's not the focus of our conversation. He still helped kind of steer Liquid in the right direction. And this is why I actually thought Liquid would win this 2-0. Because they are a client on Inferno. They can play the map.
Yeah, the fact that we said coming off of overpass, you know, that's a once-in-a-blue-moon performance for Yekinda in a negative way. Obviously, we don't expect him to be replicating such a dire performance coming onto Inferno. He definitely didn't. Hugely instrumental in terms of Liquid closing this one.
We know Yekinda, right? He's born on Banana. He's born on this map. He loves to play Inferno. We're going to see in some of these highlights him walking up on Banana and just destroying OG. We saw it time and time again, and we've seen that so many times for Team Liquid as well. This man on your screen right here, when he's hitting his strides, when he's in flow state, when he's playing his best Counter-Strike, very few players out there possesses the same qualities, if even any.
Honestly, I think Yekinda assassinated OG. Yeah. That's what happened in this game. He was the one that put them down. And we can just have a quick look at round 20 and 21, which he, again, provided us with some great Counter-Strike. It starts here with a triple B stack from OG, double entry from Yekinda, a little bit of a miss from Fiku. I can't argue against it, but the difference has been made. Double kill entry from this moment on, OG only have to save. Emotionally speaking, it's a very hard round to lose, because if you're Nexa, you have gambled in the right stack. You had 3 fully dedicated defenders trying to defend the B side, and still it worked, but it's not enough. It's not only round 20, because if you fast forward to 21, then Yekinda once again completely shocks OG. And this one, Jacob, I'm gonna be honest, I didn't really see this 1v2 coming.
No, I didn't either. I didn't see it either at all. The fact that he was able to do this, the fact that we were able to run this B-side simulator, and that they were changing up the pace once in a while is great to see. We'll get into a 4v4 scenario. I would have liked to see Nexa get a little bit more out of this scenario. Couldn't quite get it done. Neofrag in a 1v2 or 1v3. It should be over with the HP coming in from the Liquid players. They do a good job right here, trying to put Neofrag out of position. Yekinda maybe a little bit lucky with the timing as well, but from this point on onwards, we didn't see it right, but Dexter kind of outplayed himself. He took way too much time, went to the wrong bomb side, and then Yekinda could use his position to win the round despite having low HP.
And it's a very apt point that you bring up, Jacob, as well, the fact that, you know, that was one of the rare occasions Liquid actually went over towards that A side.
Yeah, it was a B-side simulator for the vast majority of that game. OG only won 2 buy rounds on that CT side, and you're supposed to win a little more. That was a horrendous CT side. They even won the pistol and converted, which is something they normally don't do at this tournament. That wasn't enough even to spiral out.
I feel like we completely flipped the story of Overpass, where we praised Neofrag for the amount of entry kill he had and the success he's had. We move on to Inferno. He's won, I think, 1 out of 8.
Yes.
He was basically the luxury victim for the side of Liquid, and his duo with Figu just completely fell apart. No defense at all on that B side.
Yeah, it was kind of an inverse situation than what we were pre-facing coming into it, because, yeah, OG have looked so damn good on Inferno. We even had Danny with a particular moment that we should be looking out for. But then we move on to the grounds of Anubis. I'm very excited for this one, because both these teams, Matthew, they've proved they're not scared to be playing on this ground.
Listen, I don't think any teams have proved jack on Anubis. We don't know anything. And this is why it's interesting. And this is why, faced with such a conundrum, what I do is look at individuals. Because none of these teams quite in Counter-Strike have proved us that they have mastered Anubis, that they have a groundbreaking meta, or they have seen something that people haven't. I think it's about individuals stepping up. What saved OG when they played Heroic on Anubis was an absolute masterclass from Dexter. It was plus 21, something ridiculous. On the side of Liquid, they have individuals to play for. I still have them as favorite.
I think you said it yesterday that we haven't really seen an AWP or the regular AWP players understand how fully to play Anubis. Dexter, I feel, is the only one who's done so. As you said, he had a fantastic performance against Heroic. A little fun fact was that he actually changed his resolution going into that map, going into that game. He told us after the game, for whatever reason, wasn't happy about how he played on map number 2. So changing resolution, I guess, helped him out to play well on Anubis. But the fact that AWP, the fact that Dexter is able to and was able to roam around on the map, constantly annoy the way Heroic was playing Counter-Strike, that's going to be so much needed when they go up against Liquid, because we said it coming into the game. Dexter versus OC, that's the one area where OG is winning out big time.
When we talk about Liquid coming onto this particular ground, however, we have seen them playing it twice, once versus Outsiders, once versus FaZe, 2 completely different discussions going down on each respective time. But do you have any particular learnings coming off of that from what Liquid tend to deploy on this map, or is it, as Dap said, just huge question marks on this map?
I mean, there are definite question marks, but kind of a fun fact is that Yekinda actually hasn't been able to find any kind of success on Anubis so far. I think he's got a 0.7 rating, aggregated on 2 maps, which is way, way, way below his standards as well. So lightning doesn't strike thrice in the same place, I guess. Is that how I can kind of move the idiom? I think it's what we say. I can't really imagine Yekinder sucking one more time on a 3rd map. That I just can't be.
What people have to understand when it comes to Anubis, as you also alluded to, it's so fresh, it's so new. One strat, one default, one way of throwing a smoke, one way of throwing a flash, since it's so new, can change the tide of the game. It takes small adaptations in the middle of the game to completely change the landscape of how you play it. That is why, to me, this video is a bit surprising, because it's a big gamble. It's a semi-final at the final event of the year. You're playing Anubis, and you know just one little change can completely steer you out of course.
Just on the Yekinder topic as well, I'd love to have your opinion, Jacob, on that. Because he is so aggressive and because he takes so much risks, do we think that because we have a new map, this is why he's struggling? Because I think in his role, you need to have such an intuitive knowledge of the map. You need to have angles you know how to, either go fight for or have a good flash for. And maybe, just maybe, being Yekinder in his shoes on the Anubis is quite complicated.
Timing is everything for Yekinder, as you said. Timing is everything to have these aggressive pushes and be aggressive as he normally is. And you don't have those timings. You don't have that knowledge yet. And I think that's part of the reason why he's struggling.
Yeah, of course, the newest ground coming into things, and it does fall down to the map of Anubis. Both Liquid and OG going toe-to-toe to prove that they can command the new reigns here, and for them, a spot at the grand finals on the line. You don't want to miss what exactly goes down after this.
It's funny, 1 out of 3 actually wanted, like, it was a vision to be it. Other 2 just fall into it. But, like, do you feel like extra pressure, extra responsibility when you have to take it over? Because it seems like there's just a lack of people that want to do it.
There's definitely way more responsibility. And a big part of it is, like, being able to stay level-headed throughout the whole entire game. And whenever your leader, like, tilts or, like, is out of it, then, like, the whole team is going to be out of it. So, like, I instantly knew that I couldn't be, like, a tilter. But I wasn't a tilter, like, before that. So
you don't take me as a tilter at all.
So I knew that, like, the role was something that I could be good at eventually. And I have, like, pretty good work ethics, and I like to study the game a lot. And I think all those things combined are really good.
Yeah, I think responsibility is, like, the responsibilities you have are much, much greater, and I know at the beginning, a lot of times, when things were tough, and we take a timeout, and I can just see that everyone is just sitting there and waiting for me to come up with, like, all the solutions, all the right calls, the right answers for everything, and I think at the beginning, I had a lot of pressure doing it, but it's something that, like, with experience, with, like, games, official matches, you learn how to get through it. And I think it's not always about having a right call, but just giving a direction so people feel more safe, that you actually know what's going on.
Okay. And for you two in particular, you have obviously changed teams as well while IGLing a lot. You had FaZe and into Mouse and back into FaZe. Like, how much does that affect what you're doing as an IGL to, like, show your ability? Because obviously you're coming in, things are changing, things are moving around.
I think it all depends on where you are in your career, right? I think many times, every time I changed the team, I learned something new. I took something from what I did wrong in another organization. I think in the end in FaZe, I wasn't strong enough IGL. So I went to Mouse knowing that if I work with young players, they will respect me every single second. When I say something, they will instant go do it. And by going from FaZe to, first of all, it was Envy. That was very awkward to play with one of the best players and then play with Envy in NA. But coming into Mouse, I knew what I had to work on, what I had to be strong at if I wanted to compete at the top again.
This first semi-final set to conclude on Anubis. OG just copped an L on Inferno. They've got to bounce back. This better be a damn good huddle. Trying to get everyone pumped, trying to get everyone believing as we get ready to head into this third and final map.
Yeah, I mean, on Anubis is crazy. A brand new map and a lot of teams still figuring things out. So this one could get really spicy because they tend to get brawly with players still not knowing all the angles, all the various timings as well. Another great bounce back from Team Liquid after taking a tough loss on map number 1 just to get here on Inferno. So I don't know, man. The OGs had some great performances individually. That can always turn things around. And what we saw, I think you and I casted OG on Anubis on day 1. Dexter was a beast on this map. He held down the bomb site so well with EDP. He was a monster in middle. And with this map still being so new and protocols still being kind of ironed out, utility being ironed out, you can really go off the wall. You can really let go of kind of traditional Counter-Strike and just play a very intuitive, gut-based game. Deciding map, Anubis, Liquid and OG. It all comes down to this. We all wanted it from the get-go, and OG's hustling up mid at Elige.
They're hustling all right. Look at this. NeoFrag runs them down. A lot of control for OG early, and they're not moving quietly. They're being fast and loud on this one. NeoFrag in with a second, and Nexa tries to hold for the rotate down in middle. Suddenly, Yakindar's flipped the script. A quiet start this map the other day, looking to make up for that now. Yakindar leads the charge on this retake. Nafly with more successes for Liquid to bank upon. Yakindar now gone as Dexter battles back, getting overwhelmed and overran. It's all down to Fiku. This guy's been great at clutches, but that's one step too far. The 2v1 goes the way of Team Liquid. They do so well to get back into that, considering it's a 3v5 as they're moving in for that retake.
Yeah, and that's where you have to be excited about Yakinder really coming alive after map number 1. Had to have been pissed off about that performance, but something between the maps. And he's back to his old self. Good shot from Naf as well. He's got the kit to make it easy, and Liquid survive a very dangerous round with a fast-paced opening from OG.
You know, even having a round come at you that fast to open up, it's a real test of your kind of rotates in the pistol, right? Testing your knowledge, testing that setup, seeing what you like to do, and setting a bit of a precedent that mid is a very hostile area, might force something a little more passive out of Liquid here.
We haven't seen this out of OG. Every time they've lost their T-pistol and in both, they've dropped down and they've just gone unarmored Glocks. This is the first second round buy we've seen out of them, and look at the nades that they have to work with. They got not a whole lot of anything. Yeah, they got a decoy. And, you know, in what, 10 years of CSGO, nobody's figured out how to use decoys.
No, yeah, that's true. I mean, a chance at a really sick fake flash maybe, but there we are. That's all Flames has got up his sleeve.
If you get fake flashed by a decoy, you are going to live in shame for the rest of your life. Crunching towards the B bomb site. OC in dark, Yakinder by the pillar, and Naf deep in the bomb site itself.
Yakinder can't really afford to die, because if he does, it's going to pull OC's attention away. And he's now getting aggressive. That little jiggle's lovely. Gets the info that they are outside of this B site, and now he feels no pressure to return to fighting that. Contact getting made. Damage getting dealt. A lot weighted on this fight for the dark control. The Flames wins out, and look at how awkward a position this is for Yakinder. He makes it work somehow. Drops that second man in. Having to play the full 360 degrees almost on this.
Yeah, but the smoke that OC puts down in dark actually buys so much time, brings Elige over, and OG had to respect it. Now they're flanked out with 10 seconds left. Oh, Nitro, you can actually get these kills. Does he want to challenge, try and take one of these AK-47s away? Waiting for the time to close. He's going to be the only one. Free kill, freebie. I think Dexter went down before time, and Fiku gets the kill. 2-0 for Liquid.
That's such a shame. If that peak is half a second later, that is money ruined for OG. I'm very thankful that it comes in when it does. It stops the money getting thrown through a loop early.
Fantastic utility usage from Team Liquid, though, making that an uncomfortable hit. OC, obviously, with his smoke and dark stalling out the hit, and then Naf with the follow-up smoke in towards B main, makes them come through it. And remember, they had no utility, no flashbang to take anyone off the angle to watch the smoke that early. Works perfectly, and now we have aggression. That's the rifle hitting the deck. The sole rifle that OG comes into the round with is out of the action early. All right, Yakinder's flexing. Not much.
Yeah, not much of a flex on this. NeoFrag holds for it with the deagle. Uh-oh. Nafly's having a wrestle with this, but with support from Elige, you're not that worried. There we are. It does come back in with the trade. Even drops on down. Now that has left a bit of a gap over here in middle. Elige can still watch for the cross at window, though. Oh my goodness, Nexa starting to recognize he's found a bit of room here. There's a dig shot. He just got the info onto Elige. And my word, Nexa, some clean dig shots, leaves this in the 1v1. OC in through middle. His teammates have tried and failed to contain this deagle, but OC hears the footsteps. Nexa not ready for it, and there's OC locking him out of that clutch attempt. A damn good try in the 1v3.
That's so sick, though, that he had the info on Elige. He knew exactly where that follow-up peek was going to come from. I think Elige is going to probably be so surprised he actually hit that shot, and when he sees the replay, he'll see why. Beautiful deagle from Nexa. At least make it expensive, right? I mean, that's all you can really ask for in a round like this.
Yeah, right. I mean, they forced the second, right? Literally, in this round, it was a collection of like P250s and that deagle. So you did well to leave Liquid strapped for cash, and now's your chance to capitalize on all that damage.
Is it just me, or are we seeing a lot more A1s here on Anubis? Liquid going for some changes from the previous maps.
I think it makes some sense. You know, there's a lot of smoke spamming that takes place here, right? It's a very kind of spammy map at times, especially over towards mid. But even then, like if you're trying to use some of this util over at B, Dark gets smoked a lot of the starter rounds. Main is one that maybe you smoke when you're feeling that push looking to come through. Over at this B side of the map, and A is basically smoked from the get-go at times. So yeah, I like the change, and it's going to leave them with that much more utility as well. It complements each other quite nicely.
Perhaps as well a little bit of unfamiliarity and angles at the moment, and various setups that CT sides bring out. Might be hard to figure out exactly where the fights are going to be taking place. For the moment, there's two defenders at the B bomb site. That's Yakinder and Naf. Yakinder playing by Pillar and Dark. Dropping a counter Molotov to slow things down, but it's B main where the main action is going to take place. Smoke is dropped. This is going to be quiet. No utility being spent. Yakinder's back is turned. Naf gets the information, which allows him to spin, and he runs out of ammunition. But he's done damage to Dexter, and Elige is not going to miss that opportunity. The hit is shut down and slowed. It's only NeoFrag, and Nitro ain't ever going to let this bomb be planted.
Already applying the pressure. Really uncomfortable for NeoFrag. Forced into fights that he didn't want to take. Forced to expose himself to all those angles. Denies the plant, finds that fourth round, and that was the bonus round from Team Liquid. They are very happy with how that pans out. Yakinder on this tear, you know, you were dead on. It was like a contact play in through B main. So often you're at least, you know, exposing yourself on a jiggle. Maybe you're throwing in smokes or flashes to assist you with that play.
Yeah.
The contact nature looked perfect. The timing was there, but Yakinder, he just hit that millisecond turnaround.
Ooh, tagged. Elige to the smoke.
These are the spam fights we talk about, right? Over in middle.
And I think Elige probably a little bit scared of those deagles after what Nexa did to him a couple rounds ago. OG going to readdress and move around the map. Only one AG grenade, no smokes or flashes for OG to use on the attack. Very quiet. Very calm from OG, a slow progression across the map. Haven't made any decisions quite yet. Although they are all aligning at bridge in middle to try and cross over and move towards double doors. It's OC who would be the first challenge.
Good spot for the Eagle to try and get away with something cheeky through those doors, but OC wins the initial fight. A lot more where that came from, and with a bit of help from his friends, Elige getting involved from the A connector. Temple rotate on the cards, and that's the bomb getting away from OG. Nafly mops them up. Very, very good start from this kind of firepower trio on Team Liquid, right? So often Naf just kind of quietly gets by in the background, right? Creating a lot on his own. Then we have this tag team of Yakindar and Elige, and they're both looking really good to open up this map. Might have had a couple of key players missing throughout this series for Liquid, but it looks like come the turn of the clock for this third map, they're all awake now.
Yeah, they really are. Especially the resurgence out of Yakindar from map 1 is absolutely spectacular. He was huge on Inferno and doing good here in the early stages. Obviously, very early in the lifespan of Anubis, this is the first tournament it's played at. For Liquid, they've played it twice. They lost it to FaZe 9-16. They beat Outsiders 16-8. And for OG, their only experience and officials on the map is that double overtime victory against Heroic on the opening day. And that was Dexter going absolutely wild. He ended with something like 40-41 kills with the AWP, but that was mostly on the CT side. So we'll have to wait to see if that impact is still going to remain. B-bomb side again.
They're interested in what B has to offer. They have this lower dark smoke in. That's going to give a bit of presence to them there. And this time they get the opener. Yakindar going to burn out one and do a lot of damage with his util. Actually, it's the double. Leaving this in a 3-on-3. Neofrag even tagged down low in the meantime. A lot of damage done, spread all across OG. Util to try and slow down this retake. That's really all OG have to buy time. It's getting lobbed out now. Few seconds bought, and Fiku nails that opening shot. More where that came from though. OC and Nitro still keen to attempt this. That molly whittling down Fiku leaves him out on an island. Nexa tries to swing, the only man with HP now gone. And Neofrag from down in lower can't get a beat on this bomb with the transfer. It's gone. OC swings out to find him, and Liquid keep it flawless 6-0.
A 2v3 retake, nothing going wrong for Liquid at the moment. I'll tell you what though, stylistically, those kinds of fast hits were really dangerous on Inferno for Team Liquid's defense. Here again, just turning the corner quickly, and Naf gets just brained before he can really respond. But what a brilliant job by OC. Even this final kill. He just seems to be a third map player.
Yeah, it's starting to look that way, isn't it? He banks it all up. Saves himself for map number 3.
OG fans in shambles.
I mean, this is where, you know, we talked about experience coming into this series and how it heavily favors Liquid. This is where you would expect them to come alive, right? This is where for OG, the various pressures that have been put on them even before the tournament, the fact that this was a run that a lot of people weren't even expecting, all these things start to tick over in your mind. And on Anubis, you know, often you'd question, do they have the depth? Do they have the resilience? Well, there isn't a lot of depth here yet. People are still trying to figure out how this map plays. So you don't have the strats to fall back on.
Well, OC's gonna get a chance to deliver his first shot at it, first kill. Neofrag down. Molotov to delay and keep the defense comfortable.
Look at this, man. Naf's got so much info from this push now. OG are starting to veer back. This is the one vulnerability, right? Pushing B long is nice to confirm that there's no one in middle, and it does make it feel like it's not going to be a B play, but with canals open all round, OG do have that point of rotation. This is going to be a kill for Naf. The freest kill he's ever had. Fiku stood still in mid, gives one over for free, but OG have moved into the B site. It's so quiet, they almost don't believe it. Now that they've seen a Temple player, they realize, at worst, this was a retake setup. They learned about that push from Naf, so I think they pieced together what's happened here.
Look at all the utility Liquid has for this retake, though. Good shot from Dexter, adjust onto Naf. He knew one had infested middle. Deep flashbang, now in an even man situation.
Yeah, these are the moments that Dexter was made to perform in, right? He has to step up, he has to deliver on this AWP, a post plant with it. It's a dream scenario for him. Posted on the angle. They try to bait him with the jiggle, but Dexter doesn't budge. Nexa won't give anything away. And so finally, Liquid's good times looking to come to a close.
Nexa's gonna push through Temple. He's gonna try and take this AWP away. He wants to be ruthless. He probably senses the money's in a precarious position for Liquid. And he might just get it. Bomb's about to blow up. I don't know if OC's gonna be prepared for this. But Nexa's not that committed, not that aggressive with the hunt. And everything stalls out. 6-1, OG's on the board.
Takes a fair bit for them to find this, right? But considering the kind of real estate that Liquid possessed, it's a good sign that OG break away back into that round. And it's a nice debut from this AWP in a post plant as well, right? The fact that Dexter's going to give us a little moment like that, he really does just turn the tides in that gunfight there with the double kill on the defense. Now lower smoke. Dexter invites them to peek this.
This is quick towards dark. Ykinder going to be challenged. Decides against the defensive smoke. 3 through dark, 2 through B main. When is the trigger pulled? They're going to try and double peek this. Ykinder's in some trouble. There's the smoke. Is it going to plume in time? There's a gap. They're going to feel like they can go through this, and here comes OG.
Ykinder playing over at the back of Glizzy, over at Glyph, just trying to hold on as they move through. He's got his Molotov in the way right now, but it's obfuscating the vision. It's lined them up for Ykinder. Still only a chunk of damage done. OC moving in with his AWP. Might have been smoked off, but he's done what he had to do. Liquid are teed up nicely. The Flames and Dexter. This bomb down is scary. Flames is taking real estate, but ends up getting punished. Liquid hold. They win these fights. Just Dexter left to get past, but he's an iron wall at the back of the site. Moving around. Kill number 3. Oh! Dexter! Make some noise for him. That is incredible.
Look how hyped up he is. I don't even think he believes it. Look at the way he isolates these fights. Oh, Liquid, that one hurts, and that's all your money as well. Unreal. Dexter just lets loose.
Oh, you could see OG were believing. They know the kind of rounds this guy's capable of. You could see Fiku getting more and more amped up with every kill that took place until that final culmination, a beautiful sequence.
What a time for it, too. That gets him right back into this map. If that's a victory for Liquid, oh man, OG's in a hole. Look at this. Elige, OC, and no one can trade these kills behind the pillar. Nobody can manage it. Nitro's not ready. Naf as well out in the open. And yeah, that's gotta be so confusing how that went wrong so quickly.
It's insane because like those fights are separated so beautifully. You'd be led to believe he's played this map 1,000 times before, right? It's just wild how that all comes together. You could see it getting out of hand as each second ticked on by. But Liquid, that is a harsh way to have your money broken, right? It was gonna be sad enough if they got put to eco here. But the circumstances in which that goes down, a 4v1 that goes against you and now you have no money, that's a tilter.
Yeah, that's the strength of having a player like Dexter. Rounds like that puts you right back in contention. Nitro going for a pop flash through the window. Nobody home to eat it though. Nobody from OG is going to be in danger of this at all. Liquid's going to start pushing Ruins. Fiku comes back to check. He gets a nasty little surprise, backing away. They're going to press the issue. Goes 1 for 1. Uh-oh, the bomb is down.
The bomb.
The bomb is down.
Oh, God. Dexter's been called upon again. He needs to try and regain some control here. This is a little awkward now. Liquid know they have this bomb under control. With Elige further off that angle, he had a chance to get involved, but with him gone, with the weapon removed, OG might have dealt with this threat. Oh, timing there, little awkward, but Ykinder's having a dance around with the P2 and there's no love for him. OG stumble back to their feet.
All right, would have had to be something equally miraculous from Elige once he salvaged the AK-47 to get that round back in their favor. 3 rounds away. No op on OC now, and that's been a pretty deciding factor. He's had some critical shots with the op in this game so far. And a little bit light on nades. Thankfully, Naf and Ykinder, the 2 B defenders who've been under pressure time and time again on this map, they've pretty much got full kits, smoke Molotov to delay things in B main. OG now flush with confidence. Pressing forward, and Elige can't get it done. Great damage onto 2 players.
This full shuffle from Liquid. Moving everyone around, taking no chances. This is feeling like the A-side lead, so they positioned everyone accordingly, but in the blink of an eye, the kills come through, and oh, it's back and forth. Dexter gone. A whirlwind of trades over in middle, and we're left in a 1v1. Nafly versus Flames. They are worlds apart right now. Both players trying to get tricky with the positions they move to. But I can assure you, Nafly's the least expected.
Well, with 4 players coming in middle like that, I guarantee you Naf is just saying, all right, the last one is going to be having going out A main towards Fountain, reposition entirely. And would you ever expect this if you're Flames? You're looking for the rotation from the B bomb site. You're looking for him to be close and protecting the bomb when you pick it up. Is eating so much time off the clock and giving time for Naf to make this kind of a play.
Oh, Naf reads him like a book. Beautifully played clutch. Didn't care about the journey. He waited by the finish line.
It's a nice crunch from Team Liquid. Yakinder's trying to come through the smoke as OC is challenging. What OG never expected was Nitro and Naf to evacuate the bomb site entirely to come join up with that. They never expected 4 defenders to crunch middle like that. Liquid back on the board, 7-3. Timeout, teams discussing things. Still no op on the defense ever since Dexter ripped it out of their hands.
We've had quite a few pacey rounds out of OG. I wonder if this is maybe where they look to slow it down a peg. Early on, that molly lands over in middle to deny an early fight. But Elise responds with one of his own, just trading that util, while the rest of OG going back to one of these B splits that they know and love, this time telegraphing it with utility as this push comes in. Yakinder fed to the walls, left all alone at the back of the site on plat. And really, yeah, Liquid, if they don't get something soon, this will just be the safe call, and it's already come down the pipeline. That one fight decides it all.
That little piece of utility being thrown towards middle pulled Nitro, who was a 3rd defender starting at the B bomb site, pulled him away. Had to respect it and really weakened up the defense. And much like we saw in Inferno, OG on their offensive side, taking advantage of some weakened weaponry with the SMGs on board, because Liquid have not been able to settle down this economy, get anything building in their favor. 4th round for OG. And you're right, we have gotten some pacey rounds out of them on this offensive side. That's a couple of times they've been able to get into the B bomb site with very, very light on nades, maybe 1 or 2 pop flashes, maybe a smoke play somewhere, but they're willing to hit it at a very early timing.
Yeah, something I've liked is that early on, they really conditioned Liquid that when this B split was coming through, it was going to be with that smoke falling in dark to let, usually someone like Neofrag creep up through canals, right? And close the distance at a very low risk. But a little while ago, once that AWP first came out for Dexter, they stopped throwing that smoke, right? And instead, they just had him posted. And Liquid never wanted to fight canals as a result. So that's kind of been a free area of the map for OG since they set that precedent early on.
Yeah.
And we see it used against Team Liquid in that round. Admittedly, lower player never really had to get involved, but it was just another component to deal with. It's something that Liquid might have to try and gain a bit of respect back on.
4 out of the last 5 rounds in the favor of OG. They've really found a way to get control of this first half. It was looking so dire early on, and this time Team Liquid have parked 3 players here. OC, who we've seen hold down in middle, is now way far in jail, committed. And it's softened up the defense at A, where Nitro is the only anchor, the only player with an SMG, and they're gonna come right at him.
Does have support from Elise. Nitro tries to take him close, fights for main. Feels like his MP9 is always good, but way more than it should be, and this round's no exception. 2 kills from it. Even dancing around for a little bit more, but finally laid to rest by Dexter. Don't count him out of it just yet. 1v2, and we've seen what this guy can do. He's gonna get tricky with it. Degster goes completely silent and now looks to fade away. Waits to see what the reaction is from Team Liquid, but while he's changed his pathing somewhat, as have they. Double grouped up in heaven. They're not feeling the pressure to swing. They're going to wait for a tap here. They're going to wait for a move to be made by Degster. You've seen what happens. If you don't face them together, if you give them these 1v1s, how quickly it can fall apart. And so that one from Liquid, it's very together. And they play it super safe to secure an 8th.
Really well done. Again, Nitro being called upon as an anchor. Dropping the Molotov, dropping the smoke, giving himself a good fight against Flames. Even finding a second. Just barely holding on. Alige coming over in time as well to provide some support. Felt like OG had a great advantage in that A hit, but Nitro takes it away. He steps up so much when he's called upon. And once again, a triple B setup because OG hadn't seen it. OC again in jail.
I kind of like this. Nitro's almost like calling their bluff right now. You know, after that A round and so many of these rounds ending over towards B, he's like barely playing the A side of the map. He's right there in mid, ready to rotate over so darn quickly. Alige is getting split through middle, but right now he's the one splitting them open and dropping the bomb for Team Liquid. Fiku opens with one, but without this bomb, there's nothing to be gained from earning the B site. This is a rescue and recovery mission.
And do you have the health for it? Fiku's down to 25, so now Nexa's got to be the one leading the way. And he's being highly aggressive. Gonna move in through CT spawn. Nitro's already looking behind, already knows the potential for it. He's just jiggle peeking to see if someone's gonna move through the beacon. And he's got options once he spots them. Yikinder way out in no man's land. Keeping some information as well for his teammates, letting him know they're safe. And this is all on Nexa. He needs to win this engagement against Nitro. Needs to win it quick and clean. Missed the opportunity.
Sadly, that was maybe the best shot you were gonna have.
Yep. Time is running low. 18 seconds. They still haven't picked up the bomb, and this one's gonna slip away. I think OG's got to save now. Nexa backing away from the fight. Fiku's gonna find some safety in dark. And 9 rounds for Team Liquid.
I'm impressed with how kind of resilient Liquid have been, right? Oftentimes it's felt like one big clutch going against them is sometimes all it's taken for this team to start to fall apart, but not today. In the face of heroics from Degster, they still rise. And guys like Alige, the immovable man in middle, they just can't get past him.
Yeah, what a disgusting sequence from Alige. That's fantastic defense in middle. Timeout being taken outside of that and miraculous and incredible clutch from Degster. Hasn't been a whole lot of success for OG. Rugga there mentioning go a little bit quicker before the smoke fades entirely. Look for OG to be popping through a smoke. Might be at that B bomb site. They now spotted OC over in jail. And Liquid kept positioning him there up until that setup was realized. And now that it is, the question becomes, do you still park a third player here?
I'm talking about flashing through smokes. Well, they don't actually have any in this round, so I'm assuming that's going to be for further down the line.
Flames just bought one just to prove you wrong right at the last second, so you can thank them for that later.
Lobbed out, lobbed over, and Fiku immediately fighting out. This is one of the 2 saved guns, taking a bit of a gamble, a bit of a risk early, but he isn't punished for that wide swing.
And Liquid's just not in the mood to deal with that kind of B timing pop. They want nothing to do with it. 3 players there for the first 20, 30 seconds. We'll see when they decide to start shifting. Nexa testing A main. Neofrag watching canals. Degster's gonna be positioned very far back, but those 2 rifles are everything. Nexa and Fiku.
Can't get Alige out of middle. A clean tap. And Alige cuts out the middleman and brings the fight right to him. Nafly's doing the same all the way through B. A shutdown. OG barely even get out of spawn as Team Liquid look to claim, I was gonna say a flawless 10th. One kill for Dexter, but he's getting wrapped. That's been all over the map, all over it. You just saw him pushing B, and now he's behind you. There he is to safeguard that round and lock in double digits for Team Liquid as we head into round 15.
Look at this little jiggle peek pre-fire. On point. Oh, Flame steps right into it. Absolutely wild. All right, final round of the first half. We didn't see that pop flash through a smoke, obviously not the resources for it, so let's see if it happens this round. Coach can only be involved during timeouts, so just call the tactic for the final round. And again, Liquid with the triple B opening. Elige is pulled over as well.
They're trying to batten down the hatches on these B plays, right? And it feels like once you remove that from their arsenal, OG don't have a lot of legs left to stand on.
You have the op on Osa here now as well. It's positioned towards Temple. Yikinder and Naf both playing around Pillar. If there's any flank in Dark, it's going to be coming very, very late.
This is pretty wide on this angle. He takes his first shot. Gonna have a couple of meters to run to get back to safety, but he manages it. And Yikinder and Nafly playing this crossfire, just churn through the attempted B play. It's a lights out first half from Team Liquid.
Oh no, he doesn't! He comes through! FaZe gets a defuse. How close is that? That went down to... How close could that be?
That was the last tick.
Smoke up into heaven. That supportive FaMAS now gonna have to be the key to a 3v3 retake on this B site. Already at least able to throw those smokes out, creates a little bit more room to work around, but a Molotov to dismantle the boost, and Brolin picks up Bit. Tag can just lean back as that FaMAS will get closer, and he sees both! Oh, Electronic, he keeps the hope alive! And Hampus drawn back into the action. They know because of the Molotov where he got off to. It's being held by Electronic, who comes in big again!
Oh man, he's full powered right now.
Basically playing a 1 versus 5 with the AWP. He's got nowhere to escape. He does drop the bomb. Needs more rain. Oh, no way! He can't get that kill, but he does. Back into a 3-on-3, and they're trying to get there. Kerrigan gets one, Brokey. One more shot. They should have lost this round already, but they've stolen it back. Tessus is on his own.
This is
I don't know what's even happening.
It's so stupid. The bomb's even dropped now. Oh, Rain's gonna finish it off. Tess is brought down low. He's being wrapped around by Kerrigan going to Boiler.
Yeah, how do you read this? All of the pressure in the world here on Tessus. This was a 1 round, no doubt. Tess is trying the best that he can. A little bit of a Molotov, wants to peek it, but there it is! 16-5, and it's FaZe in the semi-final.
That one was close, but still fine for JKS. He's got a few great frags already this map. Wow. This girl just jumped in real life.
That jump scared me.
Yeah,
I wasn't ready for that.
Yeah.
Dupree setting up for potential bit of disrespect. They're baiting it out. Oh, Nade, you've got to be really careful. That could have blown them up. If that had been angled off, here they come, trying to run down Simple, and he won't take it. Big couple of kills there. And now it's tag.
Molotov.
Yeah, they know. Oh, what a grenade. He's going to throw one right back, and there's no smoke on the other side. So m0NESY put under a lot of pressure here. Flashes through, he runs into the flames to pick him up, and he's back out again.
Oh, another Molotov went down.
Yeah, the second one.
It's a kid, though.
Oh, no, yeah, he goes straight
oh
for
my
it.
Lord.
What a calculation.
Oh, my Lord.
How did he know?
All right, Flash. All right, Flash, we see you.
Suck me Temple again. I'm gonna phase. I'm gonna phase. Triple. Triple on default.
I'm on it.
Okay, careful default. Emo.
Nice.
One default, one B main.
You have a smoke now, Nick. You have a smoke.
Yeah, suck him off.
B main dead. Cheetah somewhere. Cheetah. I'm second it. So far, nice, let's go. Nice. It's all good, all good. Nice. You gotta throw your silencer. Yeah, don't throw your gun at them. Jesus, you saw them do that.
Team Liquid 11-4 up at the end of that first half of play. Dexter and the boys on OG gave it all they could, but outside of a few rounds in the middle, everything else came up in favor of Liquid. They've got their eyes on the prize. They want to get to that grand final, and they're just 5 rounds away from doing exactly that. It's going to take a lot for OG to bounce back here.
Oh, aggression. Knack in the corner. That's the bomb as well. Quickly dropped. OC's got to be careful. He falls also. And what do you do? What do you do when one half of your attack is already deleted? Into the B-bomb site, you kinder with one, but they've got so many angles to manage. And now they're trapped, and they're trapped away from the bomb.
Nitro trying to make a play for it, but with 2 players here, they can hope to trade him. There are some 1v1s available to Liquid if they go looking. Neofrag is tantalizing down here in Canals. Ooh, Nitro will just about get it. Neofrag can't leave in time. I don't know about Dexter.
It's got to be Nitro doing this all, and oh, he's gone. Ykinder can only really hold an angle and hope somebody moves into it. Dexter almost did earlier, but 4 HP in a 1 versus 3. So it looks like OG is going to have their second pistol of the series, and boy, did they need it.
Something that's a little scary about the stall is that, oh, no. Fiku goes back and checks it. I was going to say, all that silence, they get worried he's wrapping mid, he's doing something crazy.
Yeah, some eyes get taken away here and there.
Yeah, Fiku, aware of that possibility, goes back in to check Glyph and locks in a pistol round for OG.
That's a huge pistol round to win as well, because OG might have just faded away had they lost that. It might have just been too far gone for them to really fight back. This is a team still trying to prove that all the doubters are wrong. And there's a lot of the doubters out there. Looking to make this third map competitive, trying to claw it back. 6-round deficit for OG.
Almost full eco rounds out of Liquid. Gonna try and bring out the guns next. Little run boost over here in middle. Sends Elige deep in. 2 players down in the canals. The pistols try to group and deal with it. Try to clean up these rifles. And Fiku does run out of ammo. That's some weapons to be upgraded. Dexter out through middle. 8 bullets in this Famous, but it will find the kill. Napfly, last bullet connects. And a 2v2 in a Glock round. Now they're armed. Now they're dangerous. They're lacking the armor, sure. The fact that they've even got here is madness enough.
Well, and there's a minute. There's over 53 seconds now. There's so much time for them to sit and wait, and so much time for OG to have to worry and consider about all the different avenues of attack Liquid have available to them. With the middle of the map compromise, big kill. Huge kill for Neofrag. And Af's trying to find the other player shifting positions and rotating across the map before he commits himself to going to get the bomb. But now time starts working against him. 25 seconds.
This is why these kind of layers of verticality make this one very awkward for OG. Still, there's not going to be time for Naf to win this round.
Is there time for him to die?
Yeah, he kind of wanted to die, like at bare minimum. He was hoping he would run into Nexa on this Torg Anubis, and well, he's forced onto the save, taking a Famous out of this round. Doing a lot of damage to OG short. This isn't ideal, but Liquid can brush it off.
Yeah, that's kind of a bummer. Naf would probably love to have an AK-47 in this next round, but we'll see if that actually has an impact on the way this plays out. 11-6, Liquid's gonna be buying up. A costly round, a costly victory for OG. And as you mentioned, just a Glock round. You don't normally see this level of production.
You know, that double canals push, when you also let go of middle, is pretty scary. You can see how those sorts of rounds could come undone. I'm hoping that was OG just sort of flexing because they know they're only up against pistols. It's not something we're going to see them run in that exact fashion again. Liquid grouping outside of this A-bomb site. Util getting lobbed over by Nap in mid. Just trying to apply this pressure to Neofrag. Very, very passive A-hold. In fact, barely an A-hold in sight, right? You have this swing from Connector, you've got this one engagement, so you better win it, and oh, they will! OC with the reply, with the response. Gonna have a chance to get this bomb planted. Right now, this has been teed up for Nafly to try and win it. So maybe that famous save does end up playing into this, let's find out. Hopping on down. All their hopes rest on Nafly. OC, a one and done, might be enough. Footsteps getting heard. Naf at the pillar, trying to watch this walk up. OC clean with the rifle, but traded after one. Naf, there's that famous coming alive, and just Flames left to beat. He whittles him down, can't finish the job. And so OG, they launched that retake successfully for a 7th.
And Flames was the only one with the kit in that whole fight. If he'd been one of the other players going down, that would have been round over. Huge victory for Flames. We saw Nitro win a tough clutch earlier in the tournament with a Tech 9 behind that very pillar. You can play with a lot of mobility. Good job for OC on the trades, and as you mentioned, 1-for-1 here is really tough with that HP. Liquid not able to pull it out at the end of the day, so OG continue to fight. 11-7, but money is an issue. I think if you're Liquid here, I think you invest. You have to know the money is at this position for OG. You got it down to just 2 players surviving with unarmored pistols. Now you get it down to just 1 player surviving. Apply that pressure, lean on it, see if you can break them early. Naf has the money for an AK. OC has the money for an AK. All rifles for Liquid, and they are going to buy into this. So a huge challenge for OG. 2 kits now.
All right, they've doubled down on the kit department, and they've also pulled out the AWP for Dexter. That's a pretty significant talking point, right? Considering you were kind of scraping the bottom of the barrel to bring out guns here, you have prioritized it in the right place. Or so you'd like to think. Much slower from Team Liquid. Remember, they've invested here. No, this could be the straw that breaks the camel's back in this one. OG, they come up short. That's Liquid picking up a round for free, essentially, on the back of an eco in the next.
Yeah, that would help them close the gap significantly, or I mean, extend the lead significantly, I should say. Neofrag's gonna be playing further back towards A connector. Elige gonna challenge through double doors at the moment, attacking the position he defended in the first half. Fiku shifts over as well, feeling the pressure in mid. As Neofrag lacks information, they shore up the defense, and Nexa is here for support as well.
Yeah, this is a very complimentary mid-hold, as long as... Oh my goodness, they're getting aggressive. The timing's not ideal here. The spam through the door for Nafly. Fiku just trying to maintain some semblance of mid-control, but while all this madness has happened, you've lost the A side of the map. Your Kindar so deep, and Dexter's not ready for it. That AWP that they prioritize bringing out is gone and gets nothing done. Caught in rotation for Fiku and Flames. You might have to make that awkward call to just bow out of the round with so much control lost at CT. You don't really have a way back in.
And, I mean, that's great. That's great reading of the situation for Yakinder. 3 players attacking in the middle. His teammates, oh, he's got to protect the AWP. He's going to do his best to keep Fiku and Flames away from it. He's the only one who has the chance. There's the drop. He hears it. Another headshot. Further back. Oh, he's got that as well. Yakinder delivering the first dagger to OG. That's the economy gone. That's the AWP gone. Oh, okay. Naf just cleans up the damage that Elige was dealing through the double doors. But Yakinder takes all the space. What his teammates call that 3 players are defending mid, he knows at worst he's got a 1v1 in that bomb site, and he's more than happy with that.
Timeout called in for Liquid.
OG's put some money into this round, what little they had. Deagle's and armor picked up, Fiku's got an MP9. They didn't have much to work with. But they're throwing it all at Liquid right now. 5-round deficit for OG. Trying to cling on here on Anubis. And the bigger issue with losing that round for OG is, unless they can pick up OC's AWP, this is going to be a long time Dexter goes without that weapon. He might not have it for the rest of the game.
Yeah, this investment could really hamstring OG. They're just hoping it gives results. Next, convincing on the opener, but immediate trades found. Elige taking heads off on his entries into the A site with Yakindar backing him up. It's like they're tethered together, right? Playing this buddy system. They've overran A already. Elige might have had the bomb, but it didn't stop him from swinging into those gunfights. And so this is just the save, right? You put this money on the board if you're OG, trying to pull off a bit of an upset. It falls on deaf ears. And so this is all you bring with you to fight back against a 14-7 scoreline for Liquid. And you're dead on about that AWP, right?
Ooh, nice on Naps. He's the second one as well. And he's just going to bail out. He doesn't want to lose the AK-47. Don't give them any resources. He calls in reinforcements. And what reinforcements it is, although Elige goes down, the ult misses. Somehow the MP9 controlling these fights. And that should be about it. 13-7. Liquid is 3 rounds away from the grand finals.
And they've kept it really clean, right? From capitalizing on the money in the round prior to last, now using that as kind of staging platform to build this B side up. And all series long, I feel like we've been crediting Nexa and OG for always having access to money, right?
Yeah.
It feels so rough that considering that's been the case on every other map, on every other half, it's here in the last half of play that they end up punished in a big way by the money. You're fighting back against 14, almost guaranteed.
This is a really, really brutal situation to be in for OG. You can't even fight for this round. Elige gonna move forward.
This position's dirty. As they look down mid, they think it's clear right now. First man makes contact, and Elige is the random left hook that gets swung out. Lovely little sequence between him and Nitro in a bait and switch setup at mid, and Fiku tries to get involved, locked out. Getting involved one last time. And it better be some damn good advice that he passes down the line.
Yeah, they need a complete reversal. They could use another Dexter round. But I mean, like we mentioned, that's the next layer of how bad this money situation is. He does get the AWP out. He does manage to afford it. And that might be the last chance, I mean, probably is the last chance OG is going to have, but this AWP is probably the biggest thing they're going to have to lean on. Dexter heating up on this CT side. He's got 15 kills to lead, or to be second. He's right behind Fiku with 16. But here we go. OG need a massive comeback. They need a huge streak that reinvigorates this squad. Otherwise, they're going to fall short in the playoffs here in Abu Dhabi. Liquid have set this up so nicely because they've been able to abuse mid, they've been able to abuse the B-bomb site, and now they can shift their gaze to the other side of the map.
Wow, Neofrag, that was so close. He's desperate to hunt this. He knows where these lower players are, but he never saw OC. Good trade, good way to quell that aggro coming through mid.
Yeah, but what was the plan after that, right? Good on you to get Elige, but you're going nowhere afterwards. I think OC might have spotted an elbow. He's looking for a little bit more.
If we can afford to take their time. And a 4-on-4 like this, on a map that can feel so big at times, the pressure is on OG. It's so tempting to take an info swing, and that could have been the decision that uproots this round. Yakindar now knows that they're in dark, but it's... Oh, no! The double! What a flick from Yakindar! B is cracked wide open, and for OG, this is starting to feel like it's all coming undone. They shot for the stars, and they've ended up in the drink. It's Liquid moving on to 15, map and series point, 1 round away from a grand final appearance to close out the year.
I don't know how the hell you're ever supposed to handle Yakinder at this level with these kinds of sequences that he's busting out. He looks sharp, Alige has looked sharp at various points, and Naf is quietly leading the way. 23 kills. It was his clutches that were having impact, but he's got numbers in this game as well. And Yakinder just making it look so smooth. And you're about to remove the AWP once again. Dexter will never have a chance at impact, and Yakinder's got that too. And that's the final dagger.
So much credit has to go the way of Liquid. You said it a couple of rounds ago, the way that they've teamed themselves up to take this victory, it's like they're just controlling the fates of OG.
How do you get this? Oh my lord. Yeah. All right, OC, surprised by the aggression, missed the shot, but he's got more opportunities. There's one more. And Fiku, there's no way you want that fight. Get away from that fight. At least Yakinder's dead, if you're OG.
Still, though, as you say, it's been like Nafly just quietly working away, never requiring many resources, never taking too much up. He sits top of the board and gets out with one. Dexter walks into the stream of bullets. And Fiku, the original target, sure he lives on, but at what cost? It's all come undone, and now all they've got to finish is the job that Naf started. From a disappointing run at the major, from a 3rd to 4th at IF Blast Premier Bowl Finals, this one is Liquid going to the grand final and giving North America something to be happy about.
Yeah, looking to end the year on a high note, on a positive. Team Liquid, the hope of a region, another grand final, and things look good. Outside of Overpass, they might be scratching their head, but Yakinder came alive on map 2. Alige came alive on map 2. Naf has been there. And this team is looking dangerous, unfortunately putting a stop to OG. Some good signs, some good improvements, but not able to take that next step.
What a redemption arc as well, right? It all started looking so scrappy from Liquid, so scary, not the team that we wanted to see, but by the time we go the long stretch, by the time we get to Anubis, that's the Liquid that we're all excited about.
And remember, resilience has been the word, their mantra throughout this week. Their ability to bounce back, their ability to come back, their ability to stay in games and shrug off losses. They do it again here in the semifinals. And they're gonna have a chance in the grand finals, and we get to hear from Alige standing by with James Banks.
Alige, you've done it, the 2nd grand final of this year. How does that feel, mate?
It feels amazing. That was such a good game from us. It feels really good to be at this form again, and yeah, it was just awesome.
Now, even when we come to Overpass, right, it was your pick, it was still a close affair in that, but when you look at Inferno, it's been a great map for you for a long time. Did you have full confidence after that? Was there any doubt that you might lose to OG?
No, I think that we had a lot of confidence the whole time. I think that, we've just had really good reads. The entire tournament against OG, we feel really good in the macro. Everyone was hitting shots and playing incredible, and our communication just never faltered. We just said it's exactly like how Outsiders was, where we almost made the comeback on the first map, and then we're just going to dominate the second one and just win the third, and that's what we did.
Now, talking about Anubis, the new map on the cards here, we're enjoying watching it. You guys seem to be enjoying playing it, but do you not think, that could be getting a little bit risky? People still feeling each other out, learning about it all?
I don't think so. I think every single team obviously thinks that they're Anubis gods right now, and we all think that we all have something special, and everyone's getting punished like left and right. We did against FaZe, and it's a really fun map. I think that it plays better than some of the other maps do right now, and I think that because we had 2 maps on it already this tournament, we felt more comfortable that we were able to fix the mistakes that FaZe exploited against us and came out with a better game plan.
Yeah, and it definitely proved it for sure on this game. Now, for you, you've been on Liquid for so long now, right? We saw you guys at your peaks, and then it's been a long journey up. Yakinda comes in, we're starting to see this Liquid fired up. What does it feel like for you at the moment? Do you feel like we're finally getting back to potentially lifting that trophy come tomorrow?
100%. Ever since Merrick joined, I just feel like we're just the Grand Slam roster right now. We're so close to it. I think that we're playing super good. Our comms are great. Obviously, we still have a lot more work to do, but all the pieces are there, and we just have to keep acting on it and keep improving, and we're going to win these tournaments.
I love it. I can see this confidence beaming from you. Elise, congratulations. Welcome to the grand final. Abu Dhabi, Etihad Arena. Give it up for Elise, a Team Liquid.
What began this series as a trickle turns into an absolute tsunami as Liquid seal their spot in the grand final, as James Banks aptly put it, their second of 2022. And man, what a way to be closing out that series. Elysian Co looking large and in charge on that ground of Anubis.
Dominating from start to finish right here on Anubis. Without that Dexter clutch, which was absolutely fantastic, it felt like they had nothing to offer OG on the other side. Liquid playing well, Elise playing well, Yakinda playing well. Look at this scoreboard we're bringing up right here. You have 3 players with plus 100 ADR in a 16-7 win. Naf, Yakinda, and Elise, and those are the 3 players you want to see play well if you want to see Liquid win tournaments. So good to see.
What can go wrong with Liquid when you have this trio actually firing up? Like, what can actually go wrong? Strong words from Elise as well coming in during the interview saying we have the Grand Slam teams. Like, come on, man. These are big words that you're putting out there. I can feel the confidence coming back from Elise, of course, and it was mentioned at the cast as well. The fact that it's another 3-map series from Liquid, it's another first map lost, and the reaction comes in. And this is probably what we had been criticizing them for the longest time. You know, weak mentally, prone to tilting. This looks like a very focused Liquid we're having right now.
And I love that you touch upon the confidence coming out of Elite, not only in the server, but outside with James Banks in that interview, because we heard from Yakinda saying we don't feel like, you know, we're a championship contending team. Elite actually agreed with that sentiment as well. Complete reversal there. Now he knows he's going into the grand final, and I love that. I love that they're coming in with some confidence into this one.
Winning gives you confidence, especially winning in the fashion they did right here. I think what Elise is most happy about is the fact that they didn't break a sweat. Sure, they had a couple of rounds in this game on Anubis that could have gone the opposite way, that could have put them under pressure, but overall it felt like a Liquid that was in complete control, and to be in control on a new map like Anubis as well. Elise alerted to it a little bit, saying that everyone thinks that Guards on Anubis right now, but it's seemingly right. Liquid have found a way to play the map at a somewhat high level. They've done it a couple of times so far at the tournament, and they'll probably continue to do it in the final tomorrow, if allowed.
It seems like on this map, at least, they've had a couple of individuals who are starting to really feel their position, and that makes a huge difference when you have a new map coming in. Elise towards mid had a couple of multi-kills. It felt like they had no chance. Naf as well, with some very great push and holds on the B side. When you start having these pieces, you build a very big confidence on short term. Just here in Abu Dhabi, they must be feeling right now that we can take on anybody. FaZe might have surprised us one time, but now we had to chop.
What was so instrumental about the CT side then, kicking things off for Liquid? Because sure, as we mentioned, obviously Dexter had that absolutely miraculous moment. That was the only chance that OG were actually allowed to string any rounds together in that first half. But the fact that Liquid were looking so dominant, what was crucial for you in terms of that CT defense?
There was no weak links. There was no weak place. There was nowhere OG could go to and exploit. We saw in Inferno how Liquid kept on going towards B and B and B. They found a weakness and they kept hammering on it. Nowhere where OG went this time around, there was no weak link. Nafly had a fantastic showing on the CT side, a 1.80 rating on it. And we talk about Yakinda, we talk about Elise as well. When you have players who are constantly contributing all over the map, it's so hard for Nexa to find the right call because there is no weak spot. There's no way you can break up this Liquid defense. That's what they did so well.
Look, at the beginning of this series, we pitted Yakinda against Flames, and we talked about their entry ability and the impact they were going to have. Yakinda missed the mark on map 1, then huge reaction map 2 and 3. Where is Flamesy? You remember that music that I was queuing at the beginning of the... Oh, Flamesy so far has been amazing, but we never know what he's going to deliver, unfortunately. And maybe, just maybe, that's unfair that I'm hopping on one player. But this is the difference right here. Yeah. When you have a team that is in need of someone opening up, in need of someone providing a double kill, he does it to get to the semifinal, and it's great. But now he's nowhere to be found. None of that impact was found in over 3 maps. Lowest rated player. That is just very complicated for us to put credit on OG and going through these steps where they usually stumble.
Especially on the CT side. That was the issue for Flames in this one. He was actually the second highest rated player on the T side throughout this series. For OG, we saw it in the overpass as well. He found a couple of nice openings. The CT side, he was, out of all 10 players on the server, the lowest rated player. Only 13 kills over the entire series on the CT side. Not good enough for a guy like Flamesy.
Yeah, unfortunately for OG, that does mark the end of the road and the end of their year actually in 2022. But we do have a few words, courtesy of Nexa, before the team's departure.
Next, a 3-map thriller ending on Nubis, ending your run here at the World Final in Abu Dhabi. Looking back, how do you feel looking at your tournament run?
I think our tournament run overall was good. I must say I'm pretty, not a lot disappointed, but I'm a bit disappointed with the result today because we didn't really show the same level that we had in our previous 2 games, and I'm sure that if we actually played how we did in the first 2 games, this match would have been way closer than it was, to be honest.
And you guys took map pick number 1 on Overpass. That was Liquid's pick. How did you guys feel taking that? Were you confident, and were you just looking at closing it out in a 2-0?
It didn't really make us feel like any more confident. We knew that we were good on Overpass regardless, and nowadays pretty much any team can play any map, so your map pick is, unless it's a insanely strong map for you, is not really that relevant. And then, like Inferno, it's just the best choice for a map pick that we could have had, and considering that they banned out Vertigo. So yeah, we didn't already think that the game is in the bag. We know that it was going to be a tough game regardless.
And there was a lot of critique about you guys coming here instead of some would say more deserving teams, but you guys showed your worth and you guys came to the semifinals. Looking back, did you silence the critics, and how do you feel about it?
I mean, it's just one event. We just played 2 best-of-3s good, but I think people kind of undervalued us in a sense. They thought they were way worse than we actually are, but we just had some kinks to work out inside the team to actually start, going back on the right path and then playing some good CS.
And looking back here at 2022, you guys had a great run to end it here at the World Finals in Abu Dhabi. But what's next for you guys in 2023?
I don't really know what's next yet. Right now, I think we have a pretty solid understanding of where we are, and we also know what are the next steps that we need to take in order to make the team better.
Thank you so much. Have a good one, mate.
Props to Nexa for giving us a few thoughts after that loss. And yes, some incredibly candid ones at that. I love that. I love the honesty.
He's always so honest, right? Always so blunt. I love the fact that he's being asked to, did you silence the critics? And his response is like, nah, we won 2 best-of-3 games. Let's calm down just a little bit. Yeah. They have shown, as he said, they've shown good level Counter-Strike. They've shown that they're definitely better than the 18th ranking they have in the world right now. But I would agree with Nexa. It's not like we think of OG as a team that's going into 23 as a contender to be top 5. Nowhere near that.
No, I agree. I agree with you. I believe there is a ceiling. There's a glass ceiling on that roster. I don't really know where or who in that roster could push that further. I think Dexter is already exceptional, and it would be very surreal for him to even go to a next level. You're hoping that Neofrag and Fiku can maybe maintain or get to a higher level. But when it comes to Flames, I think he's been around a long time enough for us to say this is what he brings to the table. There's pluses and there's minuses. So if you're OG, I agree with Jacob. I don't think 18 is a rightful rank for them. I do believe they're higher up on the food chain, so to speak, but they're also not a team that we will see in multiple playoffs. And this run is eerily similar to the one that happened in Lisbon, where they surprised us in the group stage to fall flat in the semi-final, and this might just be their destiny when it comes to S-tier tournament countries.
Yeah, and unfortunately not a team that we're going to see progressing onwards throughout the World Finals as well. We can take a look at how the bracket is shaping up with that team Liquid W. They will be gracing the stages of a grand final. The second time we will be seeing them after that EPR run. Obviously that was a best-of-5. I'm intrigued to see what they're going to be giving us in this final one of the year.
I think Liquid have fully deserved it. The way they're playing Counter-Strike right now, the mental fortitude they're showing as well. Yekin are having good games, Elise finding his form as well. The confidence that came out of John in that interview with James Banks. I'm looking forward to see what they can do against either FaZe or G2 for that matter.
Obviously, this might not be the last you see of OG, however. Head on over to Blast.tv to get your votes in for the all-star team. You have a choice of either Flamesy or Dexter to be gracing that very stage behind us. And you guys actually decided on the grounds of Nuke as well.
They did?
That's going to be interesting.
Nice.
No Anubis, man.
No, I don't know why. I mean, we would have loved to see Anubis. You're happy, though, because you're an Overpass hater, aren't you?
I am an Overpass hater.
So you got
get out of the pool. Get out. That should have been the one exchange for Anubis. Anyway, we're not here to talk about that. We are here to look at the schedule as well, because we do have one more semi-final series coming your way, and this one is set to be an absolute banger, a grudge match at that. And on this very stage as well, it's FaZe taking on G2.
Well, we return from that halftime break, and the spirits are down in the Royal Arena. Team Denmark suffering from a dreadful first half, a 9-6 finish. They're letting the crowd down. You could see the reactions. The people are in despair. They want their home team to win, but it's not happening at the moment. They're not really delivering the rounds that they currently need, and it is a bit of a disaster at this point in time. They need some help. They need somebody that can step up and turn the tide for Team Denmark. Anybody willing at this point in time? Oh, but what's that? On the stage, there is a sixth man. It's not a man at all. It's an angel instead. They have the savior. It's Niklas Bentner of Danish national team fame, of Arsenal, of football legend here. And he is suiting up to save Team Denmark. What a fantastic time. Jason, will this do it? 6 versus 5, is it enough?
Listen, this is a crazy turn of events. He started playing CS during COVID times. He owns his own CS team. He says, he claims, and we put to the test that he plays at a FaZe level 10. 30 goals in 81 games for the national team, and he's popularly referred to as Lord Bentner. Who else could do it?
Yeah, they need a Lord on stage to get the job done. 6 versus 5, it's never been done before. Is it enough to take down the dream team? We're about to find out.
I mean, we're going to put it to the test. We've heard rumors, we've heard legend of his skills.
Here we go. Second half is coming up. We've got Team Denmark versus the dream team. And Niklas Bentner suited up. Julies are out. Oh, he's hunting for it. And the team are with him. All 6 of them charging and looking for the kill. They're going to find Simple. It's not a bad pick-off. Probably a little bit confusing to the dream team. Rez here, and these 6 people coming. What is the Glock going to do? Oh, they checked the corner.
Oh, S-Tag ruined everything with that turn. Rez wanted more. Yakinder's up next. Deagle in hand. He's got a lot of targets to pick from. There's the first.
When you have such quality across the roster, there is a higher probability that you're going to cling back, come back into a game, and then put pressure on the opponent. That's what they play with.
Twist looking for another, and it's an insta-headshot again and again.
G2 have been playing some good CS. Yes, not completely perfect, but definitely very good.
Invitation for Hooksy to push, and Hooksy's been doing a great job, I think, of controlling long B. He's got support from Temple, but why not? Hooksy, 4 kills.
Liquid claiming the first grand final spot, and now it is time to be finding out who will join them. FaZe hoping to end this year on a high after what was an astronomical first half, claiming almost every single trophy they could lay their hands on within that 6 months. But for G2, almost the inverse story, because I match you, it would be putting it lightly to say they've experienced a bit of a roller coaster this year.
Oh, absolutely. Things have been complicated for this roster. That's the least we can say. I think they've had a couple of moments here and there where things kind of clicked, and then we started believing, but that belief was very short-lived, unfortunately. More disappointment than anything for G2. A lot of people, the community, experts, pundits started asking for changes, thinking this roster actually isn't gonna cut it. I'm not gonna say that I've already bought into the project, but it's great to see the relief on their faces, finally finding success. We know as well the external circumstances that they're going through right now. We have to acknowledge them as well, but you can feel the emotion in the G2 camp. You can feel they're playing with their hearts out, and this is it beautiful to see. I have no other word.
It may not sound nice to say, but I think of all the 8 teams we have here at the World Final, it probably means the most to G2 to have success, in the sense that it's been a very turmoil couple of months, you know, for them. With the roster as well, we haven't really talked about Extras not being part of this lineup anymore as well.
Yeah. Literally just eat it out.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? Assistant coach coming in now, being the main coach, and it has felt like pretty much throughout the entire year, and we haven't really at any point known what direction they're going in. There's been positives in Monacy and Nico for that matter as well. We can always hide individual capabilities when it comes to G2, but as a team, as a system, and as a red line, I guess, we haven't really been able to tell where they're going, and that's been the main issue for me.
I love that we just got to relive the qualifying moment, obviously, for the semi-final series versus Vitality yesterday, because that got dicey at moments. That actually turned into a huge marathon, and just seeing that pure, unadulterated relief coming off of their faces, finally making it onto a big stage and potentially going to be lifting the trophy.
Yeah, and this was great as well that G2 could bounce back from that second map. Remember, they were in a commanding position against Vitality. They allowed their opponents to come back into the game, and in the concourse you could feel that kind of eerie idea that, oh my god, G2's just gonna, that's it, they're gonna choke, they just let it go, they're gonna let the hands off the wheel and that's it. But no, they stayed in it in the third map. They showcased more resilience that we're used to, and that in itself is a phase that we hadn't seen from G2.
Yeah, mental fortitude, definitely a key theme for a lot of these teams coming into the World Finals. For your money, Pimp, what was key for them to be closing out that series versus Vitality?
I think m0NESY has been key throughout the entire tournament. We have to address it. He's been an absolute beast throughout the entire thing, right? With the AWP, with the rival, he's finding so much impact on the server. And the fact that they're relying on him, I find quite, interesting. The fact that you have Nico, of course, having a great tournament, but not to the same level we've seen before. No, it's the young gun. It's the 17-year-old m0NESY who's the one you can rely on. He's the guy that you put your eggs in the basket for. m0NESY right now, I think, is playing at a level that if we can continue that level, we're going to have a 3-horse race for who's the best player in the world as of next year. He is sort of like the Neymar football in a sense. You have Messi, you have Ronaldo, obviously Simple and Saibu, but if m0NESY continue at this track record, we can have a third guy in that mix.
It's such a fantastic signing if you think about it. And also it kind of ruined it for all the rookies out there in the world. Because now you can be a rookie coming into the big scene and you're going to be compared to the likes of Bit, the likes of Zaibu, and now the likes of m0NESY. And he's playing just as if it'd been 10 years that he is on the stage. He's showcasing such cold-blooded, perfect decision-making coupled with his incredible mechanics that he's had. Definitely the fastest AWP I've seen in the game in how quick he plays. And of course, and in fact, in a weird way, that's probably why we're so mad about G2. Because we see m0NESY, we see what he's doing, and people are like, what the hell, this kid is not at the major. Yes, we hope, we want more from G2 because they have these players, because they have Nico, and now they have m0NESY. We want to see more, and now they have a chance, they're on the stage.
And I love that you bring him up as such an accolade, because let's not forget he only joined the Tier 1 scene at the beginning of this year, and we put so much pressure on his shoulders. He's shown exactly why we did that, because he knew he was going to be so damn good, and he showed us such a consistent force, but also a developing force as well. It's not like he's coming in and just using one singular playstyle. It's incredible to see him kind of deciphering, dissecting the game when he's in the set.
It's the consistency. It's the consistency that does it for me. Because we, as you said, we had high expectations for m0NESY coming into it. We saw in Katowice already that he can handle the pressure on the stage. The fact that he's able to not necessarily reinvent himself, but continue his development is great to see for m0NESY. Because you've also seen AWP players, and I'm going to use Torsi as an example. He's by no means a bad AWP, also came from the academy ranks. But it felt like when he came into the scene, people had to figure out, okay, how does he play? All right, now we can counter him, and he dropped a little bit in level. It feels like m0NESY is just getting better and better and better, and even though people are dressing him, even though that you are preparing specifically for m0NESY, that's not going to stop him.
In terms of some of the other pronged attacks for the side of G2 as well, obviously we've been talking a lot about Nico, but just looking at some of his numbers, not exactly been the highest he's been hitting this year, but still great to see him making it to the semifinals.
I think he's doing great, honestly. Yes, we are, I'd say, a good step below the end of 2021 Nico, where we actually had the conversation, is he temporarily the best player in the world? Is that what's happening right now? We're not at this level, but I still think he's contributing massively.
Hugely.
Like only 1.20 rating. Let's all be careful with the words we use as well. He's involved in a truck ton of opening duels as well. I think he's a bit more aggressive and difference-making than he was in the past, where he was a bit more reactive. I think now he takes the risk. He's a bit more selfless than I'm used to see when it comes to G2, and I mean, that's the sign of a champion. Right? At some point, you got to put your own ego on the side, you got to put your own objectives on the side, and you want to win with the team. And I honestly think that this is what Nico is doing right now in G2.
This is where we're falling into the trap, though, because I fully agree with everything you said, but the fact that we're discussing individual players time after time after time when we discuss G2 is an issue, right? When we talk about Heroic, we talk about the team play, we talk about the synergy. When we talked about Na'Vi back in the old days, we of course talked about Simple, Bit, etc., but also the way Blade was creating this team, the way they're approaching the game. I don't see G2 having a clear identity apart from the fact that you have individuals at certain moments that's bailing them out. m0NESY at this tournament, take him as an example. That's the reason they've been so goddamn competitive from start to finish, because he's playing well every single game. I want to see G2 create an identity. I want to see HooXi install an identity into this team. Otherwise, it's just going to be one of those teams that, sure, they have some of the best players in the world, but can we count on them delivering time after time? We've seen this year. The answer is no.
Well, let's get a few thoughts from Nico heading into this series versus FaZe.
All right, Nico, you guys are going up against FaZe Clan. You are a former FaZe member. Does that add any fuel to the fire in your preparations or how you're going to be on the server today?
Maybe there's a small factor that I was in FaZe before, but it's been a long time already. I haven't been on FaZe in 2 years. Their lineup looks a bit different, so the life continues, it goes on. So there's no honestly any bad blood or any added pressure. I'm just here to fight with my team. We are here to redeem ourselves, as said previously in the interview as well. We just want to try to grab this win as well. Most importantly, have some fun and put up a good fight, have a good atmosphere and so on, and we will see the better team will win.
And you say FaZe has been a long time ago, but that so has your last trophy. Personally, you haven't had one since 2019. What does it mean to you to be standing here in the semifinals with one step away, basically, from going into the grand final and grabbing the world final trophy?
Yeah, as you mentioned, I haven't won a trophy in 2 years, maybe even more now. Honestly, still not thinking about a trophy yet. Even in this situation, if you win a FaZe, then I would say we are maybe in a good situation or in a good position to win a trophy, but FaZe is probably the tougher opponents than we're going to face in the final, I would say. So winning FaZe would definitely boost our confidence even more, but yeah, it's super important. Like, we are just focused on today's game, and then we will see how it goes.
And let's talk about today's game, because you guys have had a turbulent 2022 and a turbulent event with some unfortunate things happening behind the scenes. This means a lot for both you, for HooXi, for the rest of G2, I could imagine. How has the preparation been going into this match?
Preparation has been very similar like the last time we played them at this event. We pretty much know everything they do. They know what we do. I think the map pool are going to be very similar. I don't think they're going to be changing too much since they actually won us. I don't think they need to change something crazy in the map pool. So I think it's going to be very similar game of Counter-Strike. I think obviously their team, they obviously perform better on the stage. So I think they're going to be even harder opponent to beat. But we are also feeling more kind of ready and more confident as well. So we will see. I think the team who does the least mistakes will win this.
This road means so much to G2 for so many reasons, and Nico perfectly alluding to just a few in that, including, you know, the team mentality and how they're going to be gelling together.
Yeah, he said something that really struck me. He said, I want to fight with my team. And I think this is the sentiment that got out of these few games from G2, is that maybe for the first time, or at least this strongly, I felt like they were committed to each other during the game. And I felt like they were way more than just 5 players kind of going each other to their side when things are kind of hitting the fan and you could see them dismantling. I really felt like they came together as a group. And I don't know if this is long-term. I don't know if it's due to, obviously, what is going on currently with HooXi as well. That's going to play a role. But we see individuals truly committing to each other in becoming this team, this entity. And I mean, it would be a euphemism to say that it's important in a team sport to have everybody commit to that extent as they're doing right now.
I really, really, really hope you're right. I really, really hope that we get to see a G2 that is united, a G2 that, again, I talked about the identity, that builds up an identity together as a team, because they have the pieces. One thing that struck me as well from this interview was the lower third. We saw 1,141 days since Nico.
That's crazy. That's mental.
Yeah, sure, COVID, you know, plays a big role in terms of not that many opportunities, but the fact that it's more than 3 years ago that the best rifler this game has ever seen won a tournament on LAN is not okay. That's simply not okay. That's wasted talent. That's wasted opportunities. You're supposed to rack in trophies when you're as skilled, as good as Nico. So I really, really, really hope what you said so beautifully is going to happen.
Yeah, and I think that's what's going to fuel the hunger behind so many of the members of G2 as well. I do want to, you know, start to talk about some of the, obviously, the newer members of the G2 squad as well. Obviously, JKS was somebody that we were coming in at the beginning of this tournament saying, I'm not totally sure how he's kind of been fitting in. Has he kind of satisfied our craving yet? We saw some great moments versus Vitality yesterday, but how are you putting him for your money?
You're right. You're right. He's had a few moments where kind of raise your eyebrow. Like,
yeah.
Wait a minute. This is good JKS. I hadn't seen that in a while. I think I have a couple of games on Mirage in my mind where he had really good moments when he was being a bit more proactive. From the outside, it didn't really strike me that JKS really became integrated in the system and was used to the best. I think it's either his profile isn't fitting to what they need, or it's that he's not being put in the right position. The moments where he takes over are few and far between, and I'm still not satisfied personally. I think we are expecting more from him, but it is true. We've seen a couple of signs here and there at the event where suddenly he comes to life and he provides for his team more than he has in the past.
It's getting better, right? I think that's the sentiment for me. It's trending upwards for JKS. I agree with you, Matthew. We want to see more. We expect more. We knew how good he were 3-4 years ago when everyone out there would look towards JKS and think, we want that guy on our team. He was a role player, known to be a ramp beast as well on a map like Nuke, etc., etc. So many many strengths to the way he was playing Counter-Strike. As of late, you know, I feel like it's trending upward. It's getting better and better for JKS, and the fact that he's being slowly but surely integrated into the lineup, I think is a direct result of how we see him clutching in the game as well. Often he's left by himself in a 1v1, 1v2, and that's where he does his best work, when he's on his own, lurking or winning clutches by himself.
Well, these guys want to see more. I want to hear more, rather, from JKS.
JKS, you've been a part of G2 since August of this year. Success has eluded you so far, but now you're in the semifinal against FaZe Clan, a tough opponent for sure. But how do you see your chances today?
I think we have good chances. I think maybe we should have beat them last time we played them. I think we threw the second map a little bit, but of course they're a good team. So like when you make bad mistakes like we did, they're going to capitalize on it. And yeah, on the third map they blew us out. So I think if we can just kind of forget what we did badly in the last game and just focus on the good things, and then also come in today feeling refreshed, I think we have a good chance of beating them. Yeah.
And looking back at the fall final in Copenhagen and then now to Abu Dhabi here at the World Final, it's two different G2s we're actually seeing. What has been the difference maker for you guys there?
I think we did okay at fall finals. We lost to Heroic in the end, and I mean we had a good advantage to win that map as well. So I mean I don't think we did too bad last event, but I think individually everyone is more on point this event, and I think as a team we're sacrificing a lot more for each other, and I think that we have like a better cohesion than last time, so I think that's maybe why that we look better as a team. And on top of that, I think Hooksy is playing really well despite his situation. He's calling super well on T-sides, and that's really helping us. I think he has some really good T-side statistics this event, so yeah, he's definitely a main factor as to why we're doing good.
And just let's talk about Hooksy real quick, because we saw yesterday when you guys made your lock into the semifinal here, Hooksy's emotions were outside and just on show. How has Hooksy been, both as a leader but also behind the scenes during this event?
He's honestly just been amazing. Like I don't think I could do what he's doing in his situation right now, and I think like it's honestly really impressive the way that he's handling himself and the way that he's actually playing. I think he's putting everything into the game, and I think it's, I don't know, it's honestly just really impressive the way he's playing. And the way he's calling for the team as well. He's really confident in the way he's calling right now, and individually I think he's really on point. So, I mean, I have nothing else but good things to say about him right now. Yeah.
And just looking at this past year for you, it has had its ups and downs, complexity, G2, not a lot of trophies in the cabinet. What would it mean to you to get the trophy here at the World Final?
I mean, honestly, it'd be massive, because I don't think we really expected to even be here, to be honest. Like, we got here by points, of course, but I think the way that we were playing beforehand, I don't think we really deserved to be here. So, I mean, it's good that we've now come here, we've picked up our, our attitude and the way that we're playing the game, and we're actually playing the way that we're supposed to be playing. So it's honestly going to be really good for us. And, I mean, of course, that's quite a long way away still, but if we can actually do that, then that'd be massive for us. And especially in terms of our confidence and stuff, everyone needs that sort of stuff in the team.
And as JKS was perfectly alluding to, they want to show a better FaZe versus FaZe today than they did in the group stage, because at Match it started off as quite a competitive series, and then Ancient happened.
You're absolutely correct, Freya. And if you look at the third map scoreline, you would be remiss to think this was a competitive game. It looks like FaZe completely dismantled G2, but it's just a piece of the story, a chapter of this book. G2 were firmly in a position to win on Inferno. They could have closed what would have been a phenomenal series from them. 2-0, outclassing FaZe. You see the scoreline in first map wasn't even competitive. And then I guess the demons of yesteryear came back from G2, who weren't able to close, and they completely disappeared, and they folded on the third map, which everybody feared would happen against Vitality. So it was an alert, it was a signal, a warning signal for G2, but also a reminder for us that they have the quality and they have the depth to go and shake the head out of FaZe. It's not like this was easy.
And it was the one game where Monacy actually didn't turn up in the fashion we've seen so far in the tournament.
Ancient, yeah, he's
on Ancient, right. He was struggling a little bit, he couldn't really get it going. You see on the scoreboard here as well, the lowest 80 out of all the players. So the fact that G2 were, as Maniac said, in a position to win 2-0 against FaZe without having Monacy going completely off, that's something that brings me confidence, saying that what we're going to see today is going to be a very, very competitive game.
And I'm curious to see what DeVito is going to be coming into things this time, because obviously Nuke, that was looking really good for G2. Obviously Inferno did go to the overtime phase closing out. I would be surprised to see it going to Ancient to be that third and final decider completely, because, you know, G2 got absolutely handled. I don't know about you, Machu. Any surprises you're expecting?
I think the teams could stick with their picks. At that point, I think G2 has showcased many, many times that they will pick Nuke, they will be confident on it, and they do so exactly. We have the Inferno pick coming out of FaZe, and maybe the third map would be where an eventual conversion could happen. I don't know if teams will be willing to go to Anubis once more. And FaZe saying, "Niet, we're going to Mirage." So a little bit of a difference in the veto this time.
Perfect map pool here, perfect.
Yeah, no, it is great looking into things. Obviously, G2 managing to show some stellar stuff on that map of Nuke last time they faced. And I'm curious, Danny, what should we be looking at coming into this one again?
That's right, Nuke coming up again, G2 picks it, and they actually had one really nice tactic that I want to break down here. So it starts really early in the half. We're going to see a bit of a vent dive. So we'll see that JKS, he's going to come here towards this door position, drops down vent right away. Only him though, so keep that in mind, it's only him. And what you'll see is that when he drops down towards this vent position, it actually opens up a lot of opportunities for G2. What you'll see here is that for Brokey, who's coming here towards the secret position, he suddenly has to stop now because he has to respect the fact that JKS is towards this vent position. What that means is that for him, he actually can't really cross this line here because JKS, he could actually cut him off completely. What that also means though is that on the other side of the bomb site, this door, he actually can't go through this door without JKS hearing it. What that means ultimately is that this whole area here is completely clear. They only have to worry about this side here. And look at the way G2 handle this. They throw the outside smokes. Hooksy and Modesty, they're going to throw the double outside smokes in combination with this one in the middle here. They're going to cross towards the secret area with 4 people. And as they make it down across towards the secret position, by the time they actually get towards secret, look at how easy it is for them to take it. They don't have to worry about anyone at vents. They don't have to worry about anyone here on this left side. They only really have to worry about somebody here towards that right side. And look at the way they allocate their players. You'll see that Nico, he goes towards the left side, but 3 players, they go over here towards the right. Strength in numbers, trying to trade this player out. Nico goes towards the left side here, just making sure they get map control. JKS still in that vent position. And with these 3 players, you'll see that as they come through, they take down Brokey, who is stuck here, who couldn't actually move up. They catch him, and as soon as they get him, they now have control to throw these nades here towards this ramp position, a Molotov or smoke on the right side, and Molotov on the left, and that basically pushes FaZe out completely so that they can't actually retake through this ramp side position. And at the same time, remember that JKS, he's just here towards this vent position the entire time. It means that Kerrigan, he can't rotate through this vent area at all, and this is basically a 1 round for G2 because there's just no way for them to actually rotate down into the lower site. So keep in mind or pay attention to this JKS position to see if he actually goes down towards that vent position because that could be a crucial factor.
An excellent breakdown there from Danny, particularly as that's what kicks off the series last time around, a really in-control T side from G2.
Yeah, and this highlights a fact as well. I mean, on the desk, we've already painted the picture of G2 being under fire for criticism, relying too much on individuals, lacking a little bit of core, like philosophical core in the Counter-Strike they play. I think this has been one of the best T side of G2 I've seen in quite a while. They looked way more polished. They've used a couple of these strategies where everything is well organized. In fact, highest win rate in the T side so far at the event with about 55%. That is all good, and that is another accolade that we can give to Hooksy so far.
Diving into it, right, it's the change of pace they're able to do in the game. The fact that they have these nitty-gritty stretch you can pull out once in a while, where you have, you know, we call them in Denmark at least a golden strat. You know you're going to win the round. A golden strat. If you call that strat, you're going to win the round, simple as it is. You have a couple of those, but they also have the ability to be competitive in the default rounds, where they just spread out and wait and see what happens. I agree with you, Matthew. I think the calling we've seen from Hooksy so far this tournament has been the best calling he's ever done in G2.
Look at these numbers right now. We're talking about how it's complicated to separate these 2 teams. We're talking about the T side. This is so neck and neck in terms of, we have 51% win rate to 56, but all of the others indexes as close as can be, just a slight edge over the 5v4 conversion for G2. That in itself is also a compliment. When a team is able to convert their power play and not give away an advantage, that is definitely the right foot forward. So good on G2 for that.
Yeah, we talk about the comparable points between these 2 teams, and they just keep on giving, because we've been talking about Maniac, how impressed we were with him. Obviously, you know, not showing up in terms of his usual level last time they faced FaZe. But what are we looking at when we compare him to Brokey, for instance, on the other side?
2 very complete different players in terms of how they stylistically use the AWP. We know Maniac to be a guy that could be in your face, just as Brokey, but it's in a different way, I feel. Maniac is more of a clutcher, but so is Brokey. Yet I still feel both of them play Counter-Strike in a way where you feel like Brokey is more passive in the way he's opening up the rounds, and then at some point in the round, it will explode, and that's when he comes into fruition. Sometimes I lack a little bit more aggressiveness coming out of Brokey. I think sometimes he's a little bit too defensive in the way he plays. Whereas for Maniac, we've seen in this tournament and seen in the past 6 months that he's willing to go for the openings in the beginning of the rounds. And then occasionally he'll happen in a clutch and he'll still pull off. So I have 2 AWP players on my cards right here, where both of them are insanely good. Remember Brokey, MVP in the beginning of the year, right? We talked about him perhaps being the best player in the world for just a very small period of time. He dropped off a little bit, but the way they use the AWP for each of their teams is vital to their success.
And what is quite interesting as well in this comparison is that whereas the numbers of Maniac in consistency seem higher than Brokey, We have already established at multiple events that Brokey catches on fire on the stage. He is definitely a big game player. In the grand finals, always high ratings. We're not there quite yet. It's a semi-final as well, but he has proven to us that he brings the fire in these moments.
Yeah, he can thrive under pressure, which is kind of a narrative that you can talk about for pretty much any member on the side of FaZe. And when we're looking at both the defense and the offense, there's two different names that come up looking full force for FaZe.
It's actually quite crazy to look at his number. The fact that they have such luxurious trump cards. I mean, you talk about the T side, and Robs has a 1.38 rating right now. He's done a tremendous work on the T side, but Twist has been the absolute wall. Multi-kill machine, highest rated player on the CT side. This is the equivalent of having a Ferrari and a Lamborghini in the garage. Like, I don't know which one I'm going to use today. Just, I don't know, honestly.
A hard decision when you're looking at it.
Yeah, I would go for Twist any given day, to be honest. I don't know if he's the Lamborghini or the Ferrari, but the context of the Rob stats is that it only works for him on the T side if the rest of the players is creating enough space for him. We know Robs to be very, very passive. He's a lurker, and he can be in a situation where if the strat is not working out, he's in a 1v5, gets a couple of frags, you know, saving, just like Blame F does in Astralis once in a while. So you feel like sometimes the stats are inflated for Robs. In this game, though, in this tournament, he's been very, very impactful, and that's the difference for Robs this time around. We've seen many, many tournaments where his rating has been 110, 115, 120, and you feel like, did you have that much impact? No. This time around, though, it's different, and that's why you have a Ferrari, that's why you have a Lamborghini.
You wonder why FaZe were actually able to turn around the situation against G2? You really have any question why we went to overtime? Robs was the answer, because yes, I agree with you. At times, too passive, to the point where people started getting mad at him when he wasn't mouse. But I think he understood. He's starting to understand at least that he needs to put his life on the line a couple of times. He needs to take some risks, he needs to take space, and he's done just that against G2. He's done just that this tournament, which is why he's so high on rating on it.
Well, you've been speaking about the offensive star so far. Let's check in with Robs heading into the semi-final.
Robs, as the newest FaZe member here as a part of the team, you're standing in yet another arena and yet another semi-final this year. How does it feel to be a part of this team and have so much success?
This was the goal, being a part of FaZe. It's a team I really wanted to be a part of. This team is, made of players who have the highest expectations and have the most experience as well. It's a team of superstars, kind of. So we always set a really high bar for ourselves, and going playoffs, it's always a must. And winning a tournament, that's the end goal.
And you mentioned it yourself that this is a team of superstars, and yet you consistently stand quite high on the scoreboards, and you perform at the level of a superstar that you are yourself. How does it feel to be able to do that?
Feels great, obviously, to obviously put up numbers all the time and be like a solid rock to your team. I think it gives a great boost to your confidence to take duels, 50-50 duels that you can take more often and win them more often. So you just get so much more confidence from the fact that your team is playing well, you're playing well. So I think, the whole chemistry and the fact that we have players such as this helps the team play better.
And you've been under the leadership of Kerrigan for a lot of your career, both at Mass Sports and now here at FaZe Clan. And you guys are going up against yet another Danish in-game leader, Huxi, on G2. What do you think that you guys have the edge on, and how do you feel being under the leadership of Kerrigan for so long?
I think against G2, they're a bit more of a fresh team so far in this year, so I think we'll definitely have the chemistry advantage and having faster reactions in certain scenarios, and just maybe better comms as well in general. I think when you make a lineup change in an international team especially, it's going to be hard the first few months and maybe even the year. It takes some time to settle in. So I think we have an upper hand in that, but I think when we go head-to-head with G2, it's going to be a tough matchup, and there's talented players on both sides, so it's going to be a good one.
And just looking back at 2022 as a member of FaZe Clan, how has it been for you? Can you give us a short year in review from Robs' perspective?
This year for me and for FaZe probably has been the best in history for each other and for ourselves. I mean, we won the major, we won Katowice, Cologne, we won a Pro League. We have a chance to win a blast event now, so I think it's been, nothing short of amazing and just absolute greatness for us this year. yeah, for me, it's definitely been the career best year so far, and I think even though we went out of a major last place recently, I think there's nothing to be sad of. We still certainly made history this year, and I think it's only that we can be proud of this year.
Can't deny everything that FaZe has managed to achieve throughout the duration of 2022. Obviously, the second highest rated player here at the tournament. First being your defensive hero, that is Twist.
My defensive hero now is how we
The Lamborghini.
You like that?
The Lamborghini. Oh, Twist the Lamborghini. Now, listen, Twist has been lights out, absolutely. And the fact that we are here talking about Twist being the highest rated player is also a reminder of the quality of this FaZe roster. He's I think, if I'm not mistaken, I believe the last time Twist actually held an MVP award was in 2019 in Sydney. That is the kind of caliber of a team he is in right now. FaZe have had 3 different MVP candidates in 2022. Twist wasn't able to put his hands on one, but right now he is definitely in a great position. He's got Robs right behind him. But overall, I think it's also a conversation about how FaZe are able to be so endurant and strong over a whole year, because I think they've had multiple moments where frustration could have taken over. You know, they missed the mark in Dallas, they kind of lose the ability to win the Grand Slam in Cologne, they come into Rio, they get eliminated immediately. How many times are they going to bounce back? Because the end of the year, once again, is stellar from them. It's a final in Copenhagen, here it's a semi-final in Abu Dhabi. They have been full of stamina, and the results are spreading all over the year.
You had me at the bounce back. You know, losing to Bad News Eagles at the major in the fashion they did, that must have been so heartbreaking for FaZe, who came in as the favorites to win the entire thing. Ever since, they played 6 best-of-3 games. They won 5 of those, as you said, in the final of Copenhagen. We also thought they were going to be able to beat Heroic, but it wasn't meant to be this time around. Coming into this semi-final as well, they are the massive favorites as well. There's a great chance they'll win this tournament, to be completely honest. So the fact that they've been able to bounce back and do it so consistently, and doing so, I would say, with high-level Counter-Strike again, almost at the level we saw in the beginning of the year, high praises.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's only kind of been that blip at the major, and that's kind of been it for FaZe, you know, disappointing us in 2022. I totally agree with what Jacob is saying. The mental fortitude for them to come back swinging into this one, looking good for FaZe.
They have been at times their own enemies. And I think from talking to Kerrigan, you realize that when you are Robs, when you're Twist, when you're Rain, when you're Kerrigan, when you're Brokey, you are aware of there's so much quality in your roster. You might just a little bit lift your foot off the gas pedal, 1 or 2%, thinking, anyway, you know, we're so strong, that's going to be it. And then they've been reminded a couple of times at a couple of events that if you don't play you 100%, even if your name is FaZe, you're not going to win. And now they seem aware of it, which makes them deadly.
Well, it is almost time to be getting into the action here in Abu Dhabi, but not before we head to a quick break, because when we are back, it's FaZe taking on G2 in a grudge match for the ages in the semi-finals.
Welcome to the esports reverse challenge. Listening is the key in CS, whether that's listening for enemy players' footsteps or communicating with your team.
As a pro player, you need to understand your teammates, whether they're shouting, whispering, or talking backwards. Which is what you're going to do today. Please read the following words and phrases backwards. Your teammates will have to guess what these words are supposed to be.
Your teammate OC has recorded some words and phrases for you to listen to. For each correct guess, you win 3 points.
Work together to find out if your brain can adapt.
My brain will not adapt today. We'll do our best.
I'm gonna say it's Oma.
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 Oma? What the what the hell is Oma?
Amo maybe?
Ammo.
Ammo.
Yokad.
Decoy.
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 Yeah?
Decoy, yeah?
Decoy. Garf.
Garf.
Oh, it's easy one.
Garf.
Garf. Frag, yes.
Like frag grenade. Frag. Easy. We got it.
Frog.
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 Napple Oak.
This is gibberish.
Tenalp Og.
Tenolp. What is Tenolp?
I don't know, man. It's super hard. I cannot guess it.
What? One. Onref. Wait.
Ornefni. Nab.
Ban Inferno.
Ban Inferno.
Yeah, Ban Inferno. Nice, man. Yes. Pog.
Ban Inferno.
Rapids.
Oh.
By rounds. I think it's Sniper.
Wait, I have Mono's number, 1 second.
Sniper.
Pots on B Shar.
Pots on Ebe Sure.
Rush the spot on B Shar.
Rush B, don't stop.
No stop? Yeah, no stop, right? Yeah. Rush B, no stop.
Rushing B.
Rush B, maybe.
Yeah, rushing B.
Rush B, no stop.
Yeah, I have no idea if these are gonna sound correct. I probably butchered them really hard, but yeah, good luck, guys.
Guessing Munes's gibberish noises.
FaZe versus G2 in a battle not only for event, but a spot at the grand final. So let's give them a warm welcome into the Etihad Arena. Falling at the last hurdle at the fall finals, but still a valiant effort no less against the eventual champion FaZe, who take to the stage once again here in Abu Dhabi.
Oh, it's two, but Twist just took the headshot through the wall, and he gets active! Rob's pinned into the backside, but it is damage on 2 of the 3, and they press in. Yakinder goes down, Robs finds his second, and Robs keeps himself in behind box, around the corner, slides, and delivers! It's a clutch attempt. Ooh, Yakinder's tagged, there's the headshot. Rob's looking to close this clutch. Yakinder's dead, and Robs delivers again. Twist looking for another, and it's an instant headshot again and again. Russell Van Dolken, a fantastic showing and a semi-finalist in FaZe.
It's been FaZe up all year long. They've dominated almost every tournament with only a small blip on the road of an incredibly successful year. After the second place in Copenhagen, anything but the finals here will be a disappointment for the team. Brokey, nothing can scare this man. Nothing can stop him taking a fight. He's stone cold in the face, ice cold in the veins, and delivering straight fire in the game. Rain, he has it all. He can do it all. He ensures his teammates shine around him. The longest serving member of the team. His loyalty, his belief in this team is never broken. Carrigan, one of the greatest leaders of all time. No matter what this game has thrown at him, he has bounced back, and now he is at the very top. But this event is about redemption for the last 2. Twist, anything but a normal route for his monstrous career. From the top of NA to the top of Europe, nothing can hold him back. He's been unstoppable so far at the World Final. And finally, Rops, thoughtful in every move he makes, reliable, headstrong. Mr. Cool knows how to get it done. If you give him a chance, you'll regret it, as no corner is left unchecked by the big brain player. Let's hear it for FaZe Clan!
Potential these players have, the potential the team has, all their different attributes that you can add to these players. The T-sides from G2 have been absolutely fantastic.
Now down in the dirt, he's got him trickling in. Norbert dropped in front of it all. Modesty, of course he does! Of course!
I can't believe it with this guy, man.
Nico, finds Brokey in the background. You want, pick her up. Oh, there's the scout. He's gonna go for the pit kill, picks that up. He's got to scramble up top, grabs the bomb onto sight. No way. Visualized already, and there it is. Let's go! G2 versus FaZe for the second time in Abu Dhabi.
G2 have shown incredible strength at the World Finals, facing adversity on and off the server. Now they sit with a golden opportunity to go further than they've gone before. JKS, he has sacrificed his home comforts, his entire career to find success in the name of Counter-Strike. Never faltering when the pressure is on, always cool even when the flames are high. Hunter, carving his own way into the scene, a man that is sent to finish off the fight if it's ever needed. Whatever his team needs, he can do it, and you can never count him out. Hooksy, facing more adversity than ever and achieving success here in Abu Dhabi. You have to expect what he's done here. Hooksy's world is our reality right now, and we are living in it. Monasy, the yellow flash, the baby goat, the young rookie and new star of the team, who here at the World Finals is dominating and conquering everyone that steps in his way. And Nico, heavily scrutinized and criticized while being one of the most dominant riflers in the history of Counter-Strike, always making his mark on the server. This is G2 Esports!
The history runs deep between these two squads, and now they enter the ring once again, this time in a battle for a spot in the coveted Grand Finals. Jacob, so many narratives that we look at for both these teams coming into things. We didn't even get time to touch upon two IGLs entering the ring.
Yeah, two Danes, you know, one guy being around for forever in Kerrigan, a legend of the game. He's achieved everything you can achieve, and I think a lot of people out there would agree with me when you say that he's one of the most tenured in-game leaders we've ever had in the game. Going up against Hooksy, who's an old guy as well, who's been around for quite some time, but had his breakthrough just a couple of years ago with Copenhagen Flames, now moving into G2. Stylistically speaking, I think all in-game leaders in Denmark grow up looking towards Kerrigan, looking towards Glame, and try to copy them just a little bit. So you have two in-game leaders who know each other very, very well.
Talk about the final boss of Counter-Strike to go up against Kerrigan. That's how I see it as an IGL, right?
Yeah.
If you Hooksy, if you're entering the server and your task is to outbid this man, is to outsmart Kerrigan, who's in the last few months or years, Counter-Strike has really cemented his position as the most dominant IGL. Talk about it.
And for these two teams, two different reasons as to why they want to make it to the Grand Finals. They want to be hoisting this trophy. For FaZe, undoubtedly 2022 has been their year. For G2, they just want to be lifting that first.
That's the thing, right? It doesn't really change our perspective on FaZe. Sure, it would be nice for them to win the last tournament of the year. It would cement the year that
icing on the cake.
But it wouldn't. It wouldn't change the perspective. It wouldn't change the fact that FaZe still have dominated for the vast majority of the year. Whereas for G2, this would mean the world for these guys. They've had so much adversity going around them. They've had roster changes, code changes, etc., etc. So for them to win this tournament, for them to win this game, it would mean significantly more to G2.
It feels like up until this point, we haven't been provided with the proof of concept of HooXi and JKS in G2, and that is a working project. I feel like the elements that we've had in the past have rather pointed in the other direction, and then the patience of people, the trust of people, the confidence of people have been draining out slowly but surely. So these are the moments where you put a memory in everybody's brain. You remind everybody that this can actually work. You were wrong, we were right, we know what we're doing, and they are going to prove it today.
So much for both of these two teams coming into it, and we are ready to get this action underway. Nuke as the first stomping ground in this best-of-3 semi-final. Launders, Scrawny, take it away.
Good evening, everybody. It is about damn time that we get this second semi-final underway. G2 with a chance to make it to another Grand Finals in 2022 to sprinkle in that final run at the final hurdle here this year. They've already eliminated a couple of teams, Mo, and now they'll have a chance to knock down FaZe. They already had this very same team 2 rounds away from elimination earlier, 2 rounds away from a loss earlier this week. Now they've got to do it under pressure.
Yeah, and when they played against FaZe last time, it looked completely mental. The reason that they lost on Ancient, it wasn't the same team that we know played to the level that they did versus Outsiders. They did it in their match versus Vitality. And so they'll try it again to take down the best team this year in FaZe Clan. And I think they've shown themselves that they have every reason to believe. And I think the most interesting map that comes in this veto is the very first one. The team, they've beaten FaZe on Nuke, after beating Heroic, after beating Vitality on this map as well. They're just looking to do it 3 times in a row and really cement an enormous streak, and to be looked at as one of the best Nuke teams in the world somehow. G2, a team that wasn't even at the major, has this mantle. And in this series, you better believe it's going to be key.
Right, in order to put up the run they have already, it seems like Nuke has become the backbone of this roster. And again, doing it every step, every single time we find them here. It's been the consistency in each of their series, and it's going to have to be this evening as well. But the question will be, how many times can you beat FaZe Clan and other top-tier opponents on this map before you get figured out, before that record gets dented? Because I feel like they're going to need to start this series with it as well. And, well, FaZe, recency, right? They've already faced a recent loss. But it's time, folks. Map 1 of the second semifinals.
Let's get into it, Abu Dhabi. Here on Nuke to kick things off. You know that FaZe are coming with a little bit of extra preparation to make sure that what happened in the past won't happen again. And G2 have to try to foresee what will come next. As Nico said in the interview, they both know each other so well. So it could just be about these gambles. Maybe we'll see a couple new tactics.
Little skin seen from a distance. Mini peek gets punished by Hunter, and that's going to serve as a trigger for him to just move this forward fast. Robs catches HooXi. That goes down on ramp, but it's really this point of contest here. And Kerrigan, he's going to use that chance to slide out. Starts shooting Hunter in the back, but guess what? Monacy's also up there. And so, we're right back to the 3v3 with Twist trying to get into the action. Monacy's dropped his teammate, and now we've got FaZe stranded inside this A site. It's all on Brokey. He taps away the Heaven play, a second chance that comes for free, and one headshot versus Nico's all he needs, and he spams away to nail it. A 1v3 from Brokey to kick off this map.
Wow, Nico had the time, and Twist swung at a mini. And so I think it felt like to G2, yeah, we can take upstairs. That was the risk they took. No way somebody is still there layered inside of opposite vents. But after the first kill in Heaven, you gotta wonder where the comm was. Monacy had no idea, it seems, where this kill came from. JKS just flew into the site. Could have been a communication issue, but look at G2, and sorry, look at Brokey seizing the moments. And we compare the two operators and the two best players in the team right now. Monacy is by far and away having the best vent of his year and maybe his career here at the World Final. And Brokey has not been at his peak level at this event so far. It's actually been almost solely about Twist and Rops and their outstanding stats on CT side and T side respectively.
Of course, he's coming off of an MVP performance at Fall Finals, so we know he's got it in his back pocket. Be a hell of a time to throw himself right up there alongside Rops and Twists. Try to get 3 FaZe players running for that MVP. Kerrigan, labored effort here versus Hooksy, and the Glock's actually going to prevail. Shouldn't have, but does. Twists looking to respond to this. Poor Hooksy still pinned into the corner, so no real chance at getting out of that. And Brokey will see nothing outside, but by drawing Twists out, Rain sees shadows. Ominous. Odyssey tries to bait him around the corner, and it works out. Ooh. Hunter catches a second. So again, measly pistols, still getting some economic damage in, and an upgrade to the MP9 looks nice on Hunter. 19
it's over, right?
HP, and a hell of a dream as he picks up that frag on Rops. Pressure on Brokey yet again.
30 seconds. There's time on the clock. Hunter is trying to make this mid-round play. Brokey, will he read into it correctly is the question.
He's put himself in the right spot, but Hunter decides not to follow forward. Doubles back. As he does that, there's also the smoke for Hunter. We'll see if that comes into the equation.
Brokey made some footsteps, so Hunter knows that he could have run here for the plant.
And now we go, gun back out. 19 health, no armor, 1v3 queued up. And he's kind of lost track of Brokey.
Oh.
So sure enough, as you'd expect, the better rifle, the more health, and the Kevlar player comes through. It's a clutch and a clutch out of Brokey back to back.
Yeah, and you know, Hunter, he could lean his head back and be tilted about losing that because look at this round. It's one where they come in with no investment. He has no armor and nearly brings out a 1v4 and just wants it for all the glory, but it can't feel too bad to lose. He did so much to even get that bomb down on top of these frags. And Hunter, somebody we talk about, is somebody who's kept his level up at a very high level throughout the year, but since Hooksy has come onto the team, his stats have taken a little bit of a fall off. His roles have changed slightly. Monacy's have gone up, and that has seemed to be okay for the team outside of the, sore spot, of course, that is the major. But it doesn't mean that Hunter isn't still completely himself, and even though he's kind of a quieter player in terms of how flashy his frags are, the kills are still there. The performances are still very consistent.
Warning sign to FaZe. G2's investments through. This potential Monacy versus Brokey op duel that could be just fireworks across this series. But for now, economic woes mean op on one side.
Yeah, I mean, look at the difference between the buy right now. It's going to be very clear to FaZe that they have to pull this round out and try to make it clean if they want to keep their economy afloat. Kerrigan just the MP9.
Rain. Oof. Oh. Okay.
That's a rain drop.
Nico smashed behind Mini, but it's still a welcome invitation for the bomb and its cohort to move along outdoors. Rops catches JKS head turned as that second set of feet came running over from hell. So all they've got to work with is this secret play. Rain, passive, sits back, allows for them to walk forward here. It could be another clean one, and sure enough it is. Ooh, immense amounts of damage coming out of Rain, but Hunter's got the response.
That was a great punish. Rain decided if they were going to play a little passive, then he's going to get a better spot in the stairs.
Rob still awaits them. Ambitious, but honestly not that far off the mark.
Ooh,
Smoke grenade will give him a chance. Robs drops off.
I think they heard him.
Yeah, they should. Gap in the smoke. Time's starting to run out, so even though Robs hasn't killed him yet, feels like he's just playing with his food. And now Monacy pressure from both ends. Time against him. Oh no! Oh! After time, Monacy dies. $900 is all he's got.
And that's 4 alive on a round where FaZe had low utility. They came in with the MP9 on one guy. G2 had a significant advantage, but look at this first kill. It's just the assassination right here. Beautiful from Rain. And taking out Nico, he's almost always alone outside. We've talked about this in the past. So they tried to come through the sneaky play of having 3 go by after that death, calling out Rain for leaving. And getting into lower was a novel idea. But so far, it's a hot start from FaZe. And when G2 beat them last time, it was a really good start for G2. They're used to starting T-side, though, as their core map pick. Hooksy was so thoroughly excited about, you know, beating Vitality, beating Outsiders after such a strugglesome loss on the first day. And for good reason. This is a very deep run. As Nico said, this could be the team harder to beat than the team in the finals.
True. A real test, and a test that, again, right, they've already almost passed. That Inferno game where they lose by 2 rounds. Heartbreaking. And back-snapping at the moment is Rain. Not going to let them cross for free. Bomb does get over. He's not alone, though. Knowing that he's up close, JKS going to try to take something into his hands. It's been a marked improvement from JKS here at the World Finals. But as Shadow gets spotted, ooh, doesn't matter. Tech 9 point blank, nice and clean.
Yeah, and he heard that low ammo.
Remember, he's got Kevlar as well, right? JKS.
What are you trying to say?
Could be the majestic X factor here in round 4.
He has done some cool things so far this event.
To at least try to get some money back from, you know, Monacy dying after time the round prior. That's still a problem that they're going to have to deal with in the follow-up in the 5th. Yeah, we've seen great, those kind of FaZe Clan JKS entries from this event so far, but nothing right now. Brokey in that same spot that netted him the first 1v3. He's starting off on a good foot, and the craziest part is FaZe Clan getting this far into the tournament without having to rely on Brokey. Twists and Drops having such great performances throughout that we haven't even had to shine a spotlight on Brokey not being the same player that he was at the fall final. It just shows you the dimensions that FaZe have to offer at all points. They bought him enough time to warm up. Guns come back through. And honestly, they find all the money they need. G2, decent chance to bounce back. Get that first terrorist round win in. Problem is, you know, it's not the Twists and Rops show so far. It's the other pieces of FaZe showing that they are just as capable tonight. You'd be a fool to doubt them from top to bottom, FaZe Clan. We get the utility through the rooftops, pressure on the A site. Probably trying to hope and keep Rain engaged in that A play rather than being outdoors, but it's not just the 1 kill from Nico. No, double already. Damage versus Rops, and it goes both ways, but Hooksy picks up that slack, and it's 5 up from G2, only 2 players left for FaZe.
It turns Brokey around. We have the situation where they're still scaling on all parts of the map right now. Look at the tees.
Kerrigan, the only player to get something going. We've got G2 on the board.
A great round. You gotta love how tricky that is. That comes down to the smallest timing. The smoke is coming up outside, and Nico is phasing it, running out towards Big Garage. It's so unlikely you'd think that would happen if you think people are crossing secret behind the smokes. And look at this. It buys him just enough time, displaces the aim from Rain just enough that makes that shot too hard, and then Nico turns it into a second kill, and even takes Rops down to like a few HP. And as soon as Hooksy gets his, Brokey leaves the vent. They were going lower. They had a spider web of options, and they made sure not to overcommit at any point. Really crushed FaZe Clan here in round 5, and now the buy comes back, and FaZe, because they had 4 alive on the last round, still have enough money to go for this. This is where reading the economy gets a little bit more tricky, but I think it should be clear to FaZe Clan still early on in this half. I think Monacy has won the hearts and minds of the fans here in Abu Dhabi.
Yeah.
Giving them so many great games.
Listen, man, it feels like he's just winning more and more fans, no matter where you're at, every day. Every day is a good day to cheer for Monacy. You're cheering for the future of Counter-Strike. A player who has performed at every event this year. Rops wastes no time. Presses through that smoke from the ramp push, gets JKS queued up to death. And Nico, the responsibility of a response falls on him.
Yeah, we talk about Rops, been way less passive at this event as well. And again, to speak to, you know, not Brokey being the one that we talk about all the time, Rops has really picked up the slack, and it's not by doing it from the back line. He's been going for more openings, T-side rating through the roof. It was 1.38 at the World Final so far. This range position is great for catching any kind of mini drop, and Nico wins that.
Couple rounds back to back here. Nico gets away with little bits of HP. But Kerrigan gets active inside of the lobby. Both the deaths so far from G2 on that side of the map. Hunter's gonna press out forward. Having killed Rain leaves his space outside.
Yeah, CT's guessing run right now tied up a little bit on both parts of the map.
Is indeed room to work. It's that dangerous game. It's too quiet downstairs. Where's the contact? Right there.
Yeah,
walking into the scope of Brokey.
Again, look for, you know, this other play.
Hunter.
It's not one-dimensional for now. Oh, but Rob's so aware. Why is he watching the back of Heaven in this position? That is crazy. It wins it. That was the tactic to try to show bomb lower. Hopefully get the kill, not die, of course. That would have helped out a ton. But to make FaZe think for sure. They can easily rotate downstairs. They have time, not worry about it. But as Brokey left and didn't rotate back into the vent, they made sure to keep eyes on upper and all other options as well. So great awareness here from FaZe. That was very tricky. But Rob's, he's the trickiest.
Brokey at the moment just simply not missing that AWP. Hunter comes around the corner, got a little bit of shoulder to try and work with, but Robs is just too fast, man. Simply too fast. Buyback in the cards from G2. Looking for that second round nice and early. 9-1 is Brokey. So far, op dominance belongs to FaZe. Nico, very much on his own here. It's been important fights early outside between Rain and Nico, and sometimes Nico has more players behind him, sometimes Rain does and doesn't.
Yeah. And you could argue, you know, the two juggernauts of the outside from the CT side and T side respectively, knowing they don't get much help, looking to kill each other.
Rob's stoic, and oh, that's sharp. JKS gets his revenge from the last round with an instant headshot entry.
Yeah, and there's some speed with this, right? They could take it down lower if they want to. Immediately FaZe lose a rotation point. How do they search back information?
Twist still doing his own thing. Right now, G2, it's not an overcommitment from that kill.
Yeah, they'll be happy, you know, FaZe will be happy to see no bomb plant right away. No one trying to attack the lower site just yet.
Then he get pounced on. So they've got still time to get out of danger's way. 34 seconds to that clock, though. Decision needs to be made from G2. There has to be an activation somewhere, somehow. Utility pressure out into Mini. Nico catches Brokey a little too scoped in, but they're still coming at this A site. And Twist, well, he strikes from above, and that smoke on Squeaky slows everything down, but the wraparound from Hunter, stopped by Rops last time, successful in his endeavor.
Dude,
comes through, chops off two.
You see the rounds like this, and you see why G2 are winning on Nuke right now. I mean, that was incredible. It's so hard to read once again. They come through with a similar play with Hunter, but it's dressed up so differently. You think, no way that this is happening. One more time, here he is, making another appearance inside of Heaven and causing terror. If it had to be just Squeaky and Hut at the same time, well, they had Squeaky smoked, 15 seconds left. That would have been a much more difficult round. Hunter saves the day.
Saves the day and opens this one up. Thomas, M4, Desert Eagles. It's going to be Kerrigan to try and get aggressive. They're busy, but oh, Monacy reacts fast under that pressure from the push.
Yeah, that's a very risky play, of course. That gun delivered, one of the best guns of the round here for FaZe. And now G2 know the opportunity at hand.
JKS, a lot of responsibility inside of that lobby.
Yeah, sometimes you don't want to overstuff Ts inside of lobby when you're waiting for the CTs to push and get information back, because you're cramped and they can surround you actually from both ramp and Squeaky. And so sometimes you have one guy on patrol, and of course JKS is the known lobby holder and just going to be responsible for all these angles. And the idea is, if you lose JKS, well, at least you don't lose two players, at least you don't lose the round. And if it is multiple players attacking, you get lots of info.
But that's bomb. Still wallbang damage is substantial. Monacy, part of the solution here. Irretrievable hardware for FaZe.
Definitely feeling a different tempo out of G2 though. The last time they played and the time that they played against Heroic and when they played against Vitality, it's a much faster T-side overall. Now, you do have to have a varied pace at all times, but right now G2 clearly trying to say they know FaZe are going to respond to how they used to play. Let's try something a little new.
Robs. Oh! That was a chance and a half.
Only because it's him, right? If anybody else, you wouldn't get that excited.
Exactly. And also the fact that they were low HP. But close. Alleviates the pressure again.
Yeah. quietly applying all this pressure. Couple of confident rounds in here. It feels like this half is very much alive. The rounds that FaZe have won, though, have been great. But we are looking back at a Brokey 1v3 on the pistol and the 2 subsequent rounds that were kind of expensive. So we're wondering how many rounds G2 can muster up here on T side. And this time in this veto, we don't have Ancient at the tail end.
No, which was just so flat.
And I think we get a different energy no matter what. Like if we had Ancient as the repeat this time around, I don't see G2 just suddenly giving up in the way that it felt like they did in that first day. They're now a team that feel like they can win this event, whereas at the time, they're coming off of multiple losses, looking at another early exit in their minds, and now they really are starting to believe themselves. And Nico said, if we beat FaZe, then we have the confidence to win the tournament. Right now, we can't think past this event, or this round of the event.
No, I really felt like, you know, what kind of piled on to that Ancient collapse is just the fact that they had nothing to point to be the reminder for their own self-confidence. But now they're actually building something. Now they've got nuke wins versus multiple top-tier opponents and series wins. Yeah. And you know what? On top of that, blowouts. 16-1 to eliminate outsiders from the event.
Unbelievable. Should have been a 16-0, but came to that pistol. The 3v5 retake, a defuse from Norbert, of course. But that was unreal. That was a series where m0NESY went 56 and 20. Wow. Yeah. In 2 maps, and one of those maps is 16 rounds. 17 rounds. Unreal. It's crazy what we've seen so far from Hooksy as the caller on this team. You could definitely attribute some of the big wins to Hooksy. A lot of the rounds individually won by m0NESY's sheer individual efforts. That first half versus Outsiders, the 2 clutches that he got. We were asked in an interview earlier, you know, what are the big moments this year? And immediately just thought about this. Hooksy grabbing the bomb with, m0NESY grabbing the bomb, 4 seconds left on the defuse, on the plant, puts it down, wins the round, impossible kill after impossible kill. And then him at the beginning of the year versus MIBR, another outstanding 1v4 on Inferno.
It's like we time traveled back to the start of 2022. So we're lucky enough to be reminded by m0NESY what this game's skill ceiling really looks like. But without further ado, we're back into it. Round 9 underway with Rain on the solo M4. He could very well be first contact. But we've also got another round out of G2 here where they're trying to go through protocols without making mistakes.
Mahone brought up in the pre-match this one play. Oh, man, his pre-aims are just so solid. I think that first headshot is pretty much the only bullet Rain hits in that position. Sliver of an angle here for Nico. They see this receded position from Rain. They also get confirmation on one rifle. It's hard to say now what the rest of the round looks like. From a resource perspective from FaZe, how much do they have to work with? All they know is that it's gone entirely quiet. No one's pressuring them back outside. I think it should be quite clear that this feels more like an anti-eco than anything else. But still, mistakes could be made.
There's a chance to pounce there, Kerrigan, but falls off and honestly looks to press out towards Squeaky. Nice dink onto JKS, tries to set up the Zeus. And Kerrigan actually manages with the USP, but here comes Hunter in with the split. So from 0 to 100 real quick out of G2, and they get by that ominous threat. Nico could still die, but that smoke's soon gonna fade and twists. Yeah, unfortunately for him, his calves were spotted. But Robs picks up the 5-7 kill, so still racking up the damage, adding cost to the G2 victory here in round number 9. That lead cut to only 1 now.
What was impressive when G2 were playing their T-sides is like not only how fast, but how methodical and fast they were able to go forward with what felt like full execs, but still keeping the option open for A and B at all times. And I think that's what's been the most noticeable about their attacking side right now. And a credit to a lot of teams improving on T-sides, showing them off at this event. Liquid being one of them. Mao's at the major. G2 clearly putting in a lot of effort. There was that line from Yakinder that G2, they didn't improve since the last time they played. That was the big one, I think, at the fall final.
Yes.
And of course, that could have been It's a little psychological.
A little bit.
But, you know, he had something to say in a winner's match, right? I mean, that was something where he could speak from a point of experience. And between then and now, time to improve.
It's going to be a fast one. We've seen this play a lot this event.
Oh.
That's at least the third time that m0NESY picks up that opening kill.
I think it is 3 on the dot. So consistent with it. Oh, another one to the leg. Take some damage back, but it'll be Rain or Kerrigan who's shaking.
Doesn't even need to see them at this point. Can just sense them, knows what FaZe are up to. So you got to be prepared as that mini player. m0NESY loves to go for the swing. Sets it all up himself. Sets FaZe back. We talked about Yakinder mentioning, you know, that they haven't changed much. Nico's answer the next day was, well, if we played them tomorrow, we could probably 2-0 them.
Right.
Well, you pick up this win versus FaZe, and you'll get a chance to prove that. Liquid.
Ooh, great point.
Yeah, awaiting the second finalist.
But they can't think too far ahead. They can't think too far ahead. This is the big dog right now. FaZe Clan.
Storylines.
Yeah. Looking for their 5th tournament this year. One of 2 teams to win a major. The other team no longer at this event, eliminated by G2. Imagine G2 take down 2 major champions in a world final.
That's what I'm saying.
In a stacked event.
And uncharacteristically giving FaZe a loss in a finals, right? Normally when they get to finals, they win. But drops Nico on the push in. Listen, time is starting to become a problem here. G2 thought maybe they were going to just enjoy a merry journey down to that B site, but as they got closer, the resistance increased, and there's a chance to reroute, to direct themselves to the A site, where HooXi opens up shop. Remember, Kerrigan, 16 HP, stops the front runner, but Hunter's not alone here. He's got that extra few seconds to reposition bomb, and G2 squeeze an excellent situation out of what looked like a problematic post on that B site.
That's a key frag from HooXi. And that's a kill that, you know, throughout this year has been a problem for HooXi. To be able to get that under the most pressure, understanding with the amount of time left on the clock, he's got to win the duel. It's versus Twist, sitting in one of his favorite spots inside of Tetris on the A side. That's no small feat. And with that, they have enough time to get that bomb planted. That was like a Na'Vi-esque round with how much time it took. And until you mentioned it, I didn't realize how much time they had spent doing almost nothing. So honestly, that was almost worrying. I feel like that would have you thinking, like, is there a lot of clarity in the calling right now? You know, seeing a different philosophy and approach to the game here versus FaZe in the rematch, and it's actually been working out quite well, but they're riding a very fine margin. But here they are, 5-5. FaZe back with no money once again. G2 could potentially take a lead in the first half.
After a rowdy start from Brokey. I believe 3 or 4 deaths now in a row without kills. So that impactful start suddenly stunned. Meanwhile, Hunter, right? We talked about his improvement, the fact that with HooXi's addition, his individual rating actually went down while m0NESY's went up.
Yep.
But again, recently, the 2 quieter pieces of JKS and Hunter have found this new groove. And we're looking at a Hunter who is 12-6. If you're going to wait until a semifinal to all of a sudden remind everybody that you also have that Kovac blood in you, well,
yeah,
why not now?
And for Hunter, man, no trophies on G2. Won some, you know, Break Pie's pot, but not
Where are you
tier 1
going?
events.
Kerrigan trying to climb the ladder, but Rain, well, look at this. A delivery in the form of not only a bomb, but an AK-47.
Yeah, what's key here is not to get too scared. Yes, the bomb's in view, but you almost know the CTs are going to probably give this up. You're just still looking for pushes and mistakes, and, well, the CTs still feel like they have something to do. So bomb can get recollected. But yeah, I mean, there was this one event, I think it was a Mykonos, that Hunter won. It doesn't even count as a trophy on HLTV, and he hasn't won any tier 1 events. The last 2 years, he's been a top 15 player. It's actually unbelievable. There's a huge chip on his shoulder. m0NESY, it's his rookie year. Nico, he won an event in Copenhagen in 2019 with Blast. HooXi, it's his first tier 1 team that he's calling for, at least major org, right? The Flames is the reason that he built up a resume in order to get this position. But he still has time to feel like he can get that trophy for himself. But Hunter is one of the last remaining players that you'd expect would have won multiple tier 1 events. Still looking to prove that he can.
Funnily enough, you know, JKS's last trophy win with FaZe.
Yes, and that was
Nico's last trophy win with FaZe.
With FaZe, yeah.
Both of them trying to rob that very same org. But here we have it. m0NESY, guess what? Lands a shot. And we've got another 20-second push from G2. Playing with the clock tonight, letting things go down smooth. Sure enough, Twist with the upgrade from the MP9 to the AK, but it's going to be G2's lead established. You will not stop them from getting this 6-1, but you can have some freebies here, right? FaZe, they've worked for a couple guns. They better hope that there's still something left in this CT side.
There's part of me that believes the next round is going to be a lot faster from G2, and one where they got FaZe kind of worried about anything that can happen, but have them used to a very slow play style that's starting to get them this crawl back into the lead. And maybe it comes with a fake at first, but I think this is the opportunity to try to draw out as many grenades as possible while FaZe are just in this buy-save situation. 2-gun save will be massive to make sure they have the most amount of utility possible. I think now the belief is here for G2 to really make a run of things. It's an excellent veto where I feel like almost any map in this veto could go both ways. But still going to say that FaZe are obviously favored.
Right.
Especially, you know, it's a rematch, and even though G2 won a map there, nearly won both.
Let me just talk about the fact that this is FaZe's year. The most successful team across what has been a very unstable year.
Yes, and
regarding results. And you talked about the faster expectation. Well, Nico wasted no time trying to get over top of the silo, hoping that maybe Rain had tucked in or played passive, but now it's just going to get cranked over towards the ramp.
Whoopsie.
Nice entry. Loses 90 HP, but still picks it up with that AK swing from Brokey, door closed.
Yeah,
so he just plucks the little that was left off of the play. Rain comes out with a second kill to his name, and now it's going to have to be the m0NESY JKS comeback within round 12, or we're tied yet again. Kerrigan, fire on his feet.
Oh, see that molly.
And Kerrigan pushes ahead of it. Rips m0NESY's head clean off, and Brokey's got a second of his own. FaZe answer fast. Almost as fast as G2 went swinging here in round 12.
That's no small frag. Even though that's a 4v2 situation and m0NESY gets control with his fresh molly and can get into control with that bomb plant going down, things get really ugly for FaZe fast. And the other thing is Rain. Not only does he get the opening kill of the round, but he hangs out in Big Garage even after killing the guy who's normally by himself just to make sure that everything's secure outside. And Hunter's, yes, he's on a different lurk this round, looking to get involved way later on. They make sure to stop everything. That was a very tricky call from G2, and FaZe were on top of it once again.
Trying to stay steps ahead here, trying to keep this T side from bleeding majority round count. 3 left to play.
And I think when you try to establish that level of conditioning, you try something fast like that, it doesn't work. Well, now you kind of reset a little bit, okay? Gotta scare them again.
We got a double op here out of FaZe, and what do you know? The second AWP looking for that contact. Feels to me that here across World Finals, the double op setup, it's just been so much more prevalent for FaZe as of late. Hell, on Anubis, it's even twists.
Yeah, Rops has been picking it up a ton.
We'll see if anybody comes walking into that crosshair.
So again, Rain in this position shows us he's looking for lurks. We have the same Heaven wrap smokes that come outside. But almost all these smokes, these different combinations, they're almost all fakes. They're either trying to call out whether someone can spot you from Heaven on the cross, or if someone's going to walk through them, or if you're going to do a full cross outside. And they both work in multiple ways.
Brokey backs it up. Rain has died towards Garage, but with the fire on the feet of Brokey.
Oh, that's big though. I mean,
needs to give up the angle.
Yeah, listen, Nico now has control of Secret, right? They're scared of it. Oh, Rop's actually
dangerous game.
Trying to make a move.
While scoped in this whole time. I mean, talk about playing with blinders on, but he'll catch Nico back turned. Kerrigan trying to press outwards. We've got 20 seconds left, and he gets ahead of the flashbang. It's going to be a quick little pop out towards that vent, and wow, 2 players do get down. Rops clips 1, but we've got a very hot firing Hunter into the clutch, and poor guy just wants that bomb plant, loses his face to the pistol of Rops. It's a 3K from Rops off the op, and now he too, right up there with Brokey towards the top of this board.
The tactic was actually really good, and they came out to the vents. Man, they had Twist full blind upstairs. He has to spray, he misses a spray, and op shot gets missed towards him, and then when he wakes up, he's able to kill the second rifler who comes in and does damage to the first as well, so called out.
Look how quick that move is from Rops, right? From finding Nico's back turned in Garage to just, boom, being down on Vent before they can even pop out Squeaky.
He's got skates on these days.
This one's looking fast, though. JKS already out. Kerrigan completely blind, fire on his feet, and we've got the entry out from JKS. Kerrigan doesn't, oh, wait, no, he died in the corner. Rain picked up both those kills. Oh, and Brokey. Is that an op drive-by? Monacy just gets smashed, and now Nico also chopped down by that op, the skyward cover from Brokey. 2 kills to close out that 14th round and give FaZe the 8-6.
Yeah, now it's getting perceptibly faster in G2, trying to throw out some things, a full upstairs exact. We haven't seen that from them, I think, since the pistol. No, the pistol was even a little bit slower. What a hold.
Bullet from Rain.
Yeah, wow. He knows he can disrespect that. He still has his top hut player. They don't clear it. They throw the Molotov that's leaning towards Squeaky Vent.
What a wild run from Brokey. I don't know if there's more fire on his feet or more fire on his fingertips. As he slams the AWP into the hut play, Twist's gonna open up 5v4 in an instant. As we're starting to close out this first half on Nuke G2, it was a success story, but now it's a measly couple of pistols between them and the end of this half. A 3-round lead looks likely, but Monacy's gonna fight tooth and nail. Nice clean dig.
Yeah.
Serves up a distraction and further damage, not to mention, now he's got his paws on an op.
Yeah, his favorite weapon. Secured off a beautiful deagle shot. One situation where FaZe do not want to get caught off guard.
Oh, dude, and they know he's got that, right? There's no way to stop them from grabbing it off of Rops' corpse. That's a shiver down the spine of FaZe Clan. Monacy doubles back. You do not want him on this AWP, and now that he's got one, he's gonna get his second kill in the round by clamping onto Kerrigan. JKS, smoke comes out, Twists, plays it passive, fire on his feet. They're piecing this together. They've managed to make this even. Rain, M4 response, and it's a Monacy clutch attempt with bomb on his back. He runs downstairs. Now there's a ton of grenades for the CTs, and they hit him on the cross. Brokey with the dig out to give FaZe a 3-round lead and a chance at this T side.
Welcome everybody to the World Team of the Year 2022.
I have 5 great names on this list.
That's a real mix.
The only player who would have been in top 5.
Like determined to just try and win a game on his own, and he does it.
It's either he's got the ball rolling or he's just another domino.
Number 1 player on the team stats, entering with a rifle.
Destructure a bomb site, go in and take the jewel and win it.
Easy choice before
Yeah,
the break.
yeah.
That's the crazy part.
I won an event with him.
You won an event with him?
His consistency in that realm, you really can't be an accident.
Maniac, you're the official Zywoo expert here.
I do. Where are the trophies?
Yeah.
That bothers me. Like, why is he not winning?
Come on, man. Open your eyes.
Doesn't matter if you like him or not. You gotta respect. You gotta respect what he's doing. You know? Like, I'm really, really, really hoping that this was just a first step.
It's gonna be really cool for me. First time going to Paris.
It's a city of love.
I actually learned French. Je m'appelle Sacha.
For me, the major is always going to be the most important thing in Counter-Strike.
There's like a different pressure. You want to do great because you know it's like it means a lot more.
Winning this is the dream of every CSGO player.
The French community has been part of CSGO from the beginning with big teams.
Vitality will have a great support.
If I won this, yeah, it's gonna be one of the best moments in my life.
Do you want to be the first 2 people to have tickets to
the Blast.TV major?
The Blast.TV major.
Blast.TV major.
The Blast.TV major.
Heaven, heaven. Yeah. One more, heaven. Up heaven. Only one. Two outside. Yeah, have heaven. AC. Coming main. Don't be up in heaven. Two main. Two main. Let's go, Brookie. Let's go. Ice in his veins. Does that bit?
So a little ice cold clutch out of Brokey to kick off that half. We had 4 round wins at the start for FaZe. We had 4 round wins at the end for FaZe. And despite the opening kills being 9-6 to the favor of G2, it's a score that's 9-6 to the favor of FaZe. So they clawed back some of those disadvantages. They clawed back the end of the half, and they've set themselves up quite nicely to give us an offense here. Looking to get revenge versus G2 here on Nuke, and already trying to press an advantage down into the ramp, but Hooksy has other ideas. Nico swings out the door. He's gonna get a long-range USP fight, loses his head. Rops and Rain combining for kills. Hunter takes his time, Rops doubles up, and now all of a sudden, it's advantage taken back. Hooksy and Monacy get their kills at a distance, and Brokey's looking for back-to-back pistol clutches, but this time it's only 7 health. How little can he really do this with? He's got a minute to mastermind a situation, needs that bomb back, and also needs the CTs to make some kind of a mistake. One stray bullet connects to any part of his body, and the head's the best. Monacy shuts it down, G2 answer quick.
That's right, teacher and student right there coming through in the 2vx. Hooksy, he's starting to fry. These shots that he's hitting, I mean, even in that first half, he's getting key hard frags, and we're talking about headshots only, but look who's keeping up, man. Rob's going underneath on Decon, the opening to dismantle this really powerful setup. JKS with the first kill made Nico think he could sit in the door and take as many shots as he needed to, because they were probably going to get one of the two. And instead, it's only 1 frag holding. So G2 get back into the game. They get CT side to work with. And FaZe, we'll see what kind of idea they can bring on these eco rounds. We've seen success from them getting deagles and then splitting up and working the map slowly. In this situation, it's even less of an investment. Rain will be the only one to take a liberty here.
Goes the space to come over top the secret stairs, but decides to play it a little more passive, and it's the fondness of JKS to find first blood in round 17. Oh, that's why. No need to peek. Monacy's got the cross covered. But as Monacy shuffles position, it maybe opens the likelihood that Nico peeks over. And as he does, look at this! Freebies! Little Thomas mowdown for a triple kill. Makes the conversion look real easy. Kerrigan headhunting with the deagle inside of the ramp room, but you've got no bomb, you've got no teammates. Dare I say it, you got no damn chance. That's G2. The nade's queued up. But Kerrigan's still going to try to mastermind at least a little more economic damage.
This round is just about getting kills. Make it costly. There's a pretty decent investment coming in. We didn't see a bomb plant last round, but still. And no shot here, so 8 for G2. Looking to tie up once again. It's been tenuous every step of the way. So the first 6 rounds are 5-1, and then 6-1 back for FaZe. This must be so annoying for them. Nico comes up the right side of the stairs, and they were both holding it from that corner, and one player on the left, and as soon as he went into the wall, he shows up. They can't even shoot through him. Almost want to talk about how good Thomas was, but I know better than that.
Bite your tongue. Galil and Tech9s, check this out. Fast clash. Hunter blind as a bat. Hooksy, well, no need for him to come through because Monacy's already got a double, and then Hunter gets a chance to regain vision and regain control of the situation. For a second, it looked like those Tech9s were popping him by surprise, but I don't even know where Monacy came through with, if I'm being honest. Easy double for him, easy mow down for G2, tying this game up, and a CT side that without a doubt could take off.
It really could. I want to know in their heart of hearts they feel like they can win now. FaZe were able to, they won Antwerp off the T side on this map. Of course, that famous Canada call from Kerrigan, the reason that Twist got play of the year. And we know they're not scared to play a T side to try to have to come back into a match. Twist has also been something of a second half player at this event. Even when, as soon as we kind of pointed him out, which I'm not going to do this time. Well, maybe we should.
Ooh, Rob's nearly... Oh, there it is. Second servings.
Yeah, Twist with the opener as well.
Damn. Nade finds Hooksy. Smoke spam finds JKS.
Yeah, and the kills make this so testy, right? They want to try to get space back, but coming forward with this play.
Kind of a cheesy kill, but on both sides of it, right? If one of those two things happens, it's maybe not so bad, but 3v5? Ooh, 3v5 plus Monacy gets dropped. So Robs is powering up here on Nuke. Hunter's gonna get a chance to try and claw this back. It's the Kovac already trying to equalize things, but 3 stand tall from FaZe. Twist starting to activate. Gotta call it out. Quiet first half,
yes.
Starting to bring it back, okay? We gotta do it.
Like clockwork with this guy.
We kind of tiptoed around. No, call him out and look at him go. A nade off the vent.
It's the RPK nades.
Dunked upon his opponent.
And this round, they didn't even have to really work, you know. They just got through their one tactic. They split up a little bit. Robs gets his kill through the smoke. And so this is one where Kerrigan, he doesn't have to show any of his cards. You know, that's the scary part for FaZe, for G2. The buy-in now, of course. Ooh, not so comfortable here for the CT side. As soon as G2 touch on a lead in both halves right now. Gets robbed right back. They'll take a timeout to talk about things. And I think it was just a money talk, actually.
It's always about the money.
It is all about the money sometimes. Yeah, G2, yeah.
You know?
But they get Mr. 600K, his favorite gun. I don't hear any FaZe fans out there.
Yeah, I don't know. There's that one guy. There's always at least one.
Very amicable audience, giving each other space. Okay, well, you know, this is not bad in terms of what they were able to afford. Oh, a huge disruption of the smoke.
Yikes.
That's gonna come from it. Maybe 2, maybe 3.
All day. But Twist actually off the top of red. We're getting a little push here. Monacy connects into Rops. You've taken down FaZe's most successful player. And you've left this one on Brokey and Twists, but Monacy easily queues up another. Twists delivers himself to the crosshair of the op, and now Brokey with a measly 6 HP and 4 opponents to take. Catches Monacy in the open, but so be it. You're blind, you're surrounded, outnumbered, and soon to be a dead man. This is G2 to tie things up because Nico disrupts the cross outside. I mean, just 2 sitting ducks.
Yeah, he has set that smoke out really fast as well. Or the molly, I should say. But it's just a perfect play, and they try to jump past it. Split ends right there. Twist doesn't have a deep enough angle from the top of red. And that cross stop is everything from Nico. On top of the kills he gets by himself. I bet it's real too.
Reinvestment out of FaZe. Everything they can afford here. Couple players limited with pistols. Robson Rain can sure swing in full force. Where's the contact? Ooh, little Rops creep.
Seriously, these two teams, they've just been going toe-to-toe.
Support coming from Monacy. Sure, good thing he's there.
Yeah, it's with the swing. So
felt like JKS was ready for the fight, but Rops just gets the headshot first.
I think they were trying to enact a switch right there. So at least for the CT side, they go 1 for 1.
Utility pressure outside, variation on the wall of smokes. And this time, Nico will not be given a gigantic gap to exploit. So Rain will have a bit more room to wiggle. And as he tries to press in through Mini, it's Hooksy with the instant execution.
They've got so many things covered right now.
Kerrigan's still inside of the hut. Brokey's Deagle's pressing out. Hunter, oh, it's clean. Twist's head taken off. Kerrigan, well, he has slipped beyond G2, so maybe he can catch somebody off, but Hunter seems alert. Incredibly sharp at the moment.
Yeah. Of course, that smoke connecting these 2 pushes.
That's a 3rd.
Yeah, well.
And an 11th to G2's camp.
Well done there. I think Hooksy, again, another key moment, right? Catching the smoke push timing, but it's because he's doubled up inside of Mini with Hunter, so they can both watch Squeaky when the pressure's coming that way, And when there's pressure on Squeaky, it's usually to pull the attention of the mini player. But because they have both things covered, he can turn around safely. And then it activates both sides. Now, of course, not so much money there for FaZe Clan, but because it is a full buy, FaZe Clan come into this with almost nothing. G2 can now maybe get 2 steps away from FaZe, which would be the farthest they've been so far this game.
Trying to pull ahead, trying to get off that runway.
Yeah.
FaZe holding on to their ankles and keeping them grounded. Can G2 kick them off right here, right now? Round 22 and Rain close again. Shout out Hooksy for stuffing the mini play. JKS doubles down here inside of the ramp. Him and Modesty, just a brick wall on the defense. And this time there's 0 casualties. So Hunter feels as though he can grab some space. One-tap execution into the big brain of Kerrigan. That watermelon head got smashed. And Rain, all that's left over. He's finally not stuffed outdoors, but left to try and reclaim it all. And he will still find Hunter. At the very least, 1 kill, but it is that 2-round advantage for the first time.
It's crazy that FaZe look good and still G2 are just simply keeping up. Speaking to, again, the recent successes on Nuke. A revitalized roster. Now it feels like G2, I don't know how often they would make roster moves. We know that they move fast when it comes to it. They don't take failures lightly. And ending a year on a bad event, I feel like that could have changed the whole game for them and their team. Everything would be up for question. They'd be sitting there on the break wondering, what does the org want to do? But G2 here is showing what they have already, putting up great arguments for themselves. And I'm sure Hooksy as himself, you know, just at individual level, the team results, nothing is favoring him as an IGL. And you're like kind of the first guy that everyone talks about. He's come under heat, but really has pulled his own weight individually. So what's the call here from FaZe Clan? They're also a team that like to try to play fast on T sides.
Odyssey real quick with it. Oh, Rain! Oh, he gets a little space, flies over top of Mini, but spinal tap out of Monacy means he can go no further. They're gonna try to transition into the ramp push. JKS delivers a triple! 1, 2, 3. No chance at pushing past him. Ice cold every time.
Every time. That's disgusting. He gets into a spot where he's about to jump up on the box to go for a headshot angle, not in his comfort zone, and still delivers that enormous moment. JKS has been moving mountains in some of these games. 17 and 14 now. And this one's for 13 on map 1. Kerrigan.
Timing.
Yeah, that's it. First kill, but no bomb secured.
Kerrigan not expecting the next one on the left, so sure enough, it's a 4K from JKS.
Has Sponge landed yet?
Hopefully, hopefully, the immovable piece of this ramp hold. And sometimes, you know, it's Monacy right here with him, the duality of that. But I mean, JKS, look at him sectioning off these duels.
That's disgusting. Again, it feels like the A4 is just blessing JKS.
So sick.
In such a big way.
He was never meant to change, and now he's back. And FaZe back to desperation. Quadruple Tech-9 buy. And G2 starting to pull ahead on the CT side. One singular terrorist round win from FaZe. No additional bomb plants, but Kerrigan swoops in from Mini, and Hunter strikes them down from the top of that hut. Now we've got guns for FaZe, and JKS nearly slain already, commits and cannot kill. It is FaZe to chop it back at least by 1.
What on earth just happened? Rain with the 2 kills on the upper site. It was so fast, I have no idea. I have no idea, but it's that snap call, the brute force move, and G2 got to be pissed. That was the eco in between the buys. They were on such a good streak, and look at this kill from Kerrigan. 2 rounds in a row, Nico dies like this.
Nice double out of Rain as well, that snap up.
Gotta make sure there's no dent in his desk. That is not a fun way to go.
So, quick reminder to G2 and their fan base. FaZe have got the talent as well. Rops, oh my God, we're looking at a T. I thought this was a defensive player.
What is happening right here?
He slides out through the squeaky smoke, so there's still a CT back on that vent, but hit by the nade.
Yeah, he's in such a bad spot now.
So desperate, not gonna get away.
It's insane, but he needed to strike on the first opportunity. Then his team could join him. But before that, it only gets riskier. And look who hasn't moved at all. Modesty, can he even get back? No, that was risky for him to do.
Twists closes in on him. Kerrigan also just got another. We've got Hooksy on 8 health. Can Justin do it again at a distance? And the A1S gets away from him. He knew his bullets were limited. Hooksy tries to slide around Mini, but they can't stop that bomb from going down. FaZe will find 12.
Yeah, I think Modesty makes a bad move right there. He doesn't want to go for the decon rotation, but to get down the control stairs such a far distance, he would have had to hope that they missed. But of course they're going to try to chase him down. That molly is so fresh, it's not even going to do that much damage. You know, you could kind of see it when you're watching that happen. I think Modesty knows that he's about to die as well. And if he gets the control, he has a better round. But we can see that the round is up for grabs once he dies. Another huge round from FaZe. Faltering now our G2. And things are expensive on CT side. Who gave JKS that A1S?
Right, yeah. Don't they know? Haven't they gotten the memo? He is the A4. But another fast one out of FaZe.
Things have become more dubious than ever.
They've just been throwing fuel on the fire of this comeback. 2 rounds in a row, finally, for FaZe in the second half. And they've got G2 on a wobbly economy. So we'll get a couple of guns, some grenades, and I love this. Something different to try and catch the outer play off guard. Limited tools, why not?
Yeah, this is a sweaty boost of the day. Nico's gonna have to hit the showers if he makes a round of this.
Kerrigan's coming, but
yeah, they're listening.
He's gonna hear that.
Oh, what a shot!
There's no way.
He's just not ready for it, obviously, because who is? No one's ever played there before.
Wait, Hooksy, 2 players pass, but he gets bottled by Brokey. Pistol can't maintain that bomb site, but Hooksy could still be problematic. Twist toys with him, cuts him down to a quarter health. Hunter will find one off of just that sidearm, and that's a weapon picked up, but guess what? Kerrigan's gonna find a back turned, or is he? Hooksy looks his direction, but they can't stop the bomb from going down, and despite Hunter's best efforts to get better weapons, it is in fact a tied game, 13-all.
3 massive calls in a row from Kerrigan, and FaZe Clan have finally broken the economy of G2 at a point where they can once again take a lead in this map. That's unreal. It's been the outside plays like you talked about. They're looking for a new way to get the kill because FaZe right now have done a great job of establishing all their default grenades, getting a lurk off, putting pressure on Mini to kill Nico 2 rounds in a row, that outside player. That netted them 2 rounds back to back. Now things have become ugly for G2 once again. We do have an exchange of weapons here.
Watch this.
And they must drop. That's just ridiculous. That is so ridiculous. And it feels like Brokey yesterday wouldn't hit that shot. You know, he's been pretty good, but not that good. But this is Brokey, fall finals Brokey, rest of the year Brokey.
Back to top
tier Brokey.
Wow. Rio changed him.
Because he doesn't waste any energy talking, you know what I mean?
Yes.
So it all goes into the flick.
All of his brain cells are focused on Counter-Strike.
Meanwhile, my last 2 are trying to figure out what happened.
Yeah, right. Another day, another demo.
Okay, man. That's messed up.
Oh, Andy can juggle too. Gonna load him up on the rooftop. Finally, something a little slower in the contrast of the last couple. Oh, I love it.
Oh, Nico. Man, he is just getting bullied right now in this position in yard.
Powering up at Monacy. He's gonna get the better of his counterpart, and a second against Kerrigan. Needed to reclaim space outside. 2 shots, 2 kills, man advantage G2 off the back of it. But there is still rain.
Yeah, up in the clouds. Here he is, looking to drop down from above.
And Hooksy had to move forward, needed to make sure that he's tucked in, didn't want to be killed from above. And G2 are looking to still, even with man advantage, play it active. Robs awaits something, but from when and where? Hooksy just gets around, that's wild! And then he gets caught on the ladder! But there's still a chance because Twist closes the distance and Rain cover from above! And then he sees the man towards Mini but can't stop it!
His own
Time
volley.
for the magic! A singular 1v1, but against one of the best in the clutch.
Oh my God.
m0NESY doubles it back, and it's a headshot from Van Dalken! 14 for FaZe! Lead to the T side.
That's m0NESY calling out his rotation out, but Twist not wasting any space. Perfect crosshair placement right to the head, just in case he was making that play. But the whole round is based around this move from Rain. 2 extra players were there outside. Hunter, he runs into the molly to get that kill. It still helps out a ton, and there is a world right beside ours where m0NESY wins that round. He plays the 1v1 correctly, but that's FaZe Clan with 14. That's all that matters. I was wondering how G2, did they take out alone? How the hell did they pull out a bye last round? Well, now they've got to defend against match point. Still, timeouts here towards the end of the game. A third of 4th used for G2. And what's been good? They've been able to get their best player, his best gun. m0NESY did what he could last round. He definitely put himself in a good spot. Nico has been just getting destroyed. And honestly, he's not even having a chance to shoot back in some of these situations. I would say he's like failing outside, but at the same time, you got to credit FaZe. It's been 1 bullet to the head, no matter what angle. They're dropping down from above, running out to the side, holding their gun sideways.
Rain just swinging with the bat, but what about pistols? The prowess of the pistols.
They're coming down.
They drop down ladder. How does he manage a kill like that? AK from Hooksy recovers, and G2 out of nowhere.
Oh, they've got a little bit on a low buy too.
Pop, pop with the pistols, and we've got another tied game.
It felt like all the X Factor was in FaZe.
That's so sick.
Wow.
And Brokey just swoops in down the ladder like Batman.
A massive risk to try to do this, and he gets a kill off of it. And Hooksy with his spray transfer, and you gotta say, sometimes he hits a spray transfer or two. Wow. Now this goes 30 rounds.
Oh, that's so good.
And we saw the reaction out of Hooksy the last time they won a match. G2 are absorbing all of the energy, every iota that comes out of these wins. It means the world to them.
30-round game.
Yeah, with that round win, two teams full buy. How have G2 managed to put together an op buy with armor on every single player and rifles for these last 4 rounds? They've been able to keep up. 1 eco in there, and everybody fans out. It's a total reset.
Oh,
and Nico wins his.
But there's still the answer back, but at least he gets the 1, right? We've seen him do less as of late. Rain barely off the mark with that.
Seriously.
What a robbery it could have been to get a kill through that smoke. Hunter tries to intimidate them. And from an immediate clash out of the gate to just silence yet again. We've got dwindling bits of utility on both teams.
Oh man, and m0NESY, he's looking for contact.
It's a deep angle, right? You think Rain walks right into this. He's on the precipice. Twists with him. And it's a missed shot. He doesn't get away!
Look to the back of the head. m0NESY's out.
And with another smoke ahead of it, Hooksy's drawn to the flame, and now he's dead as well. Rain's coming out with a big bit of impact, and they've lost track of Hunter, but what if he comes swooping upwards?
Oh, A-site was vacant. 1 walks by.
What if he finds him with backs turned?
He's being careful about this, but you know what he wants.
He wants an angle and a timing, and has at least gotten the first. Molly ahead of him, sees the gun, executes Twist first and foremost, tries to wrap it back around the hut, but the heaven support, that could be the bigger difference maker. Rob's dead! Hunter continues to thrive until Brokey puts him down, and it's time for the ice-cold JKS to try and come through. This isn't ramp, this isn't his wheelhouse, but it's still a chance to shine. And Brokey doesn't know where he's at. A peek out with the A4, sees him up in heaven, and he nails it! He nails it! He beats his chest! The Savage comes through!
The clutch for match point. The closer.
So good with that M4A4.
Wow.
There's nobody cleaner
What just happened there? Even a bad jump. As the first spray comes out, and we've got
Stops.
a puck.
Resets it.
Oh, Rain could have just continued with the spray. Don't give him an inch. Now it's half by FaZe Clan.
Look at him. Thriving.
Oh, we finally see some teeth, huh?
And FaZe desperate to try and extend play. It's a closer affair, but it's a ton of damage. They're gonna try to test them again. What a mistake! Another triple! And G2, 2 kills away. The nade nearly blows away Brokey. All he wants is a bomb plant to try and set up Rops. But will he even get that? G2 want revenge. And Hooksy kills Rops. Down he goes! It's G2 to strike first in the semifinal, as they will be a map away from taking on Liquid at the end. 16-14. Nuke belongs to this team.
Yeah, they proved it. That's 4 maps in a row, 2 wins over FaZe. And JKS said, I'm going to show you guys how I helped you win Katowice. Unreal performance from him with a clutch on round 30. The individual level from G2 coming through after some great calls that got them through to that point.
It's crazy. When we arrive in Abu Dhabi, we start to see the glimpse of improvement from who other than Hunter and JKS. Well, 28 and 26 kills between them. Stellar performance from G2. And we'll hand this down to James.
Swanee, I've got to just start by asking, mouse wheel jump seems to be your friend.
Yeah. He's mouse wheel jumped twice and he still got 4Ks, 3Ks, so it's all good.
But this was a much closer affair this time on you. You picked into it again. It's been a great map. You haven't lost it, right? We're on a great win streak for the team. But was there a slight bit of nervousness and the risk and how FaZe Clan were adapting? Because they really pushed you this time.
Yeah, they are playing really good. It was a grind, but we still think we are better than them on the map, so we don't care too much.
Now coming into map 2, how is it going to be different? It was so close last time. You had that overtime game. You could have been able to walk away with the win. What's going to be the difference?
The difference is that we win the clutches this time. Like the last time we lost all the 2v2s and that lost the map, but now we will win the clutches and go to CO.
And what's the mood like? Talk to me about the feeling with the guys.
Really good. We are joking a lot even when we lose rounds. Like we're just having fun.
Or just having fun. Well, let's see if that fun continues. Thank you very much, brother.
An absolute nail-biter, and we would not want it any other way. Once again, G2 taking down FaZe on map number 1, and once again, G2 proving their pure prowess on the grounds of Nuke. It came down to the heroics. It certainly came down to the clutches, Jacob. What an incredible tale that was told on that first
That was
map.
one of the best games I've seen all tournament long. It was back and forth. Both teams were in it. Both teams were out of it. It felt like FaZe have done enough to come back into the game and close it out. We talk about FaZe being this clutch team. They like to play from behind in a way, right? We always see them scramble their way back into the games. This time around, they did it again, but then something happened, Matthew. Something happened that was not supposed to happen.
I still struggle to grasp what we witnessed, the madness towards the very end. Listen, in the 12 maps that G2 and FaZe have played against each other this whole year, anytime a game was going to 30 rounds or more, FaZe was winning. This is the first time G2 is able to win against FaZe past the 30, 16, 14, and man, they did it with style.
Let's talk about that final nail in the coffin that we definitely didn't see coming in that eco play. Huge clutch from JKS.
Yeah, I mean, let's shout out JKS. Let's have a look at the madness of round 29, which really, truly, rationally is really complicated for me to explain. This 2v4 here, we have Hunter pushing it into door, catching a twist that is somehow unsuspecting of the situation, but still here. I don't understand why Hunter is allowed to get this kill onto Robs. That should have been enough. The trade comes in from Brokey, and now JKS is alone, and he plays it super smart. He slows down a little bit. He tries to localize his last few opponents. A little bit of luck on that timing here. He beats Brokey, to the punch, and then when he knows he's got to take the duel, he goes in, and then the blunder comes in. Rain had all the chances in the world. JKS could even jump with his mouse, and he failed. And Jacob, that had consequence the last round as well.
Yeah, because there was no money left. Look at this buy on left side of your screen. It's Tech9s all over the place, and guess who is once again shutting it down? JKS and Ramp had a fantastic showing on the CT side and single-handedly won G2 this game in the last couple of rounds. I do want to circle back to that clutch just a little bit, because you question mark the decision-making coming out of FaZe. Rain, of course, doing a mess-up in him, and we cannot argue that whatsoever, but Brokey jumping on side back and forth like a chicken, constantly telling where I am at all times by making sounds. I'm not sure why Brokey would do that. He put Rain under a lot of pressure that then forced Rain to make a mistake, so it's both Brokey and Rain. That togetherness in that one messed it up.
Well, let's see if the TeamSpeak clip can give us any insight back to that round 29.
Anti-event, don't see shit.
Yeah, we're going lobby.
One was in main for sure. The lobby. Nice. Careful inside, careful inside. Out, yeah, side. Two. Planting.
I'll let you go first.
Side, one
and
more. Probably heaven. Kevin inside, double peek. Heaven! No! No! Justin!
Man, the reactions coming off that G2 camp, they know exactly what that round win means.
Yes, that was so important from JKS, and take nothing away from his ability to clutch this one, kept it cool. Even with the mouse bug where he's jumping in the middle of everything, that would have thrown off a lot of players. But again, Brokey, why are you jumping as an elephant on the side, left, right, and center? You're not doing anything for Rain, and you're not doing anything good for yourself.
No, you're absolutely right. And the first time I saw the clutch, I thought there was a little bit of luck, and I still believe it was a bit of a happy coincidence. But because of that noise that you're mentioning, JKS knows when he's got to take the risk, and that is an issue as well. We don't talk about the fact that Hunter is awarded the second kill when he's already known. I don't really know why FaZe have a player that's so committed in front of house. He's got absolutely no cover. Rain is taking up heaven, and then he gives away a free kill, and that pretty much opens up the boulevard for JKS. JKS is invisible because Hunter died in that exact position 5 seconds before, and that is the problem.
Let's speak about Hunter and some of his good notes coming onto this map as well, because yeah, incredibly impactful from one of the Kovacs cousins in this.
We didn't have time to talk much about it coming into the game, but Hunter have actually been struggling a little bit as of late, I would argue. Monacy has taken over the reins as being the second star within G2. It's now Monacy and Nico. It used to be Hunter and Nico, and he's, I would argue, developed into a little bit more of a role player within G2, but when Hunter is playing his A game, like we've seen so many times before, we see what kind of a difference he can make on the server. On the T side, on the CT side, even in the clutch with JKS right here, as you said, he was the one paving the way for JKS to actually win the clutch. It was a fantastic showing from Hunter and a great game from him once again. We haven't seen him much lately, but good to see now.
Yeah, his lurk were extremely impactful on the T side. I felt like Hooksy knew how he had to use it, and even though a couple of these rounds fell flat, you could already kind of see the first few steps. Like, it's like a seed that was already planted. Hunter was going to take charge of that heaven position. He was going to lurk behind them, and when it finally clicked, that's when he came in. He closed round with double kills, and same his impact on the CT side, inside as well, shut down Rain a couple of times. Brilliant from Hunter.
Yeah, hugely impactful from Hunter in this one as well. Make sure you're heading on over to Blast.tv if you're not already watching through that platform as well, because you guys can have a say on our show match that's going to be going down tomorrow before the grand final. The loser of this semi-final, you can select between 2 players to be voting for to be gracing the sides of the all-star team. That's either going to be, I'm actually sure who it's going to be from each side of the equation. So you can go and check in. It's either going to be somebody from G2 or somebody from FaZe. Make sure you're going over and voting on that one there. Inferno, though, that is going to be potentially the last stop if FaZe can't make this comeback happen. How are we weighing up this one, considering it did go to overtime last time these two teams faced?
I think FaZe is the best team in the world on Inferno, without a doubt, actually. The past 10 times they played it, they won 9 of those games. They're in a very good streak right now. They had a single loss against, I think it was Vitality a couple of months back. Outside of that, we know FaZe to be very, very comfortable on Inferno. They always pick it in their videos. They're always going with confidence. They have a good CT side. They have a good T side. G2, for that matter, they've been struggling a little bit more. As you said last time, overtime, very close game. G2 were in a position to win, so it's not like these stats you see on screen is telling the true story. It is closer than it is, but FaZe should have a lot of confidence.
I mean, it's 2 very high-level teams on Inferno, and I believe if this wasn't FaZe on stage right now, after the blunder in round 29, I'd probably give a huge momentum advantage to G2. I would say any team would be mega tilted off the earth of how they let that go, but I think there is enough tenure, there's enough experience, there's enough resilience in FaZe to be able to move on from this map and reset and go on to Inferno, which they definitely have a strong game plan on. So personally, I'm not too afraid. I think we're going with 3. I think this game is delivering, and I want to see more.
Yeah, you can never doubt out the fortitude of FaZe, definitely coming into a second map of the series. What are we then looking out for to FaZe to be rebounding with?
Well, I think FaZe should hope that Honda is not having another great game. That's as simple as it is. We had a period around a year ago where Honda were the highest rated player on Inferno out of all players in the world. Better than Simple, better than Saivu. Honda, as of late for G2, in a little bit of a different position, and he's struggling actually on his home map. He has a rating on Inferno 0.94, I think it is. 0.94, and for a guy like Honda, who just a year ago were the highest rated player in the entire goddamn world on Inferno, that's an issue. So he needs to play better if they want to win.
Well, FaZe's tournament life here at the World Finals does come down to their pick of Inferno. It comes through by the skin of their teeth last time these 2 teams faced off. Let's see if they can repeat history.
Mersk MVP needs to lead by example every single round in the server.
I think if you are a teammate of some of the MVP candidates out there, you're looking towards them and you get that reassurance, you get that feeling that if they're playing well, it'll be fine, we're gonna do all right. And if they're playing bad, well, you're in a limbo where you have to step up yourself and make up for that gap. And sometimes that could be mentally very hard for the players who don't possess the same skills.
They might be the guy with the hardest frags to get, but if they're not doing that, then they still have to be the guy who trades and gets 2. And if they're going to be last alive in the round, then they've got to be able to win their clutch rounds and have an above 50% win rate in their 1v1s. And it has to be palpable. You have to be able to see the impact in all of these different ways.
In terms of being an MVP candidate and in terms of being one of the best players out there, I think leading by example is essential. If you're not leading by example, your team can't trust you. And if your team can't trust you, outside they won't trust your performances either.
And so G2's consistency on Nuke will continue. It's a close affair. It's a 16-14 locked in. And of course, one map away at this point. We move back to Inferno, a map that already this week, FaZe have won versus G2, but honestly, Launders, by the damn skin of their teeth. If it wasn't for Robs with a lights-out individual performance on that map, well, G2 could have already had the series win over top of them. That led us to Ancient. That led us to the blowout. That led us to, I think, a bit of a, stun to the confidence of G2 versus FaZe specifically, but Ancient's not a part of this equation, and Inferno, again, was close.
It was close, and I think you don't want to doubt Robs. There's no reason that he would fall off playing Inferno again, but it is the fact of the matter is it went to OT in a world where FaZe have won the vast majority of their Inferno games, and most of them have not gone to OT. In fact, that was the only one that has. They lost versus Vitality at the Rio Major, where they were quote-unquote not themselves, but outside of that, we are talking about 6 wins and some of these double-digit victories over top-tier teams, including one over Liquid, 16-5 right here at the World Final. So they don't have any reason to doubt themselves. They can see Map 3 on the horizon, and Nuke is just a map that establishes that this goes to Map 3 at the very least for G2. They could reasonably expect to play well on Inferno, but now they have a different third map decider, another map that they really like, and that's what makes this veto so incredible.
Inferno, a map where I think we saw Twist start to struggle last series. Again, he did kind of a lights-out performance on Nuke that kept FaZe in an attempt, but listen, G2 right now, they're not leaning on Monacy. They're not leaning on Nico. That was a performance out of JKS and a performance out of Hunter that took them to a whole new level. Again, close, 16-14, right? There's a world where FaZe pick up that first map.
Yeah, we're talking about JKS 1v2 on round 29, right? So the slimmest margins.
A 2 versus 4 that round as well, right? Hunter gets a double, JKS gets a double. So we talk about those two players. But it's literally that round, it was both of them.
But it's not one of those, the better team lost situations. Not at all. It was so close and for good reason. And FaZe had their own X-Factor rounds in there. It was just that, as was brought up by their analysts in the interview, that finally G2 had some clutches go their way. And that was a big story. Now there are some serious clutchers on the other side, so I'm not surprised.
Well, map 2, ready to go. Away we go to Inferno.
A massive opportunity here for the underdogs and FaZe to prove that they can make it worse than it was last time, because last time was too damn close.
Right away, silence. Let that pressure mount. G2's pistol stats have been very good so far at World Finals. They're going to lean back into that triple B setup. I was like, where's the 5th? But okay, it's 2 inside the apps.
Well, FaZe are getting what they want. G2, I might know, based on the nothing that's happening, that it's just a slow crawling T side.
Where the hell are they, FaZe? Worried, but you know that at some point you're gonna round a corner and the gunshots are gonna start. Twist picks up the first blood. Hunter, nice trade back, doubles it. A little glance towards Pitts and a duel that doesn't go his way, but at least he's still alive. We've got the bomb down inside sight.
Yeah, he's also got this bought up in apps that's going to just be so annoying for your big player, but now they get him.
And Brokey just caught Monacy turning his head. So the dual Berettas hit the ground, and Nico starting to try and combine with Hooksy here. It's a 2 versus 4 with a kill already queued up. And Kerrigan currently stuck behind that pillar. Hooksy closes the gap, sprinting into the site. Point blank, Glock prevails, and Nico will not find success. So it is FaZe to get that pistol win. And honestly, they squeeze their way, step by step, into that A site before finally fighting for it all.
Right there, FaZe didn't have any specific read on the round. Maybe they thought it was going to be some kind of barrel down mid, so they didn't get that. G2 tried to stay one step ahead. And we have a situation where finally that push, that setup inside of the halls starts to get uncomfortable. They go look for more info. They're thinking maybe it's going to be a B play. Let's go clear out the apps, and then maybe we can rotate over. Hopefully our 3B setup call is the right one. And the hold isn't quite good enough. Twist finds his timing. Bai comes forward. And G2, well, they have put something into this. Interestingly, Nico has dropped the FaMAS to JKS and is deagling. And JKS doesn't even have armor yet. I wonder if this is fully intentional.
There's the
the rest of the pieces come in. We'll see the setups. I like the half-buy setups from G2 on this map. They're one of the best teams, in my opinion, holding on to bracket control with very low guns. They like to have a 4-stack in there. They've had, every iteration of G2 has had a really good kind of forward aggressive mid-control setup on this map. In this situation, they're spreading out 2-3. Trying to find some action on the push, but the initial car molly just to say, hey, we're not done waiting. We want to still be patient about our approach.
Nade goes too deep.
And you know, Nico's got laser beams when it comes to looking down banana, no matter what gun it is.
Yeah. His deagle scares me.
Yeah.
Oh, he gets a glimpse of twists, but then the smoke blocks it all off, so they'll disengage.
Held that smoke for quite some time, you know, and we've got some good info here from Nico in this position. He's got to be careful about when they allow these things to take place. Real significant advantages. FaZe trying to make some intentions, but just with 1 or 2 players making noise, nothing more. Now that bracket control comes through.
JKS up and above. See if the FaMAS can shine. Gets contact versus Kerrigan in his Mac 10. We're going to get this wraparound while the smokes are up, but if all of a sudden there's a stall here, things can get sketchy. And with that smoke, that's exactly what they were looking for. Something to hold FaZe at bay. Kerrigan.
They didn't clear cold.
Nope. JKS catches him, and then Monacy in the back pocket, a triple! JKS again! That FaMAS worth its weight in gold. Twist is gonna have to recover with a 1v5. And while the rifle goes down, he still doesn't even have that bomb. Monacy's a second target, nice and easy. Twists working. And all of a sudden, G2 cannot assume this one's in the bag. It's the little pit player that ends it.
Wow.
Hunter with an execution, but a triple kill from JKS is big.
Yeah, it's a team full of stars. And JKS right now is one of the brightest, was the MVP of the match over on Nuke, and just continues on. And I think Hooksy, the hardest part of this, he's got to figure out new ways to complement his teammates. You know, every single round he's blown away by what they can do. And in this spot, Kerrigan goes wide around a box where JKS is completely blind and could have been taken out. And then he gets distracted by someone back sight. And then it's just way too easy for JKS.
See the shock in Robs' eyes. He's thinking probably Monacy back sight. As the guy Kerrigan looked to duel with. So pistol doesn't mean much in the face of JKS. It's a free AK-47, a free Galil. Supplements G2's economy nicely, and the force buyback from FaZe nets them nothing out the gate. See if they can press up into the banana. Hooksy's ready to try and set up Nico.
And again, it was Nico who made presence, looked down banana, found a way to get in there with nothing to work with, just one smoke in his hand.
Excellent flash. They can't see Jack. And then Kerrigan's actually ends up affecting Rain. 35 bullets, not enough for 4 kills.
They gotta buff the Galil, man.
Yeah, give it a 50 bullet mag.
Yeah, but that was it, right? The fact of the matter is, people have to spend so much money to get banana control just for the one privilege of being able to look past the half wall and clear out logs and Bell. And in that last round, Nico did with the deagle, one smoke in his hand, no assistance, no retake nades. They just waited it out, and FaZe gave him that respect and then moved into the A site. And then Hooksy came over to smoke Moto to assist his A players, and there were still 3 on that site. So they went into the harder site. They didn't really gorge any rotates and make them get back to the B site to overstack. And that's a round that you could do it. So FaZe made that a little easy for G2. And of course, the FaMAS, the one rifle around, was in the right hands apparently. But we have to pay attention constantly to Nico playing on banana, how constantly he will do it, and how much success it will have. Because he's always successful, of course, but that directly correlates with how many rounds they're going to win, 100%. Most important part of the map by far.
I think one that also had kind of like a glaring issue back when Hooksy had these real individual problems.
Yes.
You know, like what a contrast, the duality of man between Hooksy and Nico over on that site, but he's come into his own, and honestly, if your job is just to set up Nico to shine, he does it nicely. We get a quick little mow down towards the top of mid to give G2 their third.
We've seen different teams take different approaches to how many M4 silenced M4s they have on Inferno, but G2 right here, they've got a lot of A4s going on.
Well, I mean, that's because JKS is a walking, talking A4 commercial as of late.
How could you not be influenced having him on your team? Well, that's a pretty damn good start. They get the eco, recover into 3-1. They're up a map right now. Full buy-in from FaZe, no ops involved.
It's flowing.
Honesties.
Right, G2, they can see it. They can feel it.
And so again, we're getting another look here on Banana.
Honestly, nice clean kill versus Twists.
That does nothing. FaZe go right for bracket. It's a pretty vanilla setup there. An open shot for Monacy. And they won Banana severely, so we look at the map right now for G2.
Rain got through that arch smoke, but then doubled back right through it.
And they knew they could actually just pull goalie for this long because of how clearly FaZe were taking bracket.
Ooh, Rain, nice patience, but that's going to magnetize the T's, and there's more bodies here from the defense. Monacy clips Rops on the edge of the boiler, but at least FaZe have been able to find a way to even things out 3v3. Rain sticks around again. Ooh, but he jumps! He thought for a second he could catch another player, and it was almost there, but Monacy just gives himself an extra second. Nico, gonna hear the audio on that cross, but it is still FaZe to get deep into the site. I mean, Kerrigan's running this every step of the way, so Nico on high alert, prepared for this peak. Oh, Kerrigan! Nice headshot off that AK. Him and Brokey, 2v2 now. And we've got a sea of utility from G2 to try and press this one forward. That smoke goes out towards Banana, indicative of the fact that they don't know where the second terrorist got off to. When in reality, FaZe lean back into the shadows, into the darkness of the bomb site. Brokey awaits that first peek. Kerrigan could then try and come through with a clutch, and Brokey's gonna go ahead and do it on his own. There's the trade back from JKS. He goes for the kill, but it's a double out of Kerrigan. Nice clean headshots versus Nico and JKS to give FaZe number 2.
Yeah, that was hot, man. The fact that Kerrigan took that duel, ran into construction and said, no, Nico, you're not swinging with me. And I think Nico got caught on something and then decided to not swing for that moment, but still knew he had run up that far. Just won that duel 50-50 versus Nico, who decided to play in retake. That's it. That's the 2v2 suddenly. Post plant is favored towards the T's, and they're both playing spots that are commonly mollied out, but there's no utility here for G2 to get them out of those spots for free. Wow, the fact that they win that back because of Rain's patience inside of mid. His 2K. Pretty decent HE here for Nico. FaZe still showing they have teeth. And now a huge win for Brokey as he gets to pick up the op that's delivered to him. Again, this op is so key in the post plant in almost no other situation. We'll leave it to the riflers to try to crack open the sights. Already seen an eco out of G2 on this run. They've got more than that.
Brackets and Arch have been more occupied than this. See how far FaZe extend. Obviously, bomb's still elsewhere, so Kerrigan sizing up this split. At the moment, Hunter fully exposed. We're at that critical 30-second mark. Nice adjustment out of Twist, but there's the activation from Hunter. Twist gets himself a second and an assist, and that B site just crumbles from the split. Looked like Hunter was almost going to get ahead of it. Makes you wonder if that flank wasn't coming through. Is Kerrigan going to get Twist get every kill?
Yeah, it's a good question. A Twist, if there's one word to define him these days, it's critical. These moments, and especially when he gets hit first. It's like when he has low HP, that's when he's at his best. A pretty crazy second frag.
So we're going to be nice and tied up early here, 3 rounds each.
Yeah, and it was a good counter. I mean, there was no Arch presence here from G2 at all. They left it. No one in Cubby, no one holding from Library, no one watching the CT draws. And that was G2's risk in that round. The one thing they were leaving open, honestly, is the thing that FaZe liked the most. They're a team that are abusing Arch more than almost anybody else. They're trying to go for Arch wraps to 8. They're one of the few teams that actually still consistently wrap from Arch into CT spawn, which is the reason that people don't do that as much is because it just takes forever. You have to do it a little earlier than you have to do normal executes, and there's way more ways to die. Anywhere on Speedway, sometimes you get a rotator walking back and they hear something. You've seen that. They hug the wall. They're walking around from another side. There's too many angles to clear. So you have to do it on a round where you know that you're going to have them passive, that they don't know you're doing it, or you have the numbers on your side. But FaZe are very comfortable in that zone, and they prove to find success in that position. I think that was a problem for Liquid when FaZe played against them in that 65 match here at the World Final earlier.
That A4 set up, nice flash. The timing's excellent. The lineup's right there.
Wow.
Oh, Rops able to recover it, but still, right? You're just trying to get that one M4 into a position to shine, and it works wonderfully. Rops does get down, though. Could be unknown to G2. Reinforcements, but look, Rops actually just left the apartment with no bomb! And a bombshell from Hunter! Double kill CZ. They just took all the wind out of FaZe's sails.
That was like twist from the side with that CZ, and I can't believe JKS nearly gets 3 kills here. Blind, sees one on the left, sprays down the first 2, and then transfers and tries to get Rops. Rops getting into pit was a massive play, but they had no idea about Hunter. He didn't move a muscle when they made that move to flash Rops into the pit. He just chilled. And now FaZe are on ice.
Ooh, that throws a wrench in the works, right?
Wow.
We heard it from them after the match, right? Finally on Nuke this series, some clutches go our ways.
Yeah.
Can't forget they also pulled off a round like that in a lobby crunch on Nuke. Well, here we are, early days on Inferno, and we're getting these X-Factor moments coming out of G2. The rounds that usually slip away from them are instead their strength.
Yeah, a few situations, less money spent, and you still think that G2 are going to find a way to do it. In these last few rounds, they've had different setups every single time. The idea and the timing there was obviously perfect. If they waited an extra second, almost certainly someone's going to be anti-flash, but JKS just gets right out there. When are we going to stop saying this guy's name? Oh! Well, for better or worse.
Sit down. You don't want to make Brokey mad. Kerrigan inspired. There's a nice dink, but it actually only does 13 damage. Monacy kind of getting away with that one. Brokey comes out, a second Deagle headshot connects. And look what's next. FaZe just eject.
Yeah, and right now they're worried about a lurk. And again, because the amount of time that FaZe actually try to exploit an Arch timing, you have this being respected. We don't know where this round will end up.
Listen, that's a good call. Take your time here. FaZe getting fancy. Oh, twist! Just sitting and waiting and strikes down Hunter. But if they're under the assumption that players from G2 would have already gone over towards B, it's not entirely the case. The flash is in the pocket. They come flying forward on him. Oh, he drops that bomb on Twist and almost gives up another, but Brokey gets himself a third Deagle headshot in round 8.
Every single kill has been with a Deagle. Twist plus Brokey combining for 4.
I tried to paint this picture that, you know, these X-Factor moments are all going G2's way tonight. Well, FaZe decide to take one back to their own favor, but they're not done just yet. No, sir. They don't know where Nico's coming in from. They don't know if Nico's even coming. But he's knocking on the door. Getting dangerously close. Frag goes out, no kit, and he gets blindsided by Brokey. Huge moment for Brokey. Wow. Triple Deagle kills and a closer to tie us up at 4.
It's always got to be close with these two. So much money here for FaZe Clan after winning that last round. And the op handed over once again.
Patience pays off for Twist.
Yeah, seriously. That adjustment. It had to be on the first try. Do a great job avoiding Monacy as well as they're jumping out. He knows this has work cut out for them. When there's 3 pistols running at him like banelings, they could be anywhere. They've got nothing to lose. They're going to try to trade as soon as possible. Willing to risk one as well. G2's buy is bad again. But how bad does it need to be?
Right. Is this still enough? Trio, oh, no, quad of smokes. So we'll see if this one gets whittled down to the wire.
Seeing how this setup transitions is going to be very interesting.
HooXi, the backbone of this play. He comes around the corner. Ooh, no kill. It's a clean pickup from Twist, and obviously he knows that Hunter is not 12 feet tall. There's one of those smokes to try and slow things down. JKS, lethal in this position with this pistol.
Hold on.
And Monacy's got that AWP. All of a sudden they get kind of stalled out by that op.
Yeah,
and JKS kills Brokey and Kerrigan. 5-7 from balcony in the hands of JKS is nearly as good as any other gun. His 10th kill already queued up, but they don't know if there's more. Obviously seeing bomb on short indicates the play, the intention. And now, of course, more presence, but Rops will try to save the day alongside Twists. Nico's back in sight, pops up, and gets taken down. Little bits of HP, all that's left, so now HooXi could get a chance. He's got 1 kill so far on Inferno, and he's gonna look to come at this from an unexpected angle. The problem for him is that he has to play it fast. There's no kit currently on him. But how little HP is too little HP? And can he catch somebody not looking? Can he fly down into the cover once he makes his contact? Oh no, not today!
Oh.
Rops, instant headshot in between him and Twist, the full house.
I can't believe that, man. Twist, once again, he gets some kind of buff. Every time he gets tagged down and then just goes into this heroic mode. He's up to 10 kills. Each one of those critical again. And Rops right here. Honestly, did a play need to be made was the question. Right, JKS already got his 2. They were overstacked on the correct site. The time is coming down, and you still expect to win, no doubt. You still think you have outs. But that's another situation where G2 push and FaZe capitalize. That one might be a little bit tougher to stomach. We've had a variety of half-buy setups here from G2. Every single one of them has been different. And that one, even the first idea with the boost from Hunter doesn't even go right. And they still make it that close.
Yeah, shame that his M4 doesn't actually pick anything up. 5-7 sure did. So, cue the USP feed. Rain. Oof. Just 2. But it all gets cleaned up in the end. FaZe get through relatively unscathed. 4 survive, 100 health, and FaZe will take a 6th terrorist round win. So get those USPs out of here.
Yeah, credit. The idea's been there. They brought new things every single time, so that's cool. But now they get to go into another buy.
No, nobody can sit here and say that G2 aren't trying every single round.
I feel like this round is going to be about the op, whether it's G2 trying to get the op out of Brokey or Brokey winning the round. FaZe have shown that they can break their way into bomb sites. But so many of these situations are just breaking down into like such new positions that you almost never see. Ooh, at Brokey, there it is, that op.
Monacy's gonna try to peek mid.
Hunter is extremely potent on that push. And they don't have to deal with it this time. Inferno can be a map where it's very hard to find the gap. You almost always want to get into halls, but you never know when that push is being waited for. So you've seen this before. Little pressure, bottom of banana. How do you push them back? And where do you go from here?
play up close to it. But careful, Rain. How much further is JKS gonna adventure?
Yeah, this hasn't hit that too many times. Oh,
yeah.
Little hat pops up.
Luckily, he's got Robs to kind of keep a guard on him.
But interestingly enough, and this rotation will actually be listened to. Hoaxy making his way over. Yeah, they just heard that, I think, and they're just trying to avoid the play now.
All the way deep. Ooh, didn't fully
Wait, they're
clear
coming
it.
back.
And if they think that's the only player, then they are incredibly wrong. Hooksy's gonna throw the flash out. Twist actually kills him. They know they know he's pinned in here, but can they? Yes, they will.
Wow.
Deal with him. Twists takes it into his own hands. Gets 2 kills critically in that bomb site, because when they started to double back towards B, man, my hair stood up.
Yeah, seriously, that was because Kerrigan didn't see anything. He was kind of trying to get through to go die to see how many players were going to shoot back at him, but they heard that Hooksy rotation come through, and Hooksy's not there, and Nico's all the way in the back of the site, so they thought that G2 gambled. And it comes way down to the wire. But you got to trust in Twist, man. Look at him go in these mid-round moments.
Gets dinked there as well, right? That's a headshot as he's crouching up and down, so FaZe all of a sudden starting to really take off. They've got another freebie queued up here. Pistol arrows just completely shredded. It's another attempted push down mid, and it's another chance for Twist to collect those kills. 8 early on this T side, right? Our analyst talked about it, right? A win on Nuke basically just guarantees that at worst case, this goes to a 3rd map, and right now it's kind of starting to feel that way. There's been some close moments. We've got, of course, JKS and m0NESY and Hunter still shining, but the round count's getting racked up at the moment.
Hooksy reeling at the thought of another save. The amount of ingenuity he's had to be able to bring a new idea every time. They come close, but they let it go, and then they have to half buy or save again. At some point, you're going to get depleted. Rounds like that already look a little bit more racy. Can't let those close moments go.
What is this lineup?
I don't even know.
What am I looking at? Is that a banana spam from the apartments?
Feels like he's aiming too high. I need to take another look at that. That was ridiculous.
He's doing it again.
Can that hit to the top of the half wall? What am I looking? That would be absurd. I'm not ready for that right now. Oh, Nico goes down.
Twist gets the entry.
Oh, Twist again.
Double kill up banana, and look at this. It's a runway into the B site. If a 3rd player's here, he's further back. Twist's gonna get tagged down to 36, and he'll get away with it.
He's won the round. They kill Nico at the bottom of B and his backup support, the 2nd line of defense, at the same time.
Launders, Brokey is spamming banana from apartments.
Is he? That's just that. It looks like he's on the 2nd floor and still aiming kind of high. How the hell does that work out?
I'm sorry, how long has Inferno been a competitive map? And why have we never seen this before?
I have no idea.
You saw all these m0NESY gimmicks. Can't let him be the only one pulling out
True.
Weird, map knowledge at an all-time high. We've hit a point now where you've got to try and milk every single gimmick.
Well, at least there's now a use for the T apartments that far back in the mid-round. That's good. Largely unexplored. Man, Twist just literally winning these rounds by himself. He's more than one map he's done that so far, the World Final. It's a CT side rating that's actually been the highest for FaZe.
Okay.
By quite a big margin. There's Robs on the T side with the amazing T side so far, and that map on Inferno where it was all about him, but Twist right now, the entries on B, the refrags on A. Oh, wow.
My God.
That is no joke. I mean, that's a very common spot for Nico as well. That'll scare you a little bit. There's no shooting back at him either.
I feel like we finally have a reason to play T-side op on Inferno. That one wallbang.
Yeah, just sit there, get an auto.
Yep. Don't give anybody ideas.
Get the autos, buy the autos.
Nope.
Listen, they're on sale these days. The op nerf comes in, 5 bullets in the op. Why would you use that gun? Only Dexter's gonna get an ace with 5 bullets.
Oh, that was sick.
Get yourself an auto today.
9 rounds for FaZe.
Yeah.
Talk about the success of their CT
That was the
sides,
most
but
grim situation, right? Because the other rounds that G2 lost, that was like, they were advantaged and they had like low guns and then they lost them. This one dismantled by one man, one Canadian man.
It's going right back to it.
To be honest, it's hard to argue against doing anything else, again, because the value of the op on T side is so low up until you get into a post-plant situation. You don't expect to crack open sights with the op. You refrag as you swing out with a rifle, for example. But right now, they know that car is clean for the moment. And this even dissuades G2 from playing in that spot. That is a huge spot that they can use to their advantage. FaZe saving strats to the end of the year.
It's just the 2 defenders here on A site. Hunter looking for a home on the util, and listen, he softens him up nicely. Kerrigan and Twists to nearly half. But those flashes are superb.
Yeah.
They blinded both CTs. Hell, blinded one of the Ts on the entry as well, but there's such a pack of players running through that bomb site that, unfortunately for JKS, there's nothing he can do to stop it. FaZe Clan showing us why Inferno is their map pick.
Absolutely, showing their range right here. It was a lot of defaults going into this game. Finally, a fast tactic up A. This is something more common that they do. And with Kerrigan in front, looking down, dodging flashes as he's scaling, this is just a position where G2 have no choice but to look forward. Unless they know this particular strategy is going to come forward, they're definitely getting blind on at least one player who thinks they can interrupt the execute. And they throw down some mollies too that Kerrigan's just far enough ahead that it doesn't matter to him. I mean, he takes almost half of his HP, but he's opening up the site. Everybody in his tailwind to run in behind him. And now some CTs looking to save. Kerrigan will go down with the bomb, but it doesn't matter at this point. 1 round left in the half. Killing CTs is what it's all about. Yes, and at least they saved the guns to be able to try to get a 5th. We look back on this half, there were so many close moments, and FaZe won so many disadvantaged situations. But G2, for them, all that matters is they take the map, and we might be looking at another situation where they drop Inferno, this time maybe not as close, and just live out the normalcy of what other teams have to go through when they play against FaZe Clan on Inferno.
Yeah, suddenly it's like, you know, it's been quite some time since that force buy in round 2 netted them 3 rounds. Oh, Modesty, see you in the next half. Blown to smithereens, but there's still 2 CTs in this pocket, and Twist's not gonna let his guard down. A deagle spam to screw Hooksy. What a half this Canadian talent is having. And that's what we kind of needed, right? As much as FaZe, I think, are favored on Inferno, it's also going to take an individual notch, a kick up in talent, and Twist has absolutely delivered. We're talking 18 frags, only 15 rounds deep in this map. And it's going to be Hunter and JKS with a desperate 2 versus 4 attempt. But at least Hunter's already ahead of that Molotov. So it's a nice one to finish off Twists. Player drops down beside him in Brokey. And now it's JKS with another clutch attempt in this series. Flash goes high, Brokey goes down. And the quad player's stuck. Banana Man's dead. But Rain's going to finish this off. A stoic hold from the backside. An 11-round T half. And FaZe trying to push this series the distance.
This truly is a Coinbase big down.
Oh, I feel good, man.
Yeah, it's been a tough year.
All that hard work paying off. Look at this view. Look at it.
You've been keeping an eye on the time though, right?
I haven't got my watch on.
James, you've got player interviews to do.
They always keep us waiting.
Surely we can just do it from here. James, this is serious business. Remember to keep it professional, right? Dupree, we've got him to join us. How are you doing?
I'm good, thank you. And you guys, you look fabulous. You look to enjoy yourself.
Thank you. Yeah, we don't want to rub it in your face, but this is a beautiful view. I want to ask about the World Final. How are you feeling coming into it?
Coming into this tournament has been really good because we've had more time.
I've been looking at different players playing on the streams, FPL, stuff like that. What do you reckon for the A4, A1S?
I seem to prefer the old M4, the M4A.
Yes, my man.
Well, Dupree, thank you so much for catching up with us. It was a pleasure to get to speak to you.
Thank you, Dupree. Good to see you. But you gotta wait a second. I got something to show you, man. Come look at this.
He's going to jump in the water, isn't he?
Oh my god.
Shush, I'm so glad you called, because I think I might be a little bit lost. Pimp was actually meant to be joining me here, and hold on a second. Is that him? Pimp, you know how to make an entrance, don't you?
That is something else what they're doing. I have no idea. Freya, where the hell are we? I've never seen that like this before.
It's crazy,
Never.
right?
Yeah.
It just keeps on going, literally for miles and miles and miles. This is insane. How are you doing?
Hey, buddy.
I'm doing good.
Obviously, just a couple of weeks ago, we saw you guys winning the full finals in Copenhagen. Has the kind of hype of that worn off yet?
It's been great. I saw my friends had a shoes banner, like 5 of my friends, and I didn't even know it was my friends.
Config and his individual level, you've been playing with him, you've been practicing with him. Is he still as good as he used to be?
First time I'm meeting him in real life, and he's a really nice guy, and he's really good in-game as well.
Thank you for catching up with us and yeah, joining us here in the Challenge Dunes. We'll see you in the arena very soon.
See you, mate.
See you later.
I'm hungry, Freya. I'm really hungry.
I think I've got an idea in mind.
Yeah? Freya, we made it.
This is incredible. This truly is a Coinbase big day out.
Well, FaZe may have had their hands full on Nuke. They may have lost that map again versus G2 this week, but Inferno has surely changed things. A blowout in the first half, a T-side that G2 simply couldn't keep up with despite those 3 rounds early, that 4th one sprinkled in because of the JKS 5-7 magic. It's ultimately all they got, man. 4 rounds of a defense. Doesn't feel like enough.
No kidding. Yeah, FaZe, they took a little bit to wake up the last time they played against G2. And they almost closed out Nuke, if not for JKS, honestly, on that CT side. And here, it's a much better go of it. Much better rematch as well versus a team who took them to overtime. So let's see if they can close.
Get a flash out from Hunter. Try and pop this bomb site. Listen, Nico's got some free real estate, right? He's sizing this up already. How far can he get before they actually have to throw that nade? Nico wants to see something. He's going to get all the way in. Rops' position now known. He's got Brokey behind him towards Library, but the flood of T's hit the ground. Brokey will get smoked off. So despite his first kill, Rops isn't able to offer up anything to FaZe's favor. 4 versus 4 in the post-plant pistol. Nico, that's kind of gross.
That was the Moto boost getting shut down. Plus behind a Moto smoke with the time ticking down as well. This is a tough moment, and actually FaZe are just going to leave it. They're not even going to try to go for the 3v4 retake, so this gives G2 at least some odds in this half. I mean, this was such a written-off game if FaZe Clan pick up the pistol after all of those rounds that Twist basically won for them in that second half towards the tail end. And now G2 actually might have some hope still.
3 players saving in a pistol. This is because Outsiders won the major.
It's gotten to that point, yeah.
This is the Jame effect.
And to be fair, that's how oppressive that Moto smoke is when it's fresh in a post plant. It is so hard to get back in, especially if you don't have, what you need is a smoke that you can bounce off towards the site so that you can start clearing up into Graveyard. Once you get into Graveyard, then you can go forward with it, or you smoke off Big Pit, and then you can scale and start clearing the site. But because there's Big Pit, Graveyard, and the site, and a Moto smoke, which means the T's could have gone anywhere, there's really, only a bad team is going to lose in that situation. So you call it some respect here from FaZe that they decide to not try to give him any more kills. But that's why you've got to decide when you want to play retake and when you want to play within smokes.
Keeping all that Kevlar has actually given them a decent little pool here to work with. There's some nades with the MP9 and Thomas. And a flash towards top banana. Nico looking for some revenge, man. It was a tough half. Wasn't able to get his war machine rolling. He's got 7 frags across.
No kidding. And on Nuke, I mean, he was dying in every single way.
Yeah, hasn't been his series.
Yeah.
But still a pretty good event from him, so give him a little more time.
Yeah, but it feels like he's just been countered more than he's just been whiffing.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, especially back on Nuke Outdoors. Yeah, Rain had his number.
That was not fun.
Couple moments he shines here and there, but careful, Monacy. Friendly fire.
So Rops, CT side of Inferno, I think we've seen him pushing the T apartments more than we have pretty much ever. And that was what won them the last match versus G2, being so aggressive.
Ooh, nice nade damage. It's Hunter and Hooksy tagged up somewhat, but 5-7 tries to sprint away. Remember, Robs, he's playing with one of those two guns. Hooksy tries to dive into the site. Jumping Mac-10 will work. Whoa. Wonderful second kill here from Robs. And then he kind of keeps it tucked. He's under pressure as that SMG presses in, and Nico, well, the Galil looks wonderful on Arch side. A triple kill to keep FaZe at bay. 5 rounds the difference, but it's a T-side start. It bodes well for G2.
He is such an artist with these sprays, turning that into a spray, into a burst, into taps, and Robs doing a hell of a lot from here. That was absolutely obtuse flick up into the apartments for the second frag. And again, we have to see what Robs is going to do from the pit position, whether it's playing inside of halls, off the balcony. He's one of the players to watch in the whole world when it comes to this position.
Ooh. Twists. Oh, Hooksy. Holds left click as long as he holds W. And just guns through that banana setup. Wastes no time. Throws caution to the wind. And then Robs is going to give him something to think about. Second kill from him and Brokey. Oh no. Starting to rob this away. Plus, not to mention, that's the bomb planter.
Yeah, the bomb. It's right in the perfect position if you have T's there. But right now,
oh god,
CTs have all the best spots.
After that double entry, things look like they were going so well. Hunter will wrap around. Oh, dunked on.
Wow.
Nico from downtown. They recover. It's a Kovac clutch.
Let's go. I mean, that was not easy to figure out. They used their utility perfectly timed in all the right spots. And that HE, that's what makes a big difference. It's really hard to get to Robs if you can't dislodge the player in con. And Hooksy's like, you gonna let these kills go to waste? Wow, I thought he had a Deagle because he just shot one bullet. Of course, Robs.
5-7 do be nasty.
Is it just spraying at every opportunity? Did you just say FAMAS, brother?
Yeah. Okay. FAMAS is not my friend. It is my brother, my friend.
Yeah.
Well,
ooh, a third timeout called.
Honestly, for G2's sake, I'm very happy that round didn't fall out of their hands, right?
Yeah.
Give this T side a little life. Give these G2 fans a reason to make a little noise.
Yeah.
There's a little.
There.
We got a little.
Seen some old school jerseys here. Actually, an SK jersey.
SK jersey.
Yeah. He said he was a G2 fan. He spent 3 hours looking for his jersey, couldn't find it.
Oh, no.
But you honestly get more street cred with an SK jersey, right?
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. G2 fans won't admit they're embarrassed to wear the jersey. Maybe that all changes here at the World Final.
I was going to say, it's been a rough year, but here comes Nico. Ooh. Tries to transition to the spray into what could have been a second CT. CTs who now have barely any util.
Wait a second, I've seen this before.
Yeah, we'll see if Twists.
And it was actually Twist to get the frag last time.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Hunter died empty-handed. Be even more insulting if Hunter's the guy to die to this, but he's over here at this A setup. Vast majority of G2 trying to press into the site. If Brokey can just get a little freebie, that'd be wonderful, but with the smoke, he's got to give up some space. Can't afford to drop his team into a 3 versus 5. But also can't really afford to leave that A site.
Can we see the guy on the bottom? Okay, actually, it's, okay, just playing anti right here.
Riveting.
Well, they've got the CTs back on the A site, not looking for info on mid.
Let's see it. Gonna come around this corner. G2 should know about it. Ooh, big damage! Twists. He set up Rain to try and hold it. Gets back into quad. We've got a Molotov and a frag here from Hunter, so that'll definitely help. Not to mention little wall bang, and they flush him out straight into Hunter's crosshair.
Wow, those are perfect protocols. The most amount of pressure possible.
Brox, 2 versus 3, but they're not even gonna take this chance. They're gonna call that quits. Twist does his damnedest, but it's just not enough. Not with Rain getting pelted by all those utilities.
It was perfect respect on the map there from G2, right? Like, not only was that boost sitting there the entire time, but G2 went to work the map accordingly, didn't see anything. There were resources tied up there where they can't retake banana control. They can't even flash it. They have to just chill because there could be someone right around the corner. But over on the A site, Brokey, he's behind a smoke on mid. If they don't smoke off Arch and pretend to at least take brackets, that flimsy bit of map control would actually be hugely impactful on the round for FaZe. So G2, full credit for kind of setting that up. So there'd be maximum 2 players there. No op that they have to worry about. And speaking of ops they have to worry about, we do have Brokey successfully saving his gun, which is huge. But this gets 1 round closer. And we see Twist get basically the most you could ask for out of this, right? Sure. 2 kills straight up, and his teammate gets away. But look at how they dealt with this. The HE going out first just in case he was kind of low. Yep. They covered it perfectly with an op and a rifle on the far side and didn't rush the situation at all by trying to scale too fast.
Now wallbang made it a real doozy for Rain.
Now let's see if FaZe Clan can win a round like G2 did in that first half.
4 straight out of G2's T side. That substantial lead now just down to 3. But we do get G2 kind of tagged up here. m0NESY and Nico both on 64. So pistols, MP9, it's looking possible.
I gotta say, I love the ideas and the CT setups from G2 on these force-up situations. I think they came through with a lot of ingenuity and they executed really well. And the players, especially like JKS, were able to take advantage of some of their positions to their maximum advantages. I don't think FaZe will necessarily be different, but it does say a lot that they could do it to FaZe. One Molly dislodges the setup, and that's the one right there.
P9 goes out. It's a bunch of damage, but Twist backs up.
Molly.
Yep. Couldn't see Jack
and they
because of
didn't
that
chase
flash.
him because he's got nowhere to go.
Right? He just has to run back forward, and he can't even do that. Burns to a crisp.
This is an interesting spot for Brokey, right? The op that just was supposed to be mollied back, and well, now he's still sticking around.
And honestly, an op that's usually on Arch.
Yeah.
It's a slight variation that could catch them off guard. Nico's going to try to puff his chest over at that B site, keeping half of FaZe busy.
And Nico's so far pressed up that now they're starting to change.
And honestly, this is the weaker site, right?
But
it's
look
the
at
2 pistols.
Look at the clock right now.
Oh God, 13 seconds. They're gonna try to get in. That first kill's great. Kerrigan gets spotted. Oh! Nico doesn't turn his attention. And so with those few seconds to spare, G2 comes in with that plant and a 9th added to the tally. That lead has essentially evaporated.
Yeah, we're almost back at square one. As Brokey, with the gun saved, carried forward, has the most money on the round, but loses it this time. They'll still be able to get it on their next full buy. But G2, man, they're moving correctly. They're moving slowly, but with just enough time. And I feel like they're such a good matchup for FaZe right now. They already proved it over on Nuke, toe-to-toe. You flip that Nuke game over a couple of times, it feels like they would go, they would win 5 times, FaZe would win 5 times. It was just too close to call to say one team was clearly better. And it feels like Inferno might be the case as well. And the cool part is these guys have been going to head-to-head quite often. I mean, there have been some first-time matchups. We saw Yakinder play against his old team of Outsiders for actually the first time since he left the roster. But there's already some history within 2022 between FaZe and G2. Hey, G2 weren't at the major. FaZe only won 1 map.
Right? What's the difference really between them?
Nico and JKS used to play for FaZe.
Ooh, whoa! Double nade plus a molly?
Wow. That's ruthless.
Listen, this is nothing to scoff at.
Yeah,
this was Kerrigan a huge investment. This was guns.
Yeah, Kerrigan is super low as well. Tail end of the first half, FaZe did a similar thing.
Where did that even happen?
It was all on Hobbit.
Brokey's gonna have to go absolute god mode now, solo essentially because of Kerrigan's 4 HP. Rain's dead body littered at this B site as well. I mean, if I'm G2, there's no reason to be afraid of this B site. No reason at all.
Yeah, it's a situation where you can't really do anything wrong unless there's some massive gamble from the CT side.
Double digits off of the back of this one. If they can just push through the little that's left of Kerrigan and this one op. Listen, Brokey's been having a good series, but there's about to be a world of pressure applied.
Oh, he gets away with the fast smoke.
Utility comes out first. Nico's at the front, and it is an instant delete. Kerrigan, of course, only 4 health, and Rops tries to run out. The fact Hunter gets a team kill could maybe put Twist in a better position, but his entire team is dead, and G2 are now on the cusp of tying this game.
Damn near got 2 kills off of that opening tactic that, again, FaZe used versus them. It's crazy how much they're mirroring. We saw the boost come out from FaZe that G2 used in the first half, and then similarly, this attack on the 3B setup right away is the perfect call out of HooXi. It almost wins them the round. They feel like it's over, and then Brokey sticks around in an interesting spot. Now, if he had a slightly deeper angle, he kills HooXi when he goes for the fast smoke. You could smoke CT off from far back, but it takes longer. Here they tried to make it not telegraphed, but with Brokey on that angle, you could normally die doing that. But then Brokey sticks around, and Nico just hard clears it. 1 bullet to the head, getting revenge for himself after a really rough nuke.
Started to assert himself up Banana. Look at this util. 3 nades.
Oh my god.
I thought it was Molotov damage, but no, just 3 homing missiles that fly around that heat corner, and then Brokey. I mean, he had to do something majestic, and instead he gets deleted by Nico's first bullet.
There's not enough space to stick back there if they want to try to smoke things out and play it slow. They wanted to try to get in front of that execute, but it's a round of G2 play it properly. It's very hard for them to lose. Like, if they have top car control and they can go with a full exec and they already have a kill and 90 damage on a second player, FaZe Clan, no. There's going to be some heroics, a big mistake from G2. Otherwise, they're probably going to lose. And G2 with that, they touched 10. It was an 11-4 half. But you look at some of those rounds and they were close.
That lead nearly gone. Not to mention curb purchase out of here. FaZe not coming in with everything. Clearly limitations.
This is a different level of G2 right now.
They are looking to tie this game up at 11. And I mean, again, 4 rounds on that first half. Yes, some of them were close, but they also all happened in like the first 6 rounds of the game. So it felt like everything from that point forward was flat. Felt like FaZe were on the highway to map 3. The wheels starting to fall off this whip.
At the bottom B smoke, minute 26. They're ready to give this respect. Strip their star of their best weapon. Twist, he's up to 20. He's had some big moments here for FaZe.
Looking to deliver yet again. HooXi running in, excellent flash, but it's not yet there. Rain getting next to the deagle. Modesty with the wall bang. That drops the rifle. Rain wants to extend out to grab it, and he will find hands on it. But now as he gets back, ooh, he will get away. I thought maybe somebody there from G2 would try to chase it down, but the 4v4 is where we're left.
Yeah, they've been very calm in these situations.
They pull the goalie.
Yeah. And G2 want to know if this is a honeypot or not. The smokes are going up to deny vision outside of Arch. We've seen this happen before, and they do go ahead and potentially pick the correct site here. Every single CT waiting, but at 22nd, they're just not even close. They're just not in the right spot whatsoever. G2 are going to find a completely open B site after a successful refrag from Modesty through the half wall.
Through the half wall. HooXi forces Twists off his initial perch.
Oh, gotta just give it a shot sometimes.
Right, take a chance. Look what it nets them, freebie of a round. FaZe, they try to go for the gamble.
Damn, that call is massive, man. There was pressure there at G2. They just picked up the M4. There were still 2 players on the B site. It could have been everybody rotating over there. But it's a misread. And HooXi's been very confident about the way they took that. They didn't test brackets. They smoked off Arch. They didn't show themselves at all. And they called out FaZe for not playing any close positions inside of mid. If they even had somebody playing under porch, they would have been able to see that that was a fake. It's a risk sometimes to throw a smoke like an Arch smoke and then to not make physical presence as well. Because if you throw those smokes and you don't see anybody as a CT, well, now you're just going to leave. But in this situation, FaZe, they haven't played anybody inside of the Arch smoke. That's the second time, actually, HooXi has gotten away with that.
The lead is gone, folks. We are tied at 11. It took overtime to separate these teams the last time they faced on Inferno.
FaZe have not won a round yet in the second half, right? This is a 11-4 half.
Oh my God. 7 rounds straight.
7 rounds straight. G2 do not know what it's like to lose yet.
Yeah, I mean, G2 have had no less than 2 players alive in every single one of these rounds as well, so it's not even like they're getting by in the 1v1 clutches.
We're not seeing anything brand new out of FaZe just yet.
Lead is gone. Tied game. Felt like a freebie, felt like Mirage was gonna have to be the difference maker, and now, honestly, we may never even get there, but Brokey looks to turn this upside down, a missed shot versus a peek from Hooksy, and he immediately bails back into the bomb site. But this is just going to allow for them to double up on Arch.
Yeah, the thing is, though, as soon as they've lost this space on side of mid, it's not like G2 are just continuing forward with a full-on A hit. And for that reason, actually, we have FaZe Clan not overstacking the A site. Brokey's getting behind the smoke into CT. I think FaZe are quite confused right now. It looks like they might be in their heads. We still don't know where this ends, but clearly FaZe don't either.
They're nervous about it. And there's been kind of like a, you know, an underplaying of Arch side. So Brokey sticks around, catches Hooksy at least, but now it's up to G2 whether they not want to follow through. Robs is going to be smoked out. He's got a player inside of the bomb site. They're just awaiting this commitment, and it's coming. Brokey's got him the chance to with the double. Twists, it's just the one. Hunter and Monacy on the recovery. And they know that Rops is over here because of the utility used, not to mention fire over the top. Rops delivers the headshot. Hunter's gonna get gunned down, and FaZe have lifted the curse of an empty-handed CT side. Three players up, and it's Brokey's double kill that makes that all go down easy.
Yeah, I wonder what the idea was there. Well, first of all, Brokey gets a slightly deeper angle because he actually rotates out through library. I thought they were starting to get nervous about the thought of another full B exec coming in, but look at this. Instead of staying on the corner, he doesn't get that shoulder peek kill from this position. So he makes the right move. It's cerebral, it's fast, and it has Brokey's name written all over it from that perspective. Then he turns it into a second, sets up his A players for success. So a great round out of Brokey to stop a very confusing situation where it felt like G2 had FaZe conditioned. You could see Kerrigan wanted to come help out over on A, but he was worried about making the wrong call again. And just like Nuke, as soon as G2 make that comeback, they say, no. You don't get a lead, you get close.
Ooh, Rain with the dinks. Then we've got a lot of bodies here. Oh, look, drawn into that utility damage. Wow. Immense impact out of those grenades.
Wow, these late retake grenades.
But they turn away from it, right? Because they see all that presence, G2 think, listen, we're low. We know that that initial setup had an emphasis towards the B site. Why not just try to transition into this A hit? Why not just go for carnage? And instead it's Twist with a couple kills. He's gonna get himself into the site, loses his teammate towards Pit, and that next peek, well, it's a success story for G2. Wow. Listen, they won from man disadvantages back on Nuke. This would be a 2v5.
We've seen Monacy on the A side. He has the op in the post plant. We know how powerful that op can be. And JKS with that key entry as well to set it up.
Will they give him anything?
But they still have the extra player.
Oh, that could have been
an extra moto smoke.
That's fantastic, but the fact that the CTs put one ahead of it, it's going to create a question. Rain takes down JKS, and Monacy doesn't have the cover.
Wow.
So they make it quick, they press in. CTs know that's a bit of a risk to run through blind, but listen, it works.
Yeah, they had no other choice. They
no 2v5.
They threw their scaling smoke, even though they have to run through one. At least they know they've overstressed, at least JKS. He dies in the pit. Monacy has to look in every direction, and he knows that they're going to come through. With the amount of time left on the clock, that's crystal clear. But they still clean up, 3v2, and this comes from a 2v5 to a very scary situation. JKS's kill outside of Halls made that possible. Look at that frag from Rain, and the frag from Rain earlier on as well. Off the corner of the sandbags, 2 bullets ahead of Nico. 13 rounds now for FaZe. But a lot of money that has been made from G2 through this tireless journey.
For sure.
And they've got a couple extra dollars left in the bank. Probably be hard to do the math for FaZe as to how many buys are coming. But all they know is that they need to put one foot in front of the other.
Thing is honestly G2 have kind of corralled FaZe into the corner. Now we're going to get these chaotic moments where FaZe has to go for round-winning moments. They've got to take more or avert risks.
And the idea right there to go for the late retake grenades, that just paid off in such a huge way. The amount of damage that was done with the Molotov, the HE to pair with it. This G2 ran over to the A site. I mean, that came close in a 2v5, but up until that point, it was a super strong opening to the round. And now G2 might be a little bit more terrified about the idea of taking over Banana that quickly.
This comeback was always going to be a daunting task. many more protocols in place, right? FaZe Clan pulling out the emergency book. And Twist's gonna be wounded early.
This is like a classic situation where you go, we just dominated on that part of the map. Now they're going to be scared of it. Let's try to go for something new. And G2 actually doing a great job of just calling that out.
But unlike some of the more successful rounds as of late, it's not going to be that bombardment of nades down banana.
They're trying to stop a Hall spot from coming in their direction. This is a pretty big gamble, I want to say, from FaZe. Oh, but Nico, he gets really hurt here. Oh, the nades that are coming out late as well.
I was going to say, out of the gate, they got nothing, but honestly, they still get what they need.
Now JKS just the entire time waiting for any action to come on the other side of the map, looking for some kind of reaction. G2 have been given nothing except some of these impact pieces of utility.
Whoa, careful now. Smokes come out. Yeah, Modesty gives him a warning shot. Instantly FaZe jump at it. JKS like a moth drawn to the flame of this ace side. Oh, Jiggle gets the answer, but it's not alone.
What a jiggle.
Robs is still up in there. Hunter sensing that he's got a little bit of space. Twists making a lot of sound on that fallback.
Hooksy's committing, that's why we've got Twist leaving.
Oh, and it worked! Oh, did it ever just work? Hooksy killed Kerrigan as well, so things are going excellently. Rain recovers, but they don't know about Rops. He drops bomb, and no second kill. JKS picks up that slack. Hunter with vision into the library. CT's coming out to challenge, and the trade's there. G2 from B to A off the play of Hooksy. They get themselves in with another.
That was a terrifying round out of G2, and scary for FaZe. FaZe tried to play this in such a passive way. It was quite a gamble with the Hall setup. But then what happened? G2 heard nothing. And they got suspicious and they thought, okay, let's work overtime. They want to try to do something tricky. Let's really press this advantage that we have that they're lacking information, okay? Let's commit on a fake and send Hooksy into the B site, pressure them to actually respond finally. All the while they're actually taking the A site. And JKS, honestly, that jiggle is everything. The fact that he gets the op to scare it out of that setup, everybody has to leave, and now he wins Hall's control, that helps them win the round.
To do so little but gain so much, immense.
And the fact that he was even still nervous about that, they had no idea if there were people on brackets, playing a passive setup on the site. Instead, it was full-on Hall's control. We haven't even seen that yet this half, and he still kept an inventory of the ideas that could come out of FaZe.
One of my favorite characteristics of JKS. He's cautious. And in that case, it paid off. FaZe still in the lead. They've yet to completely lose it to G2, but now those dwindling utilities. And Brokey, missed shot, missed chance at what could have been a 5 versus 4.
Yeah, he's tried this opener a number of times so far.
Flash above, 0 for 2. Brokey, you need to deliver. Oh, and now he's just nervous about even coming around that corner. We've got a lot of bodies stacking up.
Oh my God.
And Hooksy's headshot. But now it's Robs' chance to shine. Oh, Nico! It's coverage. And it's killer instinct out of G2. Tied game again, 13-all.
And this is no money in the bank account now for FaZe. They need to save these guns. G2 won that so confidently. That was the ugliest looking round out of FaZe on that setup. That was, and honestly, that was a round where G2, they didn't even attack in a very convincing way, running the entire way around Arch to Brokey's natural rotation point that he's been going every single time to give him another chance to get a kill. It's only because he misses 3 shots. Now, the fact that they didn't have a flash setup for the Arch peak from the CT side, and the fact that the T's didn't have a flash to help them scale, means that that was why it looked so ridiculous. 5 both T and CT players running at each other head-to-head, full vision, but it's the CTs who get you cramped. The T's are happy to have that situation take place, and even if they don't have a flash. And now 1 of 2 guns has been taken down, and at least Rain stays alive. And we get to a crux position in the match, round 27, 13-13. The CTs cannot afford to go back and forth on rounds anymore. Look at this, everyone full vision. There's no one needs to play anti because there's no flash coming out. I don't know if Robs didn't have one from the pit. But the fact that they had Brokey and called Rain over meant that they were so insecure about the A site. They wanted to hold on to this, and they lost so many opportunities with the shots being missed from Brokey. The CTs are the ones to take a timeout. Ooh, this buy.
It's not pretty, Chief.
This T side has been incredible from G2. We're talking about 4 rounds in the first half. They're up to 13 now.
I can't believe it. And the 2 rounds FaZe do pick up by way of defuse. This is all they get. Brokey is already struggling with that AWP. Now he's playing unarmored Desert Eagle to try and get it back. Presuming G2 pick up a 14th win off of this one. FaZe hanging on for their life.
Oh, the one gun.
M4 spam comes out, Hooksie's in the corner. Oh, Nico through smoke. And then Kerrigan gets caught off.
This one's for 14, folks. G2 haven't seen a lead in this match.
This one goes down so smooth. Hooksie just patient in the corner. JKS wins a fight as Rops desperately attempts to get something going. G2, off the back of this round, have a lead. Not a tied game, a lead to get into the grand finals.
Wow. To beat FaZe, to win the rematch, and to do it on Inferno, where they had it. They were on the doorstep, the precipice. They were so close to touching it. And as soon as they lost Inferno, they fell apart completely on map 3. And suddenly they found their best chance yet in another attempt versus a team that hasn't lost Inferno in 4 games. And we are not talking sleeper rosters. Heroic twice, G2 lastly, and Liquid a 16-5 game here at the World Final. It has been relatively immaculate for FaZe Clan. And we aren't getting the Rob's heroics.
Nope.
We aren't getting the Rob's heroics on the A site. We aren't getting his pushes through the halls. He's not taking everything into his own hands. You can only expect that to happen so many times. But that, it's just, of course, it's just one extra bullet. But it's those early grenades, too, they threw at Rain to soften him up to that point.
And Kerrigan just kind of writes off the possibility of the corner. So here we go. It's guns back in from FaZe. It's that AWP that Brokey wanted. 1 bullet extra. It's exactly what the doctor ordered. I wonder if Rops' inability to get aggressive is maybe because JKS is kind of his counterpart. Oh, Monacy hits the hop. Looking for the timing, barrel spotted, but it's Brokey drawn into the Hunter. Rob's out of the corner, traded, and now they're gonna try. Oh, no scope! Monacy for G2's 15th. Hits a stunning shot to take it away from Twist. When Rops isn't able to deliver, when Brokey is missing shots, when Kerrigan and Rain are dying empty-handed, they fall on Twist to go big. And he is robbed of a chance to shine.
A no-scope.
He's their top fragger at the moment, 23 frags across this second map, trying to be the Rops of the last series, and he gets no-scoped.
This kid,
a gut-wrenching gut shot.
This kid has 2 sensitivity, and he makes it look like 3. He uses full mouse pad to go for the 180 and hits the shot under porch without his scope.
We need that queued up to the replay. And we need Rain to try and hold on to this M4, but they all get cleared. G2 will have 2 attempts to get into this grand finals.
I was looking through the match thread yesterday, the G2 fans saying, don't give us hope. We don't want hope. Oh, now it might not be hope that you need anymore. Oh my God.
Harness the power of the AWP.
What the 180 for the trade. And another round where Brokey gets shut down on A in the same position, trying to get some counterplay out of porch, missing his shots, rotating over, was normally missing a shot, hitting a couple later on. Some of them consequential, some of them not. But look at this half, man. I want to talk about consequential. FaZe Clan have had won 2 rounds so far.
An 11-4 T-side would lead you to believe that this one had already been wrapped up. A CT pistol and FaZe Clan. Quick, GG go 3. But now the desperation sinks in. The reality of this situation sinks in. And a fully focused G2 gunning for grand finals. Hooksy's gonna get tagged up half health, but those utilities are already basically gone. Brokey still has that full belt, but he's also only got the deagle. He's gonna try to run over to support.
Oh, it's an open map once again. Man, G2 have got them scared. When have we had a halls push all the way through? Not a single time this half. No one getting into window. No one peeking down bracket for God's sakes. It hasn't been a single thing except for Brokey taking his peek on porch, sitting on arch behind it. No rifles, getting into position. And with that space, HooXi has been thinking, how do we take advantage of this? Get these CTs to rotate more than they're comfortable with. And he has been right about the site that they want to go to a number of times. He has had the players to win when he's been wrong. And now, in potentially one final try in their best case scenario.
40 seconds.
FaZe Clan have to put up a defense once again.
Kerrigan ready with smoke.
Watching basically nothing.
An incendiary to follow when the crunch time really comes, if it comes, and sure enough, it's about to. HooXi wants to shroud Kerrigan in that smoke, and now it falls to rain in his FaMS. Kerrigan comes out with the SMG, still alive and kicking. Everything's getting confusing. USP's in hand, bodies falling, and Brokey finally gets something going. But now he's pressed up. We've got 8 seconds on that clock, and bomb is going down, just like FaZe Clan. Monacy, AK up, Robson Twist, the 2 highest rated players at this event prior to this semifinal. And now they've got 3 players to drop. Monacy so close. His teammates lean back because they're not even needed. G2 will end this year where they started it, a grand finals. But this is HooXi's G2. And they have 1 BO3 left over. One last match to do the unthinkable. They may not have attended the major, but they just eliminated both of 2022's major champions.
It's a moment to be proud. Honestly, no matter what happens at this point, G2 with massive victories and every excuse in the world if it weren't going to make it work on this run. And now here they are in a finals, taking down the best team at this event in semis.
Team Liquid, G2, grand finals to round out the year. A year of back and forths, a year of ups and downs, a year of dead eras. And all of a sudden, we got a new champion to finish this one off.
Taking down both major champions in the same run.
What a run. And a run that's not yet over. High hopes for the G2 camp. And who other to give us his thoughts, his emotions, than HooXi. Bask in the glory that is his semifinal win.
HooXi, you've done it. Your first ever Tier 1 Grand Final awaits tomorrow. What does this feel like?
It's pretty crazy, honestly. Also, the way we won, I really felt like it was a tough first half, like a lot of mistakes. It's also for me individually, so I'm also proud of myself that I actually stepped up and could actually call a good T-side, even though I had a really bad individual game. So.
Talk to me about that, though. You're down 11-4. It's FaZe. You were down most of the game, right? They got to 13. What were you saying to the team? How did you keep things going?
I honestly don't say anything special. I just feel like this team, we showed it at EPL in the group stage as well. We made so many sick comebacks. When we're in this mood, when we play like this, we can always make comebacks. So, yeah, just in general, really proud of the team and what we can accomplish when we actually play to the level that I know we can.
And what's changed within the team? Talk to us about this, because you guys have hit another level that many of us didn't expect you to hit here.
I think our practice went like shit. Sorry for the language, but if our practice went like it did in the last week up to this event, then apparently we play good in official. So we've been playing so well in Prague before the event in Copenhagen, and that didn't go well for us. So I guess we just have to lose in practice.
So lose in practice, win on the stage. That's what it's all about.
I guess.
And I got to ask, it's going to be Liquid again now in this grand final. Last time around, back in Copenhagen at the full finals, you lost out 0-2. How's it going to be different this time around? Can you feel the difference? Can you sense it already?
I think the difference is just the way we play, how confident we are, and I think we are all very hungry to get the revenge against Liquid.
Oh, I'm sure you are. Etihad Arena, give it up for HooXi and G2 esports!
Pure elation from the side of G2. They are the ones to cast FaZe aside in a 2-map affair. They are the ones to mount an absolutely monstrous comeback in that second map. And Jacob, they are the ones with a thoroughly deserved spot in that grand final.
Take nothing away from G2. Take absolutely nothing away. That was a fantastic showing. I said coming after the first map, that was the best game we've seen all tournament long. 16-14, the JKS clutch coming into Inferno, and that also delivered. Once again, Hooksy and the boys, the T-side for G2. We have to praise it. I actually wrote it down right here. Yesterday against Vitality, 12-round T-side nuke. 9 rounds on Vertigo T-side. 9 rounds on Anubis. Today against FaZe, 6-round T-side nuke. 12 rounds on Inferno in a comeback after being down 11-4. Hooksy right now is calling the best Counter-Strike he's ever called, and oh my, does he deserve it.
I cannot comprehend what we just witnessed. Honestly, it's taken my brain a minute or two to realize that G2 and Hooksy, for that matter, were able to make FaZe break. They broke FaZe Clan on the big stage, which is something that we thought would never happen. We said FaZe Clan never lets go of a lead. Whenever they're in control, that's it. They're just going to run away with it. They won 12 out of the last 14 rounds.
Insane.
And we could see on the webcams, when G2 were winning rounds, they put FaZe in a state of discomfort, in a state of distress. You could see on their faces, they were marked. They didn't know what the hell was going on. They were panicking. You look at the last round. The last round is pure chaos. FaZe had a smoke by 30 seconds. They could close it, but they were just out of it. G2 put them out of it.
Well, let's relive that emotion going down in that final round in this mic'd up moment.
Something. They molly behind us. One more CT.
You get me?
Bad smoke. Bad smoke. Alright, smoke. He's running.
He's trying to run in. Check us.
3 and 2. I go triple.
Have AK.
I have banana. I have triple. I have a triple. I pick on your contact CT, and if they pick coils, I will kill them as well.
Sure. Can't boost, okay?
Holding banana.
Do that.
Check coils from time to time, I'm hiding fully.
I'm checking.
Yeah, you can just you pick as well runs when they.
CT dead. On there.
Nice!
I love how much you brought that one up, and I love that we get to hear the TeamSpeak clip from that one as well, because as you aptly said, it was just pure chaos on that, but G2 keeping their cool in that round.
They seemed very calm in that one, especially
They
Honda.
were the one calm.
Yeah, they were the ones calm, while Honda taking the situation and basically keeping it at a level where everyone can understand what's going on. Sometimes there'll be moments in a game, there'll be moments in a round where everything is prone to explode, but it just takes one guy to have calm in his voice, Honda in this case, to calm everyone down and make sure that you get the job done.
Look, Kerrigan and Rain in that action. Both of them emptying their magazine in the smoke and fighting with the USPS. That's how hectic this situation was. Kerrigan blew the whole of the MP9, went to the USP, blew the whole of it through the smoke. Rain had a free kill, but he's been spraying so much through it that he actually runs out of ammo, has to pull the USP. I mean, you could not make that up. Like, this is a Benny Hill kind of compilation. That's what just happened here, and this was FaZe losing it, and G2 very calm.
Yeah, G2 are managing to make it to the grand finals indeed. Let's check in with the baby goat Manassi to see how he's feeling it, making it to the grand finals.
Monesi, this is your first grand final that you have qualified for alongside G2. How does it feel right now standing in this position?
Feeling insane, I don't know, just want to say that Rasmus is calling really pretty good. I don't know, as you could see, on T-side we did a comeback from 11-4. I don't know, you just need to believe it and don't stop believing, you know.
And Monesi, man, your first lead on Inferno on the second map came at 14-13 in favor of you guys. That was such an insane map that almost could have gone both ways, but you guys took it in the end, and actually convincingly with the last few rounds. What happened? Tell me about Hooksy's calling.
About everything or about last 2 rounds?
Everything.
About everything. I don't know, we just believe in each other, and we just take and win round by round, step by step, you know. We believe in Rasmus and what he's calling, and he was feeling it, and I don't know, we just could see that he's feeling it, and everything what he's forcing to do, we're doing, and yeah, not like forcing, but just, I don't know, it's like, you know, like he's calling and they trust him, and it's working, you know.
And you mentioned those last 2 rounds. Was there anything special that happened for you guys?
I mean, yeah, it happened on 14-13. If I'm not mistaken, I went to pick fast mid, I picked long, and I did no scope under the roof, the guy. So like, I no scope dropped a thing or someone else under the roof. I think people noticed it. I don't know. It was crazy, I don't know.
We did notice your plays at least, and some no scopes that came in clutch. An amazing game from you personally. What happened and how did you prepare for it before you even began here?
Me? Yeah. Or us as a team?
You.
Me, I don't know. Just a thing. We had a theory. I just saw like, I don't know, we played against FaZe Clan this year a lot of times, and of course like I understand how they're playing, you know. And before the game, I don't know, I didn't kind of prepare, but just watch some demos how they played before, and that's it. Yeah, nothing special, to be honest.
And you're going to round off the year with the grand final appearance against Team Liquid. What are you guys preparing for tomorrow?
We will see. Yeah, Liquid is a special opponent, to be honest. Last time we played against them, I think we lost. It was in groups, I think. I'm not sure. And yeah, like they're a special opponent. They shoot good. They play good. And yeah, they're in grand final, so we'll see. I don't know. We'll prepare for them this evening, this night. So yeah, we'll see them on the server.
Absolutely love those thoughts from Honesty. Yeah, he's just saying, plain and simply, it's in my DNA to play some damn good Counter-Strike, and I love that we get to see him up on a grand stage once again in the grand.
That round in the middle when he walked up and got that double entry, you know, that's ridiculous. No one in the world should be able to do this. You see it right here, the no-scope. Just the fact that he's going for the no-scope. I mean, no one out there would actually go for that no-scope. You would zoom in, you'd hope that you're quick enough, but Honesty, nah.
I mean, look, in any high-level game of Counter-Strike, there are moments where a millimeters or a millisecond decide everything. In that very specific situation, we don't see that POV right here. But Brokey actually sees, at the very top of this crazy action, Brokey sees the cannon of Monacy. He's gone in for a slow peek. He gets insta put down, laser beam from Hunter, and it precipitates a reaction. Peek coming in left and right. FaZe have the setup, they have everything that's supposed to be working, and then Monacy pull out of his pocket. How are you supposed to stay in that game if you're FaZe? How do you not give up? You're basically cursed. It's voodoo at this time. You're over, you're not gonna win a round. And I mean, it would have broken any lesson, man, and it did break them.
Yeah, and unfortunately for FaZe, that does mean the end of the line here at the World Finals and for 2022. That a lot of expectations on their shoulders to be making it to that Grand Finals, particularly after, you know, faltering to Heroic and what was a valiant effort just a couple of weeks ago in Copenhagen.
It's a bit of a shame, right? Because we all agreed that it wouldn't change the perspective, it wouldn't change the narrative around FaZe. It's been a fantastic year, no matter how you look at it. But the fact they weren't able to win the final in Copenhagen, they go out in the semi-final here, puts a bit of a dent to the season for them. It's a bit of a weak end in a way, but hopefully that's going to motivate them for 23. So we once again can see the FaZe we saw in the beginning of the year. Because let's be honest, ever since the player break during summer, yes, they've been good, and you would argue they've been the best team in the world for the vast majority of the time, but they haven't been at that same high level.
Well, let's get some thoughts from Kerrigan after his exit here in Abu Dhabi.
Kerrigan, commiserations. This has been a tough two last finals for you guys, I guess, at the fall finals and now at the world finals, bowing out to some opponents that have proved to be pretty strong. What went wrong here in this semi-final?
I think it was pretty obvious that we didn't manage to close our games. We have done it all year. So at some point when we lost, I told the guys we have closed so many of these games where we were behind. But obviously I think we are a little burned out, but also think G2 played really good. It's first time I feel like we got really outplayed on our CT side Inferno, and I felt like they had a good read on what we were doing, and so did we on T side. But yeah, obviously disappointed right now, but I also have to looking back, maybe it has been a long year for us, and I'm proud to have take home 4 trophies. So yeah.
And I sense you have some respect for what happened on this Inferno map on the second half, especially. I just talked to Monacy. He commended HooXi's calling and said it was some of the best that he's had. What would you say that you experienced when they took the lead at 14-13?
I think it's first time where we actually get outplayed, especially in the rotation on the A side. Normally we have a really A stronghold, and when we had problems on Inferno, it had been me and Rain on B. So I felt like they had a good game plan going into the round and go around Arch and then turn around, go back to B, go A. So yeah, HooXi called a great game. But yeah, when you can start good rolling on T side Inferno, it's very tough to find the answer sometimes on CT side.
And you mentioned it yourself, you guys have had trouble closing out some big games now here in the second half of the year. And you guys were favorites coming into the World Finals and especially in the semifinal. But now looking forward, what's the next few steps for FaZe Clan?
Oh, vacation time. I mean, it's been a long grind this second part of the season. I mean, first part of the season was really good. Second part could have been better. But now it's back to the drawing board. I think we play better and better. End of the year here, finals in Copenhagen, and we had a chance to close out the game today, but we're not the better team on the server today, and obviously it is what it is, and looking forward to especially Katowice in starting next year.
And just to get a feeling of how you are personally feeling, your emotions right now, because coming out, I mentioned the fall finals where you fell short to Heroic, and now in the semifinals at the World Final here in Abu Dhabi, you fall to G2 in the semifinal. I say foul a lot, but tell me about your emotions. Has it been disappointment? Has it been dejection? Or how do you feel?
I mean, this second part of the season has been strange. Some quarterfinal exits. The Rio was tough, Rio Major, 0-3. But coming into the last two events, we just try to do the best we can. We are not in the best shape, but even when we're not in best shape, we know we can go deep in tournaments. So yeah, obviously wanted to go really back-to-back finals in the end. But I have to say I'm proud of the guys that we managed to turn something of this second part of the season to something positive. But yeah, obviously right now, a little sad, but I also know I couldn't have done more the last month since before Rio to reach our level. So that's not much to do than to say see you next year on the server.
And speaking of next year, this is the last time we see you in 2022. So if you could just describe your whole year, this FaZe Clan performance in 2022 with one word, how would you describe it?
I would say two best team of the year.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
I like that. Despite the exit from Karrigan there, still a confident answer to be ending that one out. And, you know, despite the end of the line here in Abu Dhabi, very, you know, mature, very eloquent answers coming out from
calm and collected as always. If there was a leader out there who's been through it all, it would be Karrigan. He seemed tired. He seemed very, very tired. He also, you know, said it himself. It's been a very long, it's been a stressful season, the second half of it as well. I have to point out, and I hate to do it, his individual performance have really been hindering his team as of late. We saw it in the final in Copenhagen. He went -30 with a 0.70 run rating against Heroic. Tonight he went 0.66 rating. It's a rough showing for Karrigan, and I understand him. I really, really understand him. It's been very stressful. It's been hard. And individually speaking, Karrigan is a player that used to produce more on the server. He's a big part of the reason why I think FaZe is struggling a little bit right now. Give him a break. Let him come back to Katowice, and I'm sure we'll see FaZe play better, and we'll see Karrigan perform better.
Yeah, as Karrigan was just saying, some well-deserved holiday time for them going into the tail end of 2022. Looking forward to seeing what FaZe are going to be delivering next year. Also looking forward to seeing our CS Money plays of the day, because, man, it's been an absolute banger of Counter-Strike going down today. Matthew, what is our first option?
Well, we start with Nitro, who's going to make his way to the grand final. Thanks also to this great piss around, kicking things off against OG, making plays with the Glock. Great cross placement as well. Ooh, that flick was nasty.
Play of the day, clutch of the day, Dexter on your screen right here. The fact that he was able to pull off this 1v4 with the AWP on Anubis, absolutely outstanding. Hitting every single shot, even with the nerf AWP. And look at this, he's chasing the last guy. He's eating him, not letting him slip away.
Eating him alive. Last but not least, JK is one of the many heroes having a stellar ramp hold, which I think was a recurring theme in that game against FaZe Clan. He put the absolute wall, did not let him grow. You shall not pass.
Yeah, incredible stuff from JKS, managing to hold Fortress in that position. I do want to continue along with the theme of G2 players really showing up, though, as we recap our Mursk MVP. Possible contenders.
Can I have a guess?
Coming into this thing. Yeah, you know, hands up, raised. One guess for you, Jacob.
Maniac.
I mean, you could literally see it on
that was
screen.
a really
good guess. We also got
guess.
Hunter and Nico now in the fray as well, alongside with Yakinda and Nafly. Obviously, we'll be deciding who will be taking home the Mursk MVP trophy at the culmination after the grand finals tomorrow. But yeah, we spoke about Maniac yesterday. He's still a beast.
I mean, he's still beasting, honestly. And what is great for G2 is that I actually don't think this series was only about Maniac. I think a whole lot of different players stepped up. But even when he is not stratospheric, he is still providing us with crazy moments. He is still actually impactful when it matters the most. We have a couple of moments here as well, where once again he couples movement, aim, decision-making, the whole package. Maniac is a blessing to watch play Counter-Strike and having again and again and again.
You know what I appreciate about Maniac? The fact that sometimes he does go missing in a game, but as you said, he will show up in certain moments, have a ridiculous clutch, have a ridiculous opening in middle, like you see right here. That no-scope is just unheard of. 14, 13 second deciding map. You look at players like Brokey, other AWP players as well, Dexter for that matter, either they have a fantastic game or they fall out of the server. Maniac seems always to deliver something, even though he's only having a 1.13 rating in this specific game.
Well, from some potential winners to some potential victors, some more, and some definite losers in our Betway predictions. Woo! Because Jacob, you took a risk. The risk didn't pay off, man.
Oh no, Jacob, what happened?
And you thought you didn't take a risk on the second one. Neither did I, to be fair, but 0-0 for you.
I would rather
and
lose
Harry,
in style than play the boring
Did you
game
lose in style?
I lost.
Did you though? Was there a lot of
How
style?
were you styling on us, boy?
I mean, I backed up the small guy. You should do that sometimes.
Yeah, underdog.
You also had the same idea as Harry, so I don't know what that says about you.
I must be stupid then, huh?
That you're
That's
absolutely
your words.
mental.
Your words, Harry. That was Jacob Pip Vinicky.
Clip it, Twitch chat. Clip it. More mental CS going down tomorrow is, of course, is the culmination of 2022 with the coveted grand final. Before that, though, we are going to have an absolutely mean show match going down.
Mean
team versus the team.
I heard Kenny S is in the building.
Yeah, I mean, we can take a look, I believe, at who is going to be on the cards for that one.
I didn't lie.
There we go. There's a big boy Kenny, MBK as well. French yes is back.
Yeah, but what's with the hat in MBK? I'm not sure.
I don't know.
I mean,
maybe
Style
Bauer doesn't
choice.
attempt. Seems like Twist hair is in the way from
You're also
watching the game.
Not allowed to wear hats anymore. as
You're
well.
not.
So
That is
take that
true.
one off, Nathan. Get it
Hat
off.
would fly.
Get it off. And this is also the other team they're going to be facing up against as well. Obviously, local from the region. I'm really looking forward to this because this was a banger in Copenhagen. We had a lot of very exciting things going down in the booths as well. Some smoke comes to
There's
mind.
2 things I love about that. We've seen NASA Esports and Blast Showdown at some point, didn't we? Where they actually qualified
in
I
April.
think.
Yeah.
In April, yeah. There we go.
Yeah.
So teams and players we've actually seen before.
I like that. I like that a lot. It's going to be going down on the grounds of Nuke as well, and that's going to be coming up before the coveted grand final tomorrow. That is where G2 and Team Liquid are going to be going head-to-head to see who's going to be claiming the final trophy of the year. You do not want to miss out on any of the action. We're going to see you tomorrow.